Ice Cream Apocalypse by Seth Alais. Chapter 1. It didn't happen the way everyone thought it would. There was no Armageddon. No apocalypse. No end of the world as we knew it. No nuclear war. No pandemic. No meteor crashing out of the sky. Society ended by way of ice cream. I know that sounds crazy. Scientists agreed, which is how I knew it was serious. They invented terms for it, long ones. They called it pagophagia, hedonic hyperphagia toward frozen dairy desserts. Eventually, someone shortened it to glaciohedonism, because even the end of the world needs branding. Anyway, before I begin, let me say this plainly, so there is zero misunderstanding. I am not your friend. I am not here to comfort you. And if you don't want to hear me rant by way of monologue or internal reflection, then stop reading. This is my moment, not yours. My name is George Angleson. I'm an ice cream man. And this is my story. Where to begin? I was 22 when I received my inheritance, and while I didn't know much about life, I knew one thing: I wasn't about to waste it. Back then, I was working a part-time job that went nowhere, living in a small city that felt a little smaller every year. Then suddenly, I had a substantial amount of money in my pocket, and no one left to tell me what to do with it. Now, I had enough common sense to realize that being young and having deep pockets was a recipe for disaster. I had certainly known enough people who'd fallen into those traps. So I did what anyone else with common sense would do in my situation. I thought really hard, spent everything I had, and bought myself an ice cream truck. Okay, maybe that's not entirely true. I saw an ice cream truck for sale, and bought it without thinking too hard at all. Impulse has always beaten strategy in my life. Besides, my uncle once told me ice cream was 300% profit, and the man used to own a restaurant, so that felt like enough of a business plan for me. The fact of the matter was, I didn't consider how seasonal it was. I didn't consider logistics. And I definitely didn't consider the psychological impact of listening to the same high-pitched jingle for 12 hours a day. It was some shrill, looping tune that burrowed into your skull and refused to leave. By hour 8 on my first day, I was pretty sure that song qualified as a legitimate form of torture. That jingle is the first thing I hear when I think about how it all started. Not the science. Not the studies. Not the committees or the white papers or the men who would later explain, very calmly, why this was inevitable. Just that damn looped music. Shrill and harmless and impossible to escape. It played while the world was still normal. It played while people still stood in lines and complained and asked stupid questions and went home to one another. If you're looking for the moment where things tipped, where something important was missed, it isn't dramatic. It doesn't announce itself. It sounds like a children's tune, looping endlessly until you stop noticing it at all. Turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. Turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. Roll 'em up and twist 'em up a high tuckahaw. And twist 'em up a tune called Turkey in the Straw. Every day, that same ridiculous song. And every day, the same annoying routine. The first thing I'd do was head to Dairy Mill Farms, my supplier, or should I say boss. There isn't much difference between a boss and a supplier when the person you buy products from enforces a strict dress code and mandatory torture music to sell their merchandise. I went from thinking I was my own boss, setting my own rules, to dressing like a fool and peddling for people's loose change. It sounds a little bit like being an organ grinder monkey when I stop and actually think about it. The monkey probably has a slightly less embarrassing outfit, and at least he's in control of his music's tempo. So here was my daily routine. I'd pack up the truck with fresh stock and rotate inventory. I had the usual: bars, soft serve in a dozen flavors, sorbets, push-ups, popsicles, all the novelties. I was up before dawn, and sometimes, depending on whether it was a weekend, I worked until sunset. I had a strategy. I followed the crowds. When a festival or big event was in town, I'd be there. A 16 to 17-hour day wasn't completely out of the question, and during the summer season, every weekend was something I had learned to expect. Now let's talk about Sam, because I would always find a way to go see Samantha. And here's the irony of it all. The one person you'd think would make me glum was the only part of my pathetic day that ever made anything even mildly tolerable. There's an old saying that misery likes company, and Samantha had a habit of bringing misery wherever she went. How do I explain her? She was dark, the kind of woman who only came alive at night, who could quote poems written before my grandparents were born. Black was her thing. Hair, nail polish, clothes, always black. I think my frustration must have drawn her to me like a magnet. Regardless, Sam was real. She hated posers. And above all, she was the one person I could actually talk to without putting on a fake smile. "Hello, how may I help you today, sir?" I say, as a man steps up with 2 kids hanging off his sides. "What do you got?" he asks. Great, I think to myself, and enthusiastically ramble off every flavor and product in the truck. Customers like this are commonplace, and despite the giant sign I have telling them the answers, I still recite the same methodical list at least 20 times a day. "What's the Blue Solace taste like?" I forget. This is my first month on the job, and Blue Solace is a new product Dairy Mill Farms wants me to push. By now, the line is growing behind him, and time is money. The worst part is I have no idea what Blue Solace tastes like, or any flavor of ice cream, for that matter. It's a new product, and I'm lactose intolerant. If I eat ice cream, I need to find a toilet within the hour. "What's Blue Solace taste like?" the man repeats, shifting his weight. One kid keeps tugging at his pant leg. The other is already half turned toward the sidewalk. "It tastes like—" I glance down into the freezer. The tub is newer than the rest, still clean around the edges. The label isn't helpful in the way flavors usually are. No fruit. No color wheel. Just a slogan printed beneath a name, small and confident, like it doesn't expect to be questioned. Comfort. I look back up. "It says comfort." The man blinks. "Comfort? It tastes like comfort." He pulls the kid back from the edge of the curb. "No, Alexander," he says, then immediately asks about cones. Then sprinkles. "Mommy gets us the sprinkles," the little boy says. He's not much taller than the man's knees. "And a triangle cone. They're brown," his older brother adds. I keep smiling as the father scratches the side of his head, as if in deep thought. A little old lady behind him rifles through her purse, obviously not impressed as she waits in the summer heat. "3 Blue Solace on waffle cones," he finally says. "Sprinkles. And make one a triple scoop." I sell him the cones with generous scoops of the newest flavor. "It tastes like a cross between raspberries and cotton candy," he tells me, taking a lick as he moves on. By now, the cluster of people waiting behind him is not impressed. Here's the thing. One customer like that agitates everyone else in line. And once a group of people slips into that mindset, everything snowballs. Now I'm dealing with 10 cranky customers who've been standing in the summer heat too long, and of course, it's my fault. So I smile and rant like I'm Mr. fucking Rogers or something, answering questions that, by all rights, should be rhetorical in a society that can read. This is what I do, day in and day out. And the melancholy of a woman named Sam is all I ever have to look forward to. Dee-dee-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-little-doo-doo-diddle-diddle-dee. I hate that song. Chapter 2. May bled into June without asking permission. The days stretched longer, and the line at the truck started forming before I even finished my first coffee on Main Street. Blue Solace moved faster than anything I had ever stocked. By the time I hit the suburbs after lunch, I was already calculating how many tubs I'd need for the campus stop at dusk. The heat lingered late into the evening, and the song from the truck felt less like a nuisance and more like a signal flare. Somewhere along the way June turned into July, and July into something hotter and louder. I stopped checking the calendar. The days were measured in inventory and refills, in melted ice cream and cash drawer tallies. The waterfront fairgrounds filled every weekend. Fireworks bled into humid air. By the time August crept in, I realized I had barely noticed it arriving. "I will be having a scoop on a sugar cone, dear," the old woman said to me in a shaky voice as I reached for a waffle cone. I was surprised she was being so nice, considering the wait. "What flavor would you like today, ma'am?" I asked, already holding my scoop ready. "Surprise me, love," she said, placing exact change on the counter. "Here, has something new," I said, handing her a generously sized scoop as I continued down the long line. She moved over to the picnic table and sat herself in the little patch of shade Main Street offered. The rest of the line definitely wasn't as accommodating, but being called both love and dear in the span of a minute made everything else just a little easier. It was just under 20 minutes before I had finally served everyone, and I decided to take an iced tea out to Beatrice, who was finishing the last of her cone. "Hey, on the house," I called, walking across the grass, eager to take a quick break. "We wouldn't want you getting heat stroke halfway home." She seemed lost in thought for a moment before realizing I was standing beside her. "Nobody cares anymore," she said softly. "You're different." "Thank you." I set the drink down in front of her and stepped back to have a quick smoke while I could. "The name's Beatrice," she added, her voice quieter now. "Nice to meet you, Beat. You can call me George." "Beatrice." The voice came from across the grass, measured, even. I turned to see Pastor Dan walking up from the direction of Cornerstone Church, sleeves rolled neatly at the wrist, jacket folded over one arm despite the August heat. He always looked like he had somewhere more important to be. "I didn't see you Sunday," he said, wiping a line of sweat from his forehead. The tone wasn't unkind. Beatrice didn't look up at first. "Didn't see much of anyone," she replied. Dan's eyes drifted briefly toward my truck and the thinning line on Main Street. "We've noticed attendance slipping," he said. "People are busy. That's one word for it," she muttered. He gave me a polite nod. "George, business looks strong." "It's summer," I said. "People like cold things." Dan studied the board for a moment, lingering on Blue Solace longer than the other flavors. "Yes," he said quietly. "They do." Before I could respond, a voice behind me broke the tension. "The name's Bond, James Bond." I flinched and turned quickly. Some guy around my age was standing in a three-piece tuxedo, a smirk on his face. "No, my name is actually Tom," he said. "I just came from my wedding rehearsal." Pastor Dan's expression didn't change, but something in his posture straightened. "Rehearsals are important," he said evenly. "I don't usually officiate weddings for those who aren't full members of the congregation." His eyes rested on Tom a moment longer. "I expect you'll continue attending. I hardly know you or your bride, Tom." It wasn't a threat, just policy. Tom adjusted his bow tie, still grinning. "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I could use something cold." I tossed my half-smoked cigarette to the ground, crushing it under my foot, and started walking back toward my truck. Tom noticed the new flavor on the board and ordered a bowl of Blue Solace. "I'm a little nervous," he said, as I set him up with a bowl and handed him a disposable spoon. "I mean, getting married next Saturday. I'll have a wife." I flipped my sign to closed as I finished packing up, getting ready to head toward the university. "Well, let me be one of the first to say congratulations, Tom," I said, giving him a smile. I watched Beatrice stand up slowly and begin to walk down the street as Tom nodded and headed in the opposite direction. At last, I thought to myself, time to go see Samantha. I climbed into the truck and turned the key. The engine rattled awake like it always did. As I pulled away from the curb, I glanced once in the side mirror. Pastor Dan was still standing in the grass. He wasn't looking at Beatrice. He wasn't looking at Tom. He was looking at the truck. More specifically, at the board. At Blue Solace. Then the light changed, and I drove on. Chapter 3. Now, I've never been very good at understanding women, but as I carefully finished packing up and steered this bulky, pathetic excuse for a vehicle through the city streets, I can't help but question my methods. I mean, Sam is nice, and I am trying my best. But it's hard not to feel at least a little degraded when I'm wearing a paper hat, a bright pink and white striped shirt, and an apron with a smiling, frolicking ice cream cone plastered across the front. Yes, I am my own boss. Yes, I have my own truck. But I sell Dairy Mill Farms products, And the deal is that I need to be somewhat of a mascot. That means the company-authorized uniform is non-negotiable. And on top of all this, my ice cream truck song is about as romantic as syphilis. Regardless, Sam doesn't care, and that's probably the one reason I like her so much. I pull up to my last stop of the day, just outside the college campus. As I park, I reach into the bottom drawer and pull out the percolator, setting it up to brew a fresh pot for me and Sam. This place isn't half bad. Mostly because it's 1 block away from a head shop. A large percentage of students majoring in philosophy and dramatic arts tend to get extremely high and then suddenly envision a triple-scooped waffle cone calling out to them like a religious experience. The best part is that although they're incredibly slow at ordering, nobody ever gets angry. People here actually have interesting things to say. "Where's my coffee?" Sam calls out. "And are you ever going to ask me out on a date?" I poke my head out the service window. "Hey, Sam," I say, handing her a styrofoam cup with a plastic lid. "How about I take you out to dinner sometime?" She takes the coffee and blows gently across the surface. "No." "What kind of pervert asks a customer out on a date, you sick freak?" That was the first time I laughed all day. Sam had a demented sense of humor. She was almost impossible to read. "Yes, ice cream man," she adds. "You can buy me dinner, but only if you take off that clown outfit first." I notice a group of comfortably numb customers beginning to migrate toward the truck, and I brace myself for the rush. Sam takes a sip of her coffee, sets the cup down in front of me, and starts to walk away. "Hey, Sam, when, where, how do we do this?" I call after her. She doesn't turn around. "Read the cup, George." For the first time all day, the smile on my face is real. Written on the side, in black ink, are 10 digits that could only be a phone number. "Do you serve ice cream?" a philosophy student asks, staring at me like he's genuinely unsure. I look at him. "Gee," I say, "what would give you that impression?" Today was a good day. By the time I finally pulled into my driveway, it was already getting late. "Thanks, Grandpa," I said as I shut off the ice cream truck beside the front entrance to my bachelor pad. The engine ticked softly as it cooled, the jingle finally dead. The truck squatted at the curb like it belonged there, out of place, but stubborn. The paint was chipped. The decals were faded. Still, it was mine. A bridge to something better. Something better than a rundown apartment on the wrong side of town. The house stared back at me in the dim porch light. 2 stories. Sagging steps. Peeling paint that had once been white, now something closer to surrender. The lawn hadn't been cut in weeks, not because I didn't care, but because I hadn't been home long enough to notice. Every window on the street glowed with someone else's life. Televisions. Arguments. Music bleeding through thin walls. Grandpa's inheritance hadn't been a fortune, but it was one of the few chances a man ever got to get ahead, and I intended to make every penny count. The night air was cool as I stepped out of the truck and shut the door behind me. "I am not your bitch," a woman screamed from across the street, music blaring so loud it rattled my windows. A second later, glass shattered. Great, I thought. This wasn't unusual. Neighbors screaming at each other. Music blasting into the early hours of the morning. Last week alone, the police had shown up twice, to 2 different houses. There were no white picket fences here. Just cheap, rundown houses, most of them rented, none of them loved. None of my business. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, closing it behind me like I was sealing myself off from the world. I flicked on the kitchen light and stared at the chaos I should have dealt with a month ago. Dishes stacked in the sink. Old takeout containers. An ancient television in the corner I hadn't turned on in months. I grabbed a can of beans and molasses from the cupboard and hunted for the can opener. Of course. "Damn it," I muttered. Eventually, I stabbed the top of the can with a steak knife, rocking it back and forth until the lid finally gave. I washed a spoon, sat down at the table, and ate straight from the can. Cooking would have been a waste of time. And time wasn't a luxury I had in abundance. I didn't even realize how hungry I was until the can was empty. That's when my mind wandered to Sam. she'd said once she was a night hawk. I pulled out the cup from my pocket Sam had given me earlier that night, and wrote the number down on paper before putting it into my phone's contacts. Gee, 11:08, I thought, glancing up at the clock above my kitchen sink. My mind started racing. Should I text? Should I call? Should I? I stopped myself and hit dial. I hadn't been this nervous about the opposite sex since high school. But one thing I'd learned since then was this. When it comes to moments like this, it's better to just get it over with. Like ripping off a bandage. Grab it and yank. The phone rang once. Twice. Hello? Chapter 4. I actually surprised myself. That's the thing. When life throws you into situations like this, more often than not the best strategy is to jump headfirst into whatever feels uncomfortable. By the time we were a couple of minutes into the conversation, I slipped into a kind of autopilot. Before I knew it, I wasn't nervous anymore. Samantha helped with that. She was the kind of person who made conversation feel effortless. Natural. She didn't force anything, didn't rush silences, and never made me feel like I had to perform. She mentioned Mondays. That gave me pause. I almost thought about it a little too long. At the time, I was working 7 days a week, sunrise to sunset, and sometimes well past that. I was burning the candle at both ends and calling it ambition. There was no practical room in my life for a personal relationship. If I wanted to pursue Sam, I had to give something up. Mondays were the only thing that made sense. Dairy Mill Farms customers would need to find another pusher for one day of the week. And for Samantha, I made sure everyone knew, from the suppliers to the regulars, that Mondays were now non-negotiable. But listen, she said yes. I didn't fumble my words. I didn't talk myself into a corner. When all was said and done, I had a girlfriend. That realization stayed with me all night. I woke up the next morning ready to dive headfirst into the Sunday rush. The routine was mostly the same, just a little more religious than usual. I woke as the first bird started singing, the neighborhood unusually quiet. No blaring music. No domestic disputes spilling through thin walls. Just stillness. I threw on a pot of coffee and let it perk while I showered, then dressed in a clean uniform, once again making myself look ridiculous. I poured a large thermos of black coffee, grabbed my keys, and headed out. A quick stop at the gas station, and by the time I pulled into the back loading docks at Dairy Mill Farms, the sun had just begun to rise. "Morning, George." Scott, one of Dairy Mill's employees, already had a dolly stacked high with tubs and boxes, ready to rotate my inventory. "Morning," I said, opening the back doors and pulling supplies off the cart. "Why so much Blue Solace?" I asked, eyeing the load. Scott double-checked his count. "It's the newest craze, I guess," he said. "Becoming our most popular flavor." I didn't think much of it. I finished my routine and, before I knew it, I was back on Main Street, pulling my truck beside the picnic table I'd grown accustomed to. Oh boy, I thought. Here we go. Another 12-hour stretch of selling ice cream and listening to Turkey in the Straw on repeat. "Morning, George." Beatrice was my first customer of the day. She was dressed a little nicer than the day before, wearing a light cardigan and too much perfume, something floral and aggressive. Church perfume. "I'll have a bowl of that blue ice cream you sold me yesterday, dear." I opened the freezer and scooped the last of yesterday's tub. "You're looking nice this morning," I said, as she rummaged through her purse for exact change. She told me about church, about visiting friends at Tamarack Hills, about heading back to her home in the suburbs afterward. "My friends at the senior center aren't much into company anymore, George," she said, placing the coins on the counter. I didn't know what to say. I just nodded. "Enjoy," I said, watching her walk back to the same spot she'd sat in the day before. "I want 3 Blue Solace. No cones." I looked up. It was the same man as before, the indecisive one. This time, no questions. No hesitation. And his kids weren't tugging at his pant legs. That was new. And it wasn't a one-time thing. Customers, who had always struggled to decide, suddenly knew exactly what they wanted after tasting Blue Solace. Calm. Focused. certain. I had seen that stillness somewhere else before. "Yes, sir," I said, scooping 3 plastic bowls and dropping in disposable spoons. The younger child drifted closer to the street, staring at traffic like it was a television. "No, boy," the father said, pulling him back from the curb. The stuff sold faster than anything else in the freezer. If comfort had a flavor, it would be a cross between raspberry and cotton candy, and it would be called Blue Solace. Later that afternoon, I saw Tom again. His order was identical to yesterday's. He talked about his future bride, about their plans, the small house they were thinking of buying, his job, his volunteer work as a firefighter. Tom was a man with a future. So what's my point? For the first time, I was genuinely connecting with my customers. And thanks to Blue Solace, my job had become easier, smoother, less exhausting. And best of all, tomorrow was Monday. Next, I drove around the city's suburbs for a while. Kids weren't in school, everyone was winding down from the weekend, and church congregations always helped balance my profits. Sundays were predictable like that. Then, as usual, I headed toward the campus, where I knew my regular group of enthusiastic stoners would be eagerly awaiting me. Having the pasties and the munchies tended to make them appreciate my service. Quoth, "The ice cream nevermore." I turned around. "What?" Samantha was standing there in her black dress. "I was butchering Poe for you, George," she said, as I passed her the usual strong black coffee through the truck window. "How about some Pablo Neruda, Ice Cream Man?" She recited something I had never heard before, and most likely nobody else had either. "I want to do with you what spring does with the cherry trees." She took the coffee graciously and, at the same time, blew a smoke ring from her cigarette. "Don't be too much of a winter, George." I tried hard to think of poetry, anything to contribute to the conversation. Unfortunately, I had limited resources. "In the meadow we can build a snowman," I blurted out. "Maybe," Sam said, taking a sip from the steaming cup. "But I hope you have enough snow, George. It is August, after all." That was the moment I decided I needed to spend my Monday mornings reading something a little more meaningful than Tales from the Crypt Keeper, and also to stop sticking my foot in my mouth. "Have a good night, George." "I'll see you tomorrow afternoon." I unloaded the last of the Blue Solace to a group of students deep in a philosophical debate as the day slowly wound down toward its end. She walks in beauty, like the night, of cloudless climes and starry skies. Sam turned around and looked at me. "What was that, Ice Cream Man?" I just smiled, the first real smile of the day. "Good night, Sam. See you tomorrow." She smiled back. That was a rarity indeed. "Thank you, Grandpa," I thought to myself, remembering something he'd babbled years prior. "Yes," Sam said. "See you tomorrow, George." She turned away again, and I couldn't help thinking, oh shit, I think I'm falling in love. That was Sunday night, before our first date. And in retrospect, it was a good night indeed. Chapter 5. The next morning, I did something completely unexpected. I slept in, and nobody cared. I mean, if they did care, it was irrelevant. If a customer bitches in the middle of a parking lot and no ice cream man is there to hear them, did they really make a sound? Besides, I deserved a day off once a week, and I probably should have done this a long time ago. It was 10 o'clock by the time I finally woke up, and I had plenty of time before I had to meet Sam. I got some dishes done, washed a load of laundry, and made myself look presentable. I even called Apollo's to make sure they were open, just in case. From there, I walked toward the campus. It only took about 20 minutes, and Samantha was already there when I arrived, standing at the corner, dressed in her usual all-black attire. Black dress, black boots, dark eyeliner that made her eyes look sharper than they probably were. She smelled faintly of cigarettes and something floral underneath, something deliberate. She looked like she belonged to the night, even in broad daylight. "Wow," Sam said when she saw me. "You actually have normal clothes. It's unsettling. Like seeing a dog walk upright." "Nice to see you too," I said. She looked me up and down. It's weird not seeing you dressed like a candy cane. I couldn't tell if that was a compliment. With Sam, it usually wasn't. It was a Monday afternoon, and for the first time in months, I was able to relax. No truck. No jingle. No freezer humming behind me like a migraine. "So," she said, falling into step beside me, "where are you taking me on our big romantic date?" "Apollo's," I said, slipping my arm around her waist. "I hear it's respectable." "Nope." I stopped walking. She didn't. "Follow me, George," she said. "We're getting extremely dry egg salad sandwiches, a juice box, and a pudding cup." "Okay." She wasn't asking. We walked through a quiet stretch of suburbia, the kind of place where sidewalks curve gently for no reason and every lawn looks politely ignored. I was still trying to process the phrase pudding cup when she turned into a wide driveway and stopped. We were standing in front of the Tamarack Hills home for senior citizens. Bay. Brick. Benign. "What?" I said carefully. "Are we doing, Sam?" She opened the front door. "You want to know me, George," she said. "So relax and let me show you my life." Inside, the main sitting room was full of residents eating dinner. Nobody said hello, but nobody seemed to care that I was there either. That somehow made it worse. It was awkward at first. Rows of tables. Plastic chairs. A low, constant clatter of cutlery that felt more procedural than social. Someone coughed into their sleeve nearby, a dry, rattling sound that lingered longer than it should have. Sam led me to a quiet corner in the back and sat me down. "Wait here," she said. She returned from the kitchen with exactly what she promised. It wasn't Apollo's fine dining, but I was hungry, and I was with Sam. The egg salad sandwich was dry in a way that felt intentional, like it had been made by someone who didn't expect it to be eaten. The bread had absorbed whatever moisture the filling once had, and left behind something chalky and resigned. I chased it with a tiny juice box that tasted aggressively of apples and regret. Every once in a while, I bit down on a piece of eggshell, which I'm fairly certain was a mistake and not a texture choice. Sam sat across from me, legs crossed, black sleeves pushed up, watching the room more than watching me. "They used to fight," she said casually, nodding toward two women at a corner table. "Diane and Agatha. Every Tuesday. Over cards. Over nothing. They were vicious. And now?" I asked. "Now they sit together," she said. "They don't play." I waited for the rest of it. It didn't come. "That sounds nice," I said. Sam smiled, but it didn't reach very far. "Nobody comes to crafts anymore," she continued. "I still set them up. Yarn, glue, the whole thing. They'll walk by, look at it, and keep going. Maybe they're tired," I offered. "They always were," she said. "That's not new." She poked at the foil lid of her pudding cup without opening it. "They don't ask for help. They don't ask for anything. And they definitely don't want a hospice volunteer." That landed heavier than the sandwich. "Isn't that good?" I asked. She finally looked at me then. "You don't understand," she said. "It's not normal." I looked around the room. Plates. Chewing. Silence. A man at the nearest table finished his meal, folded his napkin with care, and stood up. He waited for a moment, long enough that it seemed like he might say something, then turned and walked away. "Well," I said, "at least everyone looks content." Sam didn't answer. "Do you know Beatrice?" I asked finally, doing my best to describe her. Samantha's expression shifted. "Yes, and I should," she said. "How do you know my grandmother?" I thought back. "Well, are you spying on me, George?" I quickly explained about the little old lady, the iced tea, the time Tom interrupted, and how Beatrice said she thought her friends were more distant than usual. "My grandmother is usually a complete bitch, George," Sam said. I took another sip from my juice box. "At least to our generation," she continued. "It says a lot, the iced tea, I mean." She reached across the table and took my hand. "Do you want to see my pathetic excuse of an apartment, Sam?" I asked as the seniors finished dinner, and the room slowly cleared. "All right, George," she said. "Let's go." So that was my first date with Sam. And as for how it ended, that is none of your business. Let's just say that the next day, I was selling ice cream, and the smile on my face was actually genuine. Chapter 6. After that, I finally understood Sam. She had always seemed mysterious to me, dark, possibly gothic. I mean, now I could relate. She was no manic pixie, and if I were constantly surrounded by death, I probably were black every day too. I finally got why she quoted old poems about dying. It wasn't a phase. It was proximity. Mondays were off my schedule permanently. Between that and stopping most nights near the college campus to sell ice cream to potheads, Sam and I were growing close. The week went on relatively normal. My one day off made everything just a little bit easier. And with Blue Solace on the menu, the chaotic mess of a system I had before suddenly started working like clockwork. On Wednesday, I actually ran into a hiccup and ran out halfway through the day, but after that I learned my lesson and made sure I had plenty in stock. By Friday morning, half the inventory in my truck was suddenly blue, and I was raking in profits better than ever before. As for Beatrice, she seemed distant. Not in a bad way, though. I mean, she didn't seem depressed, more like she had accepted that her friends at Tamarack Hills weren't as close as they once were. And Tom, well, Tom couldn't be better. I mean, if I were getting married tomorrow, I'd be shaking like crazy, but Tom seemed in control, as if he wasn't worried at all. For Blue Solace, 2 medium bowls, 2 large. I look out through the small window in my truck. I see the 2 children standing by their father. They'd become regular customers, and other than little Alexander, I haven't even learned their names. Maybe next time, I think to myself, as I work like mad in the back to keep up with the steady flow of clientele. "I hope your wife enjoys," I say to the father in the black and red plaid shirt as I hand him his regular order out the window, plus 1 extra large on top of it all. He pays and just looks at me, saying nothing, as I hand him his change. The 2 kids don't say a word as the father passes them the smaller bowls, and they start on their way. I continue dealing with the constant flow, and by the end of my shift, I realize I haven't had a break all day. Tom is the last customer I serve on Main Street, late afternoon, and Friday night is quickly approaching. I step outside for a smoke after giving Tom a large plastic bowl of his regular order and a plastic spoon. I sit down at the picnic table, catching my second wind before the weekend begins. "Are you excited, Tom?" I ask, watching him savor his bowl. "Existing?" he says, looking out between spoonfuls. I take another drag, enjoying the lull. "Yes, Tom, excited. You are getting married tomorrow, right?" The walkie-talkie on Tom's hip suddenly kicks on, interrupting our conversation. "This is dispatch. We've got a reported structure fire at 5433 Hemlock, single-story wood frame residence. Heavy smoke visible from the road. Occupants evacuated, but propane tanks on site. Approach from the south. Hydrant at Taylor and Ridge. Proceed with caution. Over." There's a long pause as Tom quickly wolfs down what's left of his ice cream. The radio squelches. Acknowledge if copy. Tom grabs the radio off his hip. "Yeah, Tom here. I'm on my way," he says, dropping his empty bowl and running to his truck parked a little up the street. "Be careful, Tom," I shout out. I close my eyes, enjoy my last couple of drags, and walk toward my truck, ready for whatever Friday night will throw at me. Chapter 7. Okay, let's think business. Because at that moment, business was exactly where my mind was. My grandfather wasn't a stupid man. He warned me, more than once, never to go all in on something that looked like a sure thing. Men lose their shirts that way. At the horse track. In back rooms. Listening to fast talkers with charts and promises, and just enough confidence to sound legitimate. And I understood that. I really did. But Blue Solace was different. Anyone who tried it came back for it. Not most people, nearly all of them. It wasn't a fluke or a novelty spike. It wasn't seasonal hype. It was conversion. People didn't just like it, they replaced their usual order with it. Permanently. Dairy Mill Farms had always prided itself on quality. That was their creed. Use the best ingredients, let word of mouth do the rest. And for decades, that had worked just fine. Slow growth, steady margins, a respectable business model. But Blue Solace didn't fit that model. It was too effective. Letting something like that spread organically felt irresponsible, slow, wasteful. I believed in the product. More than that, I believed in what it did to people. I could see it. Their shoulders dropped. Their voices softened. The indecision vanished. They smiled like they'd remembered something they'd lost. So late that Friday afternoon, I went back to Dairy Mill Farms and did something profoundly stupid or profoundly brilliant. I spent half of every dollar I'd made up to that point. I made room for a second freezer in the truck, bolted it down, wired it in, and then I filled it to the brim with Blue Solace. The boss looked at me like I'd lost my mind when I told him what I planned to do. "You're going to give it away?" he asked. "For free." And that's exactly what I did. I drove straight to the fairgrounds by the beach. Renting a spot there was usually way too rich for my blood, but I paid it anyway. That night, money stopped feeling real. I set up early, turned the music on, opened the windows. "Taste the flavor of comfort," I shouted over and over as I handed out cup after cup of Blue Solace. Free samples. No strings. No purchase required. Every cup had the same thing printed on it, my Main Street address. By the end of the night, the truck was empty. I'd burned through a fortune. All I had left was just enough to restock for the next day, and nothing beyond that. No safety net. No cushion. No backup plan. When I pulled into my driveway and shut off the engine, the silence hit harder than the jingle ever had. There was only one thought in my head. What have I done? I sat there for a long time, staring through the windshield, hoping, really hoping, that this worked. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and called Samantha. She sounds surprised, in a good way. "Hello, George. I was hoping you'd call," she says. Of course she already has my number saved. "Sam, I stall, sitting in the front seat of the truck while the bass from my neighbor's speakers thumps through the frame, steady and warm, like a heartbeat that belongs to the whole street instead of just one house. "Are you okay?" she asks. Her voice softens when she says it. "I am. Better now," I say. I push the door open and step out into the warm summer night. Someone across the street laughs, real laughter, the kind that carries. I look over and see my neighbors crowded around a fire pit, maybe 20 people, strangers mixed with friends, beers raised, faces lit orange by the flames. Someone tells a joke. Someone else snorts. The music dips and rises again, sloppy but joyful. "I just needed not to be alone for a moment," I say. "You know, I do," Sam says, without hesitation. I unlock my front door, juggling keys and phone like an idiot. "How was your day?" I ask her. The fact that the question doesn't hang, doesn't feel forced, is what comforts me most. "Thank you for calling, George," she says. Then, after a beat, "Do you want me to come over?" "Yes," I say immediately. "More than you know." I flick on the kitchen light and close the door behind me. The laughter outside bleeds faintly through the walls now, muted but present. The chaos of the night, music, voices, celebration, doesn't grate the way it usually does. Not with Sam on the line. "I'm on my way," she says. The call ends. I sit down on my old sofa and let my head fall back against the cushion. For the first time since I heard birdsong 17 hours ago, I stopped moving. Chapter 8. The next morning, I didn't have the heart to wake Sam. And even though I anticipated how hectic the day ahead was guaranteed to be, I took a moment just to look at her in her peaceful slumber. Then it was the mad dash, to the gas station and Dairy Mill Farms, but not before I did something different. I wrote a note, and I placed beside it a morning glory I pulled from the vines outside my front door. I only wrote 2 words, just enough so she knew the offer was on the table, literally. In the middle of the kitchen table it simply said, "Please stay." After that, I made my way to Main Street for the Saturday morning rush, eager to see how well all the investment I had put into Blue Solace had paid off. I reached to flip the sign in the front serving window from closed to open. Large Blue Solace. I looked up and saw Tom. That was weird. Not only was Tom usually my last customer of the day, he looked rough. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and the man had a 4-day shadow carved into his face. Aren't you getting married today, Tom? The question just rolled off the tip of my tongue. Large Blue Solace, Tom repeated. He didn't look angry. He didn't look confused. He just didn't acknowledge my question at all. I reached for my scoop and passed him a large serving with a disposable spoon. He took it and walked away without saying another word. What an asshole, I thought to myself as I got ready for the morning rush. But it wasn't my place to play counselor or press the issue. I was just here to sell ice cream, after all. Maybe he had plenty of time to get ready. Whatever the case was, I hoped it wasn't cold feet. By 9:30, the customers began to flood in. All my regulars showed up. Beatrice was there, sitting off to the side like always, and she seemed content. The father with the 2 kids showed up again, and this time I finally learned his name. Frank. The littlest boy was Alexander, and his older brother was Charles. Customer relations isn't the easiest thing in the world, but I always put in my best effort to be social. Even on days when my smile was forced, I never let my customers suffer for it. By 10 o'clock it already felt like the noon rush had hit. By 12, I had no doubt my advertising campaign had paid off in flying colors. It was non-stop. By 2 o'clock, I realized I was going to need to hire some help. When everything was said and done, I had already broken even by the time I was supposed to head to my next location. Before that, though, I needed to make a quick trip back to Dairy Mill Farms. I was completely sold out. People had formed a line halfway around the block. It was such a busy Saturday that I suddenly realized I hadn't even noticed that annoying jingle, the one that used to haunt me without mercy. What did you do? Mr. Peterson called out the second I pulled into the loading bay and turned off the ignition. Without context, the question was nerve-wracking. George, my phone has been ringing off the hook. I stepped out of the truck. Mr. Peterson was an older man, late 50s, and he wasn't exactly what you call small. I'm 5'11", and he still managed to tower over me. Off the hook? I asked, needing clarity. I'm reimbursing you, George. And then some. He reached into his front pocket, pulled out a checkbook and a pen. You're making me change Dairy Mill Farms policy. He handed me a check, more than a month's wages, and I just stared at it, dumbfounded. Peterson continued, explaining how restaurants and convenience stores all over the city were getting customers asking for Blue Solace by name. With demand skyrocketing, he could no longer enforce the mandatory outfit or the usual requirement of the ice cream truck song. Dairy Mill Farms Corporate has taken notice, he said. I mean, we've given out free samples at grocery stores before. I listened attentively. But nothing like what you did at the fairgrounds, George. I smiled. His words were like music. Corporate's calling your approach the Angleson strategy, he continued, and it's being implemented nationwide. He grabbed my hand and shook it aggressively. George Angleson, you've got my attention. After all was said and done, I climbed back into the truck, exhausted and grinning like an idiot. I couldn't wait to tell Samantha the good news. Finally, all my hard work was paying off. And no longer was I required to put on that ridiculous outfit, or be tortured by turkey in the straw. Chapter 9. By late afternoon, I was back in my usual loop. I hit the suburbs and passed ice cream to parents and their children, who were happily enjoying just another typical Saturday. After that, I went home to quickly change out of my pink striped shirt and see if Sam was still there. She was. Come, Sam, I have some great news, I said. We got into the ice cream truck as I excited for my nightly routine. Sam sat in the passenger seat, legs tucked up, watching the city roll by like she was cataloging it for later. At a red light, I pulled a check from my pocket and handed it to her. She stared at it longer than I expected. George, she said quietly. This is a lot. I shrugged, trying not to grin. Mr. Peterson said corporates rolling out my advertising campaign nationwide. They called it the Angle Sun strategy. She looked at me then, really looked. You did this. I think I might have, I said. The light changed. I eased the truck forward. After a beat, I added, You want a job? She blinked. What? I mean, nothing fancy. Helping out. Talking to people. You're good at that. I paused. And I trust you. She smiled, the kind that didn't rush. Yeah, she said. I'd like that. I hit the suburbs, and then to my usual corner. Halfway between the campus and the head shop with its fogged windows, an incense smell that clung to the sidewalk like it had weight. College kids drifted past in loose groups, half awake, half elsewhere, laughing at things that probably weren't that funny. It felt normal. Comfortingly so. It wasn't 5 minutes, and the line was already thick. People shifting from foot to foot, craning their necks toward the window. That's when I saw her. And the sudden realization hit me, this could only have been Tom's bride. She stood just off to the side of the line, like she wasn't sure she was allowed to take up space. The white dress was impossible to miss. It wasn't pristine. The hem was smudged gray. One strap hung crooked off her shoulder. The fabric was wrinkled like it had been slept in, or cried in. Her eyes were swollen nearly shut, lashes clumped together. Her nose ran freely, unchecked. Her hand shook as she clutched the skirt, knuckles white. She looked like something that had escaped a disaster too big to explain. I reached for the sign and flipped it to say closed. A couple people in line protested. I ignored them. I stepped out from the truck and guided her toward the counter. Sam was already there, already moving, pulling her inside the little pocket of shade like she'd been doing it her whole life. Hey, Sam said softly. You're okay. You're safe. The woman's breath hitched, then broke. He didn't come, she said. He didn't come. Sam handed her a napkin. Then another. She didn't rush her. My name's Jessica, the woman managed. Everyone was there. His family. Mine. I stood there like an idiot. Her voice collapsed in on itself. They went to get Tom, and he told them he didn't want me anymore. She pressed her palms to her face. What did I do? Why? I watched, unsure how a man could do such things to a woman he claimed to love less than a week ago. Tom was ecstatic the first day I met him dressed up in his tuxedo after his dress rehearsal, and now this act of cowardice, I think to myself. I watch her weep. He stood my up at the altar. Jessica sobs a moment before composing herself enough to speak. I thought it was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. I scooped out a large bowl of blue solace. Bigger than large, really. I set it in front of her without a word. She hesitated, then took the spoon. Sam stayed close, one hand steady on the edge of the counter. Time will help, Sam said gently. Give it time, hun. It'll get a little easier. Jessica sobbed as she ate. Slow at first, then steadier. Her breathing evened out, inch by inch. The shaking faded. Her shoulders dropped. After about 20 minutes, she finally looked up. Her eyes were still red, but focused now. Present. Thank you, she said quietly. I feel a little better. Not good, but better. She stood, smoothing the ruined dress, and walked away. The line was still there when I flipped the sign back. Sam met my eyes. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Chapter 10. After that, a few things happened. First, I never saw Tom again. I heard about him a few times, though. New customers would come in, and every once in a while, I would hear about Tom, the man who stood his bride up on her wedding day. Maybe Tom was ashamed. Maybe he just moved away somewhere else. I don't know, and honestly, I was kind of glad I didn't have to see him again. It had been about 2 weeks, I think, at least to the best of my recollection, since Tom left her standing at the altar. The kids were back in school by then, and the evenings had started cooling off enough to make the campus feel different at dusk. I was still running my usual route, Main Street in the morning, the suburbs after lunch, and the college campus near 5:30, sometimes later if the line ran long. That was when Jessica started showing up again. Not all at once. Not dramatically. Just quietly. I think she just wanted to blend in. Maybe she was hoping people would forget what happened. The first time I saw her that September she wasn't in white, and she wasn't crying. She stood in line like everyone else, hands tucked into her sweater pockets, waiting her turn. When she reached the window, she ordered Blue Solace like it was any other flavor. No shaking voice. No tears. Just calm. She took her bowl and walked toward the same bench near the edge of campus where she had sat that night. When she finished, she threw the plastic bowl away and said thank you before heading off into the cooling evening. After that she came a few evenings a week, always around the campus stop. Sometimes she was already there when I pulled in. Sometimes she arrived halfway through the line. She ordered the same thing every time. She didn't linger like she had that first night, and she didn't talk much either. But she didn't look broken. If anything, she looked steadier. Sam said it was a good sign. I told myself the same thing. People adapt. That's what we do. By mid-September the light faded earlier, and the campus crowds thinned out faster after sunset. The summer heat had left the pavement, replaced by a cooler air that carried sound across the quad. Business never slowed. If anything, the lines grew longer. Jessica blended into the rhythm of it all. She would wait, order, sit, finish, and leave. No tears. No shaking hands. Just calm. I figured time was doing its work. Around that same time, I started noticing the craze. As September wore on, she came more often. What had been a few evenings a week turned into most of them. Sometimes she was already waiting near the bench before I even pulled up, hands tucked into her sleeves against the cooling air. She didn't need to look at the board anymore. The usual, she would say, almost automatically. I started preparing it before she finished the sentence. There was something steady about her now, predictable, reliable. I told myself that meant she was healing. Dairy Mill Farms was booming, and shop windows everywhere had the flavor of comfort written across them. Restaurants all across the city began selling it. The corner store around the block from my place had it in stock. The word was out. And after that, I even saw it on the news. "Ice cream, you scream. We all scream for ice cream," blared across every major network in North America, delivered with a kind of forced cheer usually reserved for holiday sales and military victories. Blue Solace was being called the invention of the century. A miracle. A breakthrough. The sort of thing anchors leaned into, smiling wider than necessary. Once they started explaining the science, I understood the hype. From what I remember, the broadcasts all sounded more or less the same. Health officials today praised the nationwide rollout of Blue Solace, a frozen dairy product containing a genetically modified strain of Lactobacillus reuteri, originally developed for hospice and elder care use. The bacterium, long studied for its role in gut-brain signaling, has been shown to enhance oxytocin activity in humans, the hormone associated with trust, bonding, and emotional regulation. Researchers report that the modified lactobacillus increases the efficiency of oxytocin receptors, allowing the body to generate calm and social connection without chemical dependency. Clinical trials showed significant reductions in anxiety, agitation, and perceived loneliness among patients. They always followed that. With examples: improved patient compliance, reduced reliance on sedatives, fewer emotional outbursts, what caregivers described as a visible sense of peace. Then, there was the second voice. Calmer, reassuring. Usually a doctor, sometimes a government official. Authorities emphasize that Blue Solace is not classified as a drug and poses no risk of addiction. The bacterium is naturally occurring, non-invasive, and exits the body without accumulating. Patients retain full autonomy, emotional awareness, and cognitive independence. No long-term adverse effects have been identified. That part mattered. Non-addictive. Not a drug. No overdose risk. 100% safe. They said it so often it started to sound like a lullaby. For me, the changes were simpler. I went from having a seasonal business to a full-time one. Demand didn't dip when summer ended. If anything, it climbed. I sold a piece of shit truck and bought myself a shop. A real one. For the first time in almost a year, I didn't have to listen to that cursed song, Turkey in the Straw, anymore. Sam and I were doing well. She took me up on my offer and moved in. She also helped me out at work quite a bit, selling ice cream from time to time. It felt like things were finally lining up. Like life had stopped pushing back. And every once in a while, the media would even mention the Anglo-Sun strategy. First I heard them say, "A small business owner has sparked a citywide surge in demand for Dairy Mill Farm's newest product after giving away free samples at the waterfront fairgrounds." The approach, now being referred to internally as the Anglo-Sun strategy, has resulted in record-breaking sales and repeat customers across multiple districts. And eventually I heard this on mainstream media. One man, one truck, one big idea. What started as a small-town ice cream vendor has turned into a nationwide phenomenon. The Anglo-Sun strategy proves that sometimes the simplest ideas, give people something they love, are the most powerful. I was a footnote in a grand success story, and at the time it gave me a reason to hold my head a little higher every time I heard them use the term. Now let's talk about Beatrice. Chapter 11. I always tried to keep a close eye on Beat. She was Samantha's grandmother after all, but besides that, I had grown rather fond of the woman long before I even knew the connection. There was something grounding about her, about seeing someone her age still out every day, sitting in the shade at the picnic table beside my Main Street location as summer dragged itself toward the end. She was usually one of my first customers every morning. It was sometimes laughable how long it took her to count out her nickels and dimes, her fingers stiff and deliberate, but she was never a bother. Not once. I never minded the wait. If anything, it felt like part of the ritual, like the day didn't really start until Beatrice had her bowl. But right around the time Sam and I were getting ready to open an actual store, Beatrice scared me a little. The first day she didn't show up, I thought nothing of it. People miss days. Bodies ache. Weather changes. The second day, though, I noticed. By the third, it was sitting in the back of my head while I worked, nagging at me in a way I didn't like. Then again, routines change. And Blue Solace was everywhere now. Maybe she had found a place closer to where she lived. That would only make sense. On the third morning of my shift, I saw her coming down the sidewalk, moving a lot faster than normal. This wasn't the same calm Beatrice I had grown to know. Even from a distance, just by her posture and the tight set of her shoulders, I could tell she was angry. She nearly walked right past my window. I hollered out toward the sidewalk, my voice sharper than I meant it to be. "Are you okay, hun?" She stopped and turned back. "Rent. Groceries. Bills." Each word came out clipped, like she was counting again, only this time there was nothing gentle about it. I stood there and soaked in every word, suddenly feeling smaller behind the glass. "And at the end of all of it," she said, her voice shaking now, "I can't even afford ice cream for the month." It hit me all at once. Not just her words, but what they meant. How little a senior citizen's check actually was. How thin the margin had to be. It was a huge oversight on my part, one of those blind spots you don't see until it's standing right in front of you, disappointed and tired. "Beatrice," I said suddenly, the realization settling into my chest. "You're right." I grabbed my scoop and passed her an extra-large serving out the window, the bowl heavy in my hand. "I never should have had seniors paying full price." She looked at the ice cream first, then back at me. I could see her breathing slow, just a little. "The rest of the month," I said, meeting her eyes, "you eat for free." She stepped closer to the window and took the bowl like it might disappear if she didn't. "And next month," I added, almost surprising myself, "your ice cream will be half price." I swallowed. "I am sorry, Beatrice." Beatrice reached out and took my hand. Her grip was warmer than I expected. "Thank you, George," she said. "You're a good man." Then she let go and walked over to her favorite spot, lowering herself onto the bench beneath the picnic table like she always did. I watched her take the first spoonful, watched her shoulders finally relax. I closed up the truck early that day so I could make my break last a little longer. I stood by the picnic table with a cigarette, the smoke drifting lazily into the air, telling myself it was a good thing, that the old lady was okay. And I believed it. Chapter 12. Chain, 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 chain. Chain of fools. The next morning Aretha started my first shift. Now this was an improvement. Samantha surprised myself by putting an old radio she picked up at the local thrift store. It wasn't pretty, but the oldest came in clear as a bell. "Mommy's gone." I looked down and see little Alexander. He must have ran ahead. It wasn't a minute later, and Frank and his oldest boy Charles walk around the corner. "She cries too much." Frank looks down at his boy. "2 extra large blue Solace and 2 medium," Frank says. I noticed he was in the same clothes he's been wearing all week, and the man looked tired. "Are you okay, Frank? You look tired." He looks up mid-yawn. "Yes, I am tired of your questions." I hand his order out the little window thinking of what to say. Alexander was already by the picnic table. I say nothing as I grab the disposable spoons and place them with his bowls. "Where are your children, Frank?" I asked as I looked over at the empty picnic table. There was something sharp in my voice. Fear. Frank picked up his order and turned to look around. That was the moment time seemed to stop. The line was packed, but no one was talking. No shuffling. No murmurs. Just breathing. Exactly like the day Sam took me on our first date, when the world went quiet without explanation. The sound of screeching tires came too late. Before I fully registered it, I heard the impact. I opened up the back doors to my ice cream truck screaming, telling people to move, to get the fuck out of my way. When I reached the street, Alexander lay twisted on the pavement. Charles stood on the edge of the curb as Frank walked over beside him. There was blood everywhere. On the road. On the curb. Too much of it. Bright and wet against the asphalt, already spreading. I dropped to my knees. I tried everything. I tore off my apron and wrapped it around his little arm, my hand slick with blood, fingers slipping as I pressed down harder, desperate, like pressure alone could rewind time. "No, Alexander!" I screamed. "Help!" I shouted. Blood soaked through the fabric almost immediately. It kept coming. Warm. Relentless. My hands were shaking, red to the wrists. People stood around us, watching. Nobody moved. Nobody reacted. They just stared, faces empty, eyes dull, like they were waiting for someone else to decide whether this mattered. Nobody seemed to remember what blood meant. Like deer in the headlights, just frozen, just standing there. Alexander died in my arms that day, his blood all over me, soaking into my clothes, my skin, the street. He just ran out. The light was green. A man in coveralls shouts as he quickly steps out of a 3/4-ton truck. Little Alexander never had a chance. And Frank? Well, Frank didn't even drop his fucking ice cream as the music kept playing. Chain, 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 chain. Chain of fools. After that came the ambulance. The police cars. And directly alongside them, the bureaucracy. The questions were endless. The same ones, asked again and again, as if repetition could turn chaos into explanation. I knew it wasn't my fault. I knew it wasn't the truck driver's fault. And Frank, well, Frank was going through a divorce, and he looked like a man who hadn't slept in 3 days. He should have been paying attention, sure, but lethargy isn't illegal. I went home covered in blood. I tried to explain what had happened to Sam as I stripped naked in the kitchen and threw my clothes into the garbage. There wasn't enough soap in the world that day to make me feel clean. After a long shower and even longer contemplation, I understood something I didn't want to understand. I needed to keep working. We were moving tomorrow. The apartment was already packed. The grand opening of my new store was on Friday. The world couldn't stop just because Alexander's heart had. And Sam? Sam did what she always did best. She was there. Chapter 13. I gave myself one night. One night not to sell ice cream. The university students could go without. but I still kept myself busy. I needed to keep my mind occupied. Samantha had most of the small apartment packed already, but there were still a few odds and ends I could work on. Things that didn't require much thought. I filled a bucket with warm water, added a little soap, and grabbed a rag. I started washing the walls, slow circles, the way my grandfather used to, when he couldn't sleep. The paint came away on the cloth in thin gray streaks. I scrubbed anyway. "It's quiet," Sam said from behind me as she swept the floor. She was right. I almost expected something. The neighbor's bass thumping through the walls. Music turned up too loud. A couple screaming at each other across the street. Someone laughing around the fire pit next door. Beers clinking, voices overlapping. But there was nothing. I put the rag down and opened the front door. I stepped outside into the night and leaned against the siding, the morning glory vines brushing my arm. The air was warm. Still. Porch lights glowed up and down the street. Windows were lit, but no sound came from them. The neighborhood was tranquil. Actually tranquil. For once. Samantha stepped out behind me. "Sleep is a good thing right now, hon," she said gently. I put my arm around her shoulders. "Yeah," I said after a moment. "Maybe you're right." Even the neighborhood seemed to agree. "Come on, George," Sam said, turning back inside. In the bedroom, a dozen boxes were stacked neatly against the wall. Every one of them taped shut, labeled in thick black marker. Kitchen. Fragile. Books. Order where there used to be clutter. "Thank you," I said, sitting down on the edge of the bed, "for making this move so smooth." "Hush," Sam said softly. "Try to shut your mind off." She climbed onto the bed behind me and began rubbing my shoulders, slow and steady. Her hands were warm. Familiar. "Time has a funny way of making things a little bit easier," she said. I kicked off my shoes and socks and slid under the blankets. Sam curled up beside me, fitting against me like she always did. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her close. "Good night, George," Sam whispered. Sam always had a way of calming me down. I closed my eyes. And somehow, I actually fell asleep. Chapter 14. When I woke up the next morning, Sam was right. Sleep was exactly what I needed, if not to make sense of what had happened, then at least to give my mind enough distance to stop clawing at itself. By the time I stopped at the gas station and pulled into the Dairy Mill Farms loading bay, the sun was just beginning to rise. Pale orange light crept over the flat roofs and metal siding, catching in the steam that rolled up from the vents like the place itself was already sweating. The factory was alive. Forklifts beeped and rattled across concrete. Dock doors slammed open and shut. Men in work boots moved with practiced efficiency, calling out counts and orders over the low industrial hum. Dairy Mill Farms never really slept, but mornings like this felt louder. Hungrier. Peterson was already wide awake. He stood near the loading dock, tall and broad-shouldered, his graying hair slicked back neatly despite the early hour. He wore the same side vest he always did, pockets bulging with pens, order slips, and folded paperwork, and wire-rimmed glasses perched low on his nose. He was speaking to a forklift operator, one thick hand resting casually on the clipboard tucked under his arm. "George, I heard what happened." He stopped mid-sentence, turned, and waved the operator on before stepping toward my truck. "I wouldn't blame you if you took a few days off," he said. He pulled his glasses free and wiped them carefully on the hem of his vest, squinting at me like he was trying to read something beneath my skin. I shut off the ignition and climbed out to meet him. "I'll be okay, sir," I said. And the thing was, I meant it. What happened to Alexander was horrifying, yes. Shocking. Bloody. But he wasn't my son. I wasn't related. I barely knew the boy beyond his sticky fingers and wide eyes. That thought made me uncomfortable, but it was honest. What lingered more was the image of his mother. The way she hadn't been there. The divorce Frank never talked about. I couldn't help wondering how she was holding up, stacking grief on top of something that already looked like it was collapsing. "I've got a grand opening on Friday," I continued, pulling my inventory list from the pocket of my dress shirt. and a move to prepare for. Peterson nodded slowly. About that, he said, slipping his glasses back onto the bridge of his nose. We've got some new products this morning, George. He reached into his vest and pulled out a glossy company pamphlet, folding it once before handing it to me. Alais Cycles, the headline read. Alais Cycles, I said aloud. It was the first thing that jumped off the page. Yes, Peterson said, pleased. Popsicles. Push-ups. Alais non-dairy. Everything, George. A full line. Every flavor. Full Alais. We walked inside together, past the cold breath of the freezer room and into the break area, where Peterson had already set up a coffee station. The smell hit me immediately, strong, bitter, unapologetic. I poured myself a cup. It was too strong. Burnt almost. But it did its job. My eyes cleared, my pulse kicked up a notch, and the world snapped into sharper focus. And your grand opening, Peterson continued, taking the cup from my hand to refill it properly, works out perfectly for our flagship products. He poured cream into his own styrofoam cup, added a tiny paper packet of sugar, and stirred with a plastic spoon. We've got ourselves a symbiotic relationship here, George, he said. Radio and newspapers are announcing the new line this week. The forklift beeped behind us as it reversed out of the freezer, stacked high with cardboard tubs stamped in blue. So, Peterson said, taking a sip, watching me over the rim of his cup. What are you calling your shop? I'll make sure your first day is a raving success. Thank you, sir, I said genuinely. I hesitated just a second before answering. Tasty creams. Peterson listened, nodded once, and smiled into his coffee. Tasty creams, he repeated. Good name. Chapter 15. I made sure both freezers were fully restocked in the back of my truck and quickly went on my way. Beatrice was already sitting at the picnic table as I carefully pulled in beside it and began to set up. I turned on the old radio Sam had gotten me as the oldies station came in. In recent research, experts note that regular use of emotional modulation products may reduce empathy over time, possibly impacting how we connect with others. The last lines of the news were monotone, like reading off a shopping list or something. I had to stop for a minute to comprehend whether it was even referring to Blue Solace. That was when the sweet voice of whoever the lead singer from the Carpenters was kicked in, and her soothing tone gave me a promise of a better day ahead. We've only just begun. I opened the service window and looked up at the sunrise as the sky shifted from shades of red to blue. Beatrice slowly stood up from her spot. Karen, she said. Such a sweet voice. I looked up at Beatrice, who appeared much better today. Pardon? I asked. Karen Carpenter, Beatrice said. They called her glamorous. Disciplined. Praised her willpower at first, George. I looked up momentarily before getting back to work and preparing Sam's grandmother a large serving of Blue Solace. Oh, it was probably before your time, Beatrice continued. Karen Carpenter starved herself to death. I set Beatrice's bowl down as the music continued to play. And when the evening comes, we smile. Karen's voice filled the morning air as Beatrice gratefully picked up her bowl. That is morbid, Beat, I said, forcing a small smile as I realized Beatrice probably had something to do with shaping Sam's outlook. I watched as she sat back down at the picnic table, and the radio shifted to something much more upbeat. A line began to form immediately after Beat took her order. First was a police officer dressed in full uniform, then a group of people I recognized from the fairgrounds, and at the very end I saw Frank and Charles. I looked at the cop. If you're here for questions, I already gave a full statement, I told him. No questions, he said, studying the menu board. Just a medium cone of that ice cream people keep praising. He paused. Not much is going on today, he added. What kind of cone? I asked. I followed his instructions, set him up with a regular cone, and began working through the rest of the line. The officer moved over beside Beatrice as Frank stepped to the front of the group. The rush was already beginning, and it wasn't even 8:30 in the morning yet. On a weekday. Frank was still wearing that same red and black checkered shirt. I couldn't help but notice the stench, like he hadn't showered in over a week. "For large blue Solace," Frank said. I did my job without hesitation. Charles wandered around near the officer and Beatrice, and I felt anger begin to boil inside me. "4?" I asked. Frank repeated the order calmly, as if it were just another typical weekday. I turned back and reached into the freezer, filling the other 2 bowls. I almost asked if he was growing a beard, but I was quietly learning Frank wasn't a man who liked small talk. Regardless, I didn't have the luxury of denying a customer based on likability, especially when an officer of the law was listening to every word. I handed over the bowls with a smile that felt tight on my face. Chapter 16. Proximity. Let's talk about proximity a little here, because this is key. It was directly before the grand opening that I really started paying attention. 2 + 2 = 4, and most people would understand instantly that this common metaphor means all the little things add up to a much bigger picture. Now say this exact same metaphor to a golfer, let's say, and suddenly it means wake up, pay attention, possible incoming danger is quickly approaching. This is proximity in action. Sam noticed the old age home. The cop noticed his days were easier. The pastor down at the local church noticed his pews were empty. And because of my proximity as an ice cream man, I started noticing it all. But what nobody seemed to be noticing was the news. It was so subtle. They went from saying emotional modulation products to neurogastronomic mood stabilizers, then to just NMSs, and then to some other huge name nobody could pronounce. None of this was a red flag for me. I simply started paying attention. Possible emotional damping seemed relatively harmless compared to the warning labels on the back of cigarettes. Bartenders serve a product responsible for far greater harm. You could make a strong case for the sugar industry itself. It wasn't my job, and I certainly didn't have the scientific literacy to understand half the words in these nonchalant news briefings. The greatest scientific minds of my generation were putting it in a classification similar to GMOs. And it's not like the world was about to ban genetically modified corn anytime soon. So I did what was responsible. I kept my ears open, and until I was told anything different from a credible source, I became the #1 distributor for any and all Solace products in my area for dairy mill farms. Blue Solace was virtually harmless. That was my stance. The police officer was happy. My neighbors were content. Beatrice was doing well. Still, there was something nagging in the back of my mind. When Blue Solace ND, non-dairy, and Solace sugar-free varieties came out during my grand opening, Samantha and I made a conscious decision to keep paying attention and to stay away from trying it ourselves, momentarily. That week went on as normal. By Friday night, after my last stop, I pulled the old ice cream truck into the driveway of my old bachelor apartment. The neighborhood was quiet for a Friday night as I began to load boxes and get ready to begin my new life with Sam, as the proud owners of our new business called Tasty Creams. That night was hectic, moving loads back and forth from the old apartment to the new. Tasty Creams was the shop, with our new apartment above it, and from my original bachelor place, this was a considerable upgrade. We had 2 bedrooms just in case, a full-size kitchen with an island, a living room, a bathroom, 3 times the amount of space. Not only that, but the location was prime, directly on Main Street, and even closer to Beatrice, for Samantha. I kept glancing over at the fire pit across the street from my old apartment, almost expecting to hear my old neighbors I had somehow mastered ignoring, but there was nothing. No voices. No music. Just the pit itself, dark and unused. I didn't even learn their names, I thought to myself, as I locked the door one last time and left the place, never to return again. Chapter 17. Sam and I threw our mattress in the middle of the living room floor and got a few hours of sleep before our first delivery. Peterson was a man of his word. He not only used my grand opening to reveal his flagship products, but he charged me absolutely nothing to do it. I got the text at 4:30 in the morning, and by the time I walked downstairs from my apartment, a Dairy Mill Farms delivery truck was already parked at my back doors. It was a nice change from having to go to them every morning. I couldn't believe the variety as I loaded up my walk-in freezer and the front serving area. The company had gone truly all out on this. "Here," Sam says, as she tosses a toasted fried egg sandwich with cheese into my hand. "You are not allowed to forget to eat anymore." I smile. "You're wearing yellow," I say, and immediately stop what I'm doing. She's dressed in a long yellow dress, and the contrast from her usual appearance startles me for a moment. "You look nice, hon," I say, and sit down at one of the front tables in our new shop, enjoying Samantha's cooking. She goes behind the till and turns on the radio. I watch her as she takes our inventory list, the prices we'd arranged ahead of time, and grabs a handful of different colored chalks. She begins neatly writing on the board behind the counter, doing a far better job than I ever could, even adding a frolicking ice cream cone with a smile beside the products and prices. "How are you feeling, Samantha?" I ask. "We are doing okay." I take another bite of my sandwich. "We?" Sam turns around, places her hand on her stomach, and smiles. "Yes, we, George." I stop eating mid-bite. I take a moment to register it, then quietly swallow. "I am pregnant, George," Samantha says, looking at me as I sit at the table in our new shop. I don't say anything right away. I just nod once, like I've been handed a delivery window, and I'm mentally rearranging the route. My jaw works as if there's still food in my mouth, even though I've already swallowed. "Okay," I say finally. Not soft, not loud, just placed, like a box set down where it won't be in the way. I stand up and cross the room to her. I put my hands on her waist, careful without knowing why, and rest my forehead against hers. "We'll make it work," I say. It isn't a promise. It's a plan. She smiles like that is exactly the right answer. Behind her, the radio crackles and the freezer kicks on, settling into its steady hum. The sound fills the space between us without asking permission. I pull back, squeeze her hands once, and glance toward the front windows, where the morning light is already catching on the glass. "I should finish setting up," I say. "Doors open in 20. I hear a few quick, deep thuds as I turn and move toward the front doors. They aren't frantic, just heavy, deliberate. The kind of knock made by someone who expects to be answered. "Who is that, George?" Samantha asks, finishing the yellow on the ice cream cone she's been sketching on the chalkboard. Mr. Peterson is standing outside when I open the door, filling the frame without trying to. He's dressed in his usual work vest, pockets sagging with pens and folded paperwork, the fabric stretched across a broad chest that has seen decades of early mornings and long hours. His hair is gray now, more silver than not, and combed back neatly, but his size makes it look like he's always slightly hunched, as if the building itself were too small for him. He's holding a cardboard drink carrier with 3 extra-large coffees balanced inside it. "Morning, George," he says, his voice deep and even, like it never needs to rise to be heard. I step aside and let him in. "Mr. Peterson, this is Samantha." He takes 2 steps into the shop and sets the tray down on the table I'd been sitting at earlier. The table creaks faintly under the added weight. Without hesitation, he reaches down, lifts one of the cups, and carries it over to Sam like this is the most natural thing in the world. "Jingo," Peterson says, handing her the cup. It's black coffee, tall and steaming, wrapped in a brown paper sleeve. "Jingo is the Dairy Mill Farm's mascot, dear," he adds. Sam smiles politely, taking the cup with both hands. She'd seen Jingo 1,000 times on my apron over the years, grinning, wide-eyed, but I realize in that moment I never knew the mascot's name either. "So, Mr. Peterson," I say, pulling my own cup from the tray and moving toward the fridge for creamer. "I'm surprised to see you here." He lets out a low chuckle. "Stop with the Mr. Peterson talk, George," he says. "Call me John." Sam turns back toward the chalkboard, checking the prices against the handwritten list we'd worked out together the night before. Peterson watches her for a moment, quiet, assessing, not unkind. "I wouldn't miss the grand reveal of our flagship products," he continues, moving toward the sugar station. He tears open 2 packets and dumps them into his cup without hesitation, then stirs with a plastic spoon that looks too small in his thick fingers. "Please pass the cream, George." I hand it to him. Someone's going to have questions today, he says, glancing toward the front windows. Questions you might not know the answers to. He takes a sip of his coffee as I move toward the front window, turn the sign to say open, and unlock the front door. Chapter 18. By 8:30, the place was already a madhouse. Welcome to Tasty Creams. How may I take your order? I say as I serve the next customer. Golden oldies play softly on the radio behind us, a strange contrast to the controlled chaos unfolding inside the shop. My day is already more complex than usual with all the new Solace products on offer. Push-ups, cycles, non-dairy, sugar-free, each one demanding its own timing. Will you be open on Mondays now? I look up to see the police officer who'd stepped to the front of the line a moment ago, studying the menu board with careful attention. I'll look into hiring in the future, I say, as he continues scanning the chalkboard behind me. How about a lemon-lime Solace cycle? He says. Samantha is already reaching into the freezer, gathering the request without missing a beat. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Frank and Charles walk through the front door. They move quietly to the back of the line and wait patiently. Frank is still wearing the same red and black plaid hunting shirt, the one that looks like it belongs on Elmer Fudd, and Charles looks like a mess, hair uncombed and clothes rumpled, but I'm in no position to complain. Mr. Peterson works the room, greeting new arrivals and explaining the newest additions to the steady flow of customers filing in. He moves with ease, his broad frame navigating the tight space as if the crowd naturally parts for him. Sam passes the officer his Solace cycle as he pays and turns to walk out the door. 25 flavors and all Solace begin to blur together, but everything keeps moving forward regardless. Sam and I complement each other perfectly, passing bowls, calling orders, making change without needing to speak. She's a natural at this, I think to myself, as customer after customer is tended to without interruption. George, Mr. Peterson says, walking toward the front of the line with Frank and Charles behind him. I look up. Yes, John? This gentleman and his son here would like to make a bulk order. 25 tubs of blue Solace, Frank says, cutting him off. I blink and do the math in my head. You want 75 gallons of ice cream, Frank? I ask. I can get it ready for delivery tonight, George, Peterson says immediately. Frank lays a thick stack of cash on the counter. 25 tubs, Frank repeats. And 4 large blue Solace to go. I begin scooping 4 large bowls of blue Solace as Sam grabs the plastic spoons. I'm moving, Frank adds flatly. Coming in every day is annoying. Little Charles stands beside his father, reaching toward one of the bowls I've just placed on the counter. Okay, Frank, I say, keeping my tone even. Leave your address and I'll deliver the tubs tonight. Frank nods, takes the 3 other bowls, and walks out the front door with Charles in tow. Ice cream, minion, Sam whispers in my ear as Peterson returns to mingling with the crowd. That's what we started calling heavy users after that. And in a strange way, I was actually relieved. I wouldn't have to see Frank again for a while, at least once I made the delivery. I turned back to the line. Welcome to Tasty Creams. May I take your order? Chapter 19. By the time the day was over and I followed Mr. Peterson back to the factory, it was already dark. 25 tubs were loaded. I filled both freezers in the old ice cream truck and headed out to 5799 Hillcrest. I just wanted to get it done and over with. The road was private, and before I even got halfway up it, I was already wondering whether I should turn around. The radio kept me company. Both sides of the road were dense forest, thick and unbroken, and there was no moon that night, just black sky pressing down through the treetops, heavy enough to feel intentional. Samantha had the whole shop to herself, but I knew she would manage. The plan was simple. She would mop up, take stock, and in a few hours I would be back. We could both get some much-needed sleep. I started moving toward the cabin. It sat on top of a ridge. Tree stumps were everywhere, old cuts, uneven, pale against the dirt, like the land had been interrupted and never forgiven it. The floodlights kicked on before I was even within 600 feet of the place, harsh white beams slicing through the dark like accusation. You're late, a voice said the moment I turned the key and the engine shut off. I looked over and saw Frank sitting on a block of wood in front of the cabin door. He didn't look up right away. The door swung open and little Charles stepped outside, standing beside his father, barefoot despite the chill. The thing that struck me first was how tired Frank looked, worse than usual. His shoulders sagged. His eyes were sunk deep, unfocused, like sleep had given up on him entirely, and he had stopped asking for it back. He rubbed one hand over his face, then let it fall, as if the effort hadn't helped. It was strange that he said I was late, especially considering he never specified a time. "Look, Frank," I said as I got out of the driver's seat and walked around to the back. "It's been a busy day. You never gave me a time." I opened the back doors and pulled down the sliding steel ramp. The metal echoed louder than it should have. Frank leaned against the wall of the cabin, his weight resting there like it belonged. "Show him where the freezers are," he said to his boy, not looking at him when he spoke. I loaded the first batch onto the dolly and rolled it off the truck. Charles held the front door open for me, his fingers curled tight around the frame. The boy couldn't have been more than 10. "Don't touch any of my ice cream," Frank said to Charles. He said it calmly, not angry, like a reminder. As I passed him, the rifle resting across Frank's lap caught my eye. He shifted it slightly to make room for his hand, the motion casual, practiced. My stomach tightened. "Is that blue Solace?" Charles asked as I wheeled the load inside. "How many tubs we got?" Frank said, standing up and following us in. He didn't wait for an answer before counting resumed, like the number already existed and we were just catching up. "Mind your own business, boy," Frank snapped. Charles shut his mouth immediately and walked toward the back room of the cabin, where 3 large freezers hummed steadily, their low vibration filling the space between words. I started loading tub after tub into the first one. Frank counted out loud. He never lost his place. "Is the rifle necessary?" I asked when I finished unloading the first dolly. Frank didn't answer right away. He adjusted his grip instead, resting the stock against his thigh. "It's my right, ice cream man," he said finally. I rolled the dolly back across the wooden floor toward the truck for the second load. The boards creaked unevenly beneath the wheels. As I did, I took in the cabin properly. It was set up to last. A wood stove, a fully stocked pantry, bunk beds along one wall. A glass-fronted display case full of guns stood in the corner, meticulously cleaned, and behind it a dozen fishing rods hung neatly on pegs, each one aligned as if measured. A man could live here for months without ever seeing another soul. By the time I came back inside with the second load, the silence had deepened. Outside, the forest felt too close, pressing in around the cabin like it was listening. The only sound was crickets, steady and unbothered. The summer air carried a faint chill that hadn't been there before. Charles followed behind me, watching everything, careful to stay just far enough away not to be noticed. "Can I have a Solace cycle?" he asked quietly as I unloaded. "I don't stock the truck anymore," I told him. The moment the first freezer was full, Frank snapped a heavy-duty padlock onto it. He tested it twice, tugging once more than necessary. "Can we have some ice cream?" Charles asked his father. Frank didn't answer. He followed me as I grabbed the last 2 loads, his footsteps stopping whenever mine did. "Dad, can I?" "Go to sleep, boy," Frank barked. I kept working. I just wanted it finished. Every second stretched wrong, like the night itself was stalled. "But you said we—" Frank grabbed Charles by the back of his shirt with one hand. The other still held the rifle, angled down toward the warped floorboards, the barrel tracking slightly as he moved, as if it were part of him. "Things change," Frank said. "Maybe when you get a job, you can buy your own ice cream." By the time I finished, 2 freezers were full and locked tight. As I climbed back into the truck, Charles was crying. Frank was yelling. The sound followed me like something sticky, clinging even after the door shut. "Frank, I need you to sign," I called out, clipboard in hand. "Go away, ice cream man," Frank said. "I've got everything I need. You're already paid." He sat back down on the log, the 30-30 Winchester resting across his lap, his finger close to the trigger, not tense, just there. Like it belonged. I didn't push it. I turned the key and backed slowly down the long dirt driveway. I couldn't stop thinking about Charles. His brother was dead. His mother was gone. And Frank was still wearing that same disgusting red and black flannel, like time had simply stopped for him, and no one had bothered to tell him otherwise. I reached for the radio knob. Karen Carpenter's voice filled the cab as I wound back through the forest. We go on hurting each other, making each other cry, hurting each other, without ever knowing why. The road disappeared behind me. The trees closed in, and the cabin lights vanished like they had never been there at all. Chapter 20. Things ran smoothly from there. My first weekend was a monumental success, and the summer moved ever closer to the fall. The nights began to get chilly. The cottagers returned to their homes in the city, docks going quiet one by one, and unlike any year previously, ice cream was no longer a seasonal business. It didn't slow when Labor Day passed. It didn't taper when backpacks came out and buses started running again. It just kept going. It wasn't even a couple of weeks after the kids were back in school when John, Mr. Peterson, was busy setting me up with what he called educating the public. If you could call it that. What he did was make arrangements with Miss Hollingsworth, a kindergarten teacher from the school a few blocks away. Solid cycles were cheap to make, and giving away a few boxes to children was no big deal. It was good optics. Community outreach. The kind of thing that looked nice in photos. We showed the kids how to make ice cream the old way, with rock salt and ice and a whole lot of shaking. Little plastic bags inside bigger ones. Sticky fingers. Arms getting tired halfway through. Kids trading places when they'd lost interest. Laughter rising and falling in uneven waves. Mr. Peterson brought an old foam jingo, the frolicking ice cream cone costume. Creased, sun-faded, the smile permanently stitched a little too wide. Samantha and I hired one of the stoners we knew from the university to wear it. A tall kid. Rail-thin. Hair always half in his eyes. He waddled when he walked, the oversized cone bobbing with every step, foam hands flopping uselessly at his sides. Samantha looked alive that day. We closed the shop for a couple of hours on a Thursday afternoon and just had fun. There was something about teaching the kids how to draw the company mascot, big triangle body, googly eyes, little stick arms, and having a sing-along that loosened something in my chest. Chalk dust coated the tables. Crayons rolled onto the floor. Someone spilled juice and nobody cared. Not all the children joined in the singing, but with free popsicles being passed around, I couldn't blame them. Some kids sang loudly, off-key, clapping their hands. Others watched. A few sat cross-legged, licking their solid cycles slowly, eyes drifting past Jingo instead of toward him. It didn't strike me as strange. Kids get shy. Kids get bored. Jingo, and Jingo was his name-o. I had no idea how many cones that Stoner smoked before he put on that ridiculous costume, but he couldn't have been more enthusiastic if his life depended on it. He spun in place. He wiggled. He did an awkward little hop that made the foam head tilt sideways before he righted it again, the stitched grin never changing. Some kids laughed. Some didn't. Afterward, when we took a snack break, Miss Hollingsworth filled me in a little about Charles. It happened naturally enough. The field trip was coming to an end, and she was thanking me for keeping the kids occupied, her voice warm in that tired teacher way. In a small city, and especially since Alexander had been one of her students before he died, she had a certain relationship with the family. She didn't linger on it. All she said was that Charles had taken the divorce and the death of a sibling surprisingly well, and that Charles had been pulled from public education and was now being homeschooled. That was it. Samantha listened closely. I could tell by the way she stilled, the way her smile softened but didn't disappear. Still, nothing had been done to warrant intervention. Charles had a home. Frank was financially well off. And even though he was going through the most devastating of circumstances, it wasn't in anybody's power to take action. At least, not yet. The major thing I noticed was Sam's glow. The woman was excited to raise a child with me. As Mr. Peterson and the class left, kids herding back toward the sidewalk, some waving at Jingo, some already distracted, Samantha started talking about renovations upstairs, about knocking down a wall, about paint colors, about possibilities. Pink or blue. "We should name her Beatrice if we have a girl," Sam said. I kept my mouth shut and nodded in agreement. I walked toward the front window and turned the sign to say open once again. Behind us, the dancing fool pulled the foam head off, sweat-soaked hair plastered to his forehead. "Happy cone time," he said, voice hoarse but cheerful, as I handed him his day's pay. The shop filled back up. The freezer hummed, and the last echoes of children's voices faded down the street. Chapter 21. I heard something interesting on the television the following Monday. I had taken a firm stance on our Mondays, and even though customers kept asking me to be open 7 days a week, the plan to train new staff wasn't exactly my top priority. Eventually, I'd find someone responsible enough for a Monday position. I kept telling myself that, anyway. After the weekend came and went, Sam and I were upstairs in our apartment, enjoying our day off. The shop below us was closed, the sign turned deliberately, the freezer humming through the floor like a distant engine you stopped noticing after a while. We had ordered Chinese. The smell of soy sauce, fried batter, and hot oil hung thick in the air, sweet and salty at the same time. White cardboard takeout boxes were stacked on the coffee table, some folded closed, others half open, sauce packets scattered between them. Sam had her feet up on the couch, sipping from a mug and picking at a small plate of sliced cheese and cured meat she'd put together for herself. Keto. She hadn't even glanced at the rice or noodles. The window was open just enough to let the cooler air in without inviting the noise from Main Street. It felt earned. The old television we used to have, I'd thrown out back, and we'd gone and purchased a new one just that morning. After watching some reality show about cooking, I flipped through the channels. When I landed on the local community station, the host smiled, and I knew it would be something positive, measured, professional, rehearsed. "Preliminary reports indicate a significant drop in citywide crime," she said. "According to police data, incidents last month are down 40% compared to the same period last year." A uniformed police sergeant appeared on the screen, sitting awkwardly in front of a leather couch. He was middle-aged, clean-shaven, the kind of man who looked like he'd been answering the same questions for decades. "We've seen reductions across the board," he said, as the host nodded and the current weather scrolled along the bottom of the screen. "Domestic disturbances, public intoxication, minor assaults. It's too early to draw final conclusions, but current projections suggest we may see reductions as high as 70% by next month's report." "Any theories as to why?" the reporter asked. The sergeant nodded. "There's been increased community engagement, for one. And we can't ignore the impact of emotional regulation products becoming more widely available. People are calmer, more centered. That has a ripple effect." Sam muted the television and looked at me. "They're really saying that out loud now," she said. I shrugged. "They're saying what they're seeing." She studied my face for a moment. "You look pleased." "I'm not," I said automatically. Then I stopped. "Okay, maybe a little." They didn't mention the Anglo-Sun strategy. They didn't mention the fairgrounds, or the free samples, or the summer nights I'd spent shouting myself hoarse into a crowd of strangers. It had all been folded neatly into something bigger now, something official. Still, I couldn't help the feeling that crept up on me. Pride, maybe, or relief. Like I'd been part of something that worked. We sat with that for a while. "So," Sam said finally, curling one leg under herself, "are we ever going to talk about the elephant in the freezer?" I knew what she meant. "You're asking if we should try it," I said. "I'm asking if we're being ridiculous not to," she replied. "We sell it. We defend it. We listen to everyone else talk about how great it is. I'm not against it," I said. "I just don't see the rush." Sam nodded. "That's fair." We talked it through. Not like a debate, more like inventory. Pros. Cons. What we knew. What we didn't. I told her I liked knowing my moods were my own, even the bad ones. She said she wasn't opposed to help, but she didn't like the idea of not knowing where the line was. "We can wait," she said eventually. "There's no rule that says we have to be first." I smiled. I like that plan. The community channel switched to an ad reminding everyone that tonight was TV bingo night. "Hey, Samantha, we should buy some cards and dabbers," I said, reaching for another sweet and sour chicken ball, doing my best to work the wooden chopsticks without dropping it back into the sauce. The buzzer sounded downstairs, sharp and sudden. Sam jumped a little. "Who's that?" I stood up and walked to the stairwell window, looking down at the intercom panel by the front door. "Probably a delivery guy," I said, pressing the button. "Hello? It's me." Beatrice's voice crackled through the speaker. "George, could you buzz me in, dear?" I glanced back at Sam. "I'll be right back," I said. I hit the button, and the door downstairs unlocked with a click. "Grandma likes tea," Sam said as she headed into the kitchen. I went to greet Beatrice halfway up the stairs. Chapter 22. "Hello, Beat," I say as I watch her slowly walk towards the top of the stairs. She's quiet, like something is sitting heavy on her mind. Heavier than usual. She doesn't look up right away. When she reaches the top step, I say hello again. "Hello, Beatrice. How are you doing?" I open the front door to the apartment. "I need help, George," she says. Her voice is flat. Not panicked. Not emotional. Just stated. From the kitchen, Samantha calls out, "Hi, Grandma." I start clearing off the table for tea, pushing aside the empty takeout boxes from the Chinese restaurant down the street. The cardboard is greasy and smells faintly of sweet and sour sauce and fried batter, the scent lingering even after the food is gone. "What is wrong?" I ask Beatrice as she sits down. Samantha's face shifts the moment she hears the question. Concern settles in, quiet but immediate. I watch Beatrice lean back against the sofa, close her eyes, and take a deep breath, as if she needs to measure out the energy it will take to explain. "A few things are wrong," she says. She opens her eyes and looks at me. Sam sits down beside her, takes her grandmother's hand, and holds it. Samantha pours her a cup of tea, careful, unhurried, and asks softly, "What do you mean?" "Pastor Dan keeps harassing me to go to church, for starters." Samantha pauses, still holding her hand. "Harassing you?" "Yes," Beatrice says. "Pastor Dan says I need to go to church, and that I need to stay away from the both of you." The words hang there. I feel dumbfounded. Not shocked exactly, more like my brain refusing to process something that doesn't fit. Beatrice has never lied to me. Ever. And what she's saying sounds ridiculous, almost childish, but that doesn't make it less real. "Why would he say that?" Sam asks immediately. Beatrice shakes her head. "Just once." "I wish I knew." I walk over to the window and look down at the street below. Cars move past. People walk by the shop like it's any other day. For a second, I think about asking more. About slowing the conversation down. About making sense of it. I take a breath and try to keep my anger from spilling over. "But that's not everything, George," Beatrice says. She keeps speaking while I'm still staring outside. "I can't keep walking to the shop I want a month to live." For half a second, the word forms in my mouth before I even think it through. "Done," I say, cutting her off. I turn around as the word leaves my mouth. I already know what she's asking for. Solace delivered. No walking. No effort. "This Pastor Dan sounds like a cult leader," I blurt. Beatrice looks at me, but her eyes don't react the way I expect. There's distance there. Like the words have already been weighed and filed away. "Who does that?" Samantha says. "Who tells a grandmother to stay away from her granddaughter? You need a restraining order," I say. Beatrice looks up at me. "Oh no, George," she says. "I just need to be left alone." I pace back and forth across the living room floor, trying to figure out how to fix something that doesn't seem to have a clear shape. "I need to go home, George, and just rest," she says. She stands and hands me a small stack of bills. I can't be walking everywhere. I am tired. Samantha stands beside her grandmother, watching quietly as the money changes hands. Just sell me Solace for my freezer and give me a ride home, Beatrice insists. We'll get you home, Sam says gently, already moving toward the door with her. This is too much, I say to Beat as I hand half the money back to her. Solace is cheap when you own a shop, hun. I follow them downstairs toward the freezer. You pay what I pay from now on. Beatrice is slowly guided to the front door of the shop. Sam takes her time, arm around her grandmother's back, murmuring things I can't quite hear. Beatrice hesitates for a moment before stepping outside. She turns back toward me and speaks in a weak, fragile voice. You are a good man, George. A good man. I hadn't seen Jessica at the campus stop in over a week. Someone mentioned the church had started handing it out after services on Sundays. Free cups. Community outreach, they called it. I didn't think much of it until I passed Cornerstone one afternoon and saw her sitting on the stone steps near the side entrance. 2 empty paper cups rested beside her. Pastor Dan stood close, closer than necessary, one hand placed lightly between her shoulder blades as if steadying her. She didn't look unwell. She didn't look upset. She just looked still. He noticed me before she did. She's a beautiful woman, Dan said evenly, almost conversational, his hand never leaving her back. You have to be careful with someone like that. The world isn't kind to softness. Jessica kept staring ahead. Spoon lifting. Swallowing. Slow. Mechanical. She needs stability, he added. Consistency. I waited for her to say something. To look at me. To acknowledge I was standing there. She didn't. After a moment, Dan picked up another cup from the box at his feet and handed it to her without asking. She took it. Chapter 23. So let's talk. I made Beatrice a care package. I gave the old woman a variety of the new things to try. Sam and I got her home safely, and then we did what people do when they're trying to think without admitting it. We drove around. We wasted gas. We watched the fall colors at the height of their peak and tried to rationalize what was going on. I was dealing with serious internal conflict back then. Sam was too. I'm not going to apologize for that. Like I said when I began telling this story, it won't be easy to hear. It won't be comfortable. But it will be honest. Most people, when they tell a story, flatten it into black and white, not because that's how things happened, but because they aren't really telling a story at all. They're presenting an argument. They're trying to teach. Reality doesn't work that way. Real people are yo-yos. They contradict themselves. They stabilize, destabilize, then restabilize. They believe one thing, then believe the opposite at 2 in the morning, then defend the original belief at breakfast like nothing happened. Most storytellers cheat. They give characters a stance. They give them an arc. They move them cleanly from A to B. That isn't how humans work. That's how arguments work. I wasn't flip-flopping back then because I was irrational or weak. I was flip-flopping because I was thinking in real time, with incomplete information, while trying not to destroy something that, by every visible metric, was helping people. And Samantha? People change. They're allowed to. Someone can spend years dressed in black, quoting 19th century poetry about death, and then one morning wake up wearing yellow, coloring with children, leading a sing-along. That isn't inconsistency. That's life leaking out through behavior. I warned you this story wouldn't be comfortable. This is one of the reasons why. Now let's talk about Pastor Dan. Dan confused me at first. But as Sam and I kept driving, looping streets, burning fuel, letting silence do its thing, we started piecing together a working theory. And once we did, things began to make sense. Blue solace reduces emotional volatility. That isn't speculation, it's observable. And emotional volatility just happens to be one of the primary levers of religious manipulation. So church attendance wasn't dropping because faith was false. It was dropping because people were harder to emotionally steer. They weren't being whipped into fear, guilt, or shame as easily anymore. Once that clicked, Beatrice telling us that Pastor Dan warned her to Stay away. Stop being mysterious. Dan wasn't concerned. He wasn't protecting anyone. He was a threatened authority figure lashing out. He might have framed it as care. He might have believed his own language. But from where I was sitting, it looked a lot like a toddler losing control. When his flock stopped listening, when his leverage evaporated, he lashed out and started playing the blame game. I sold more solace than anyone in the area. Dan was losing his shirt. This wasn't about me and Sam. It was about business. And that's how the world works when something genuinely revolutionary shows up. I remember thinking about the automobile. When cars first appeared, people relied on stables, horses, blacksmiths. Entire economies were built around them. Then, in a shockingly short amount of time, everything changed. We went from horse and buggy to the automotive age in a matter of decades. Pastor Dan was a man still shoeing horses, complaining that the world had moved on without him. From where I stood, I wasn't attacking faith. I was Henry Ford to a horseshoe salesman. Plain and simple. But here's the thing, I wasn't about to ignore him. By then, I was a respected member of the community. A business owner. A cornerstone, whether I asked for that title or not. And once Dan dragged Beatrice into it, he made it personal. I needed to tell him to stay away from her. And I needed to make it clear there would be consequences if he didn't. So when I finally dropped Samantha back at the apartment and told her I was going to speak my piece with the preacher, I kissed her on the cheek and promised the confrontation would be civil. "Please don't do anything crazy, George," she said, weary. "It's okay, hon," I reassured her as I hugged her one last time and turned for the door. Crazy got off the bus. Chapter 24. I had never been here before. I had only heard of it from time to time. It wasn't even that big. It was called Cornerstone Fellowship, a small, non-denominational church, as people like to say. By the time I started walking there, the night was still in its infancy. It was a chilly autumn evening, the kind where it felt like it was trying very hard to snow for the first time that year, but didn't quite manage it. A reminder: dig out your winter jacket. Maybe buy new boots before the real cold hit. I pulled my gray hoodie up over my head and blew into my hands as I made the short walk from my place to the church, only a few blocks away. The rain was light, not enough to soak through my clothes, but enough to hurry me along. Halfway up Inglehearth Lane, I felt the burn in my legs as I climbed the steep hill. This was one of the nicer parts of the city. I walked past the art gallery halfway up, a sign in the front window reading closed for the season. Ahead, off to the left, stood a tall brick building with ivy clinging stubbornly to its walls. I caught myself thinking about getting something warm to drink on the way back. The place was called the Griffin Pub, and it had been far too long since I'd stopped in for a drink with the locals. And that was when I saw it. Graffiti painted against the brownish-red brick as I approached the top of the alleyway on my walk to Cornerstone Fellowship. Solace killed God. Someone had taken their time with it. This wasn't a low-level scribble, no quick wave of the hand with a spray can. It was deliberate. Clean lines. Careful spacing. There was even a picture of Jingo beside the words, rendered so accurately it could have passed for official Dairy Mill Farms artwork. That almost made me hesitate. For the first time, I considered that Pastor Dan's views might not have been as isolated as I'd assumed. That maybe he wasn't just a single irritated voice shouting into the void. But I finished the last block and a half anyway, and before I knew it, I was standing in front of the small church, ready to walk in and say my piece. A large white sign glowed beside me in a small patch of grass. All welcome. Perfect, I thought to myself. An invitation. I took a deep breath, reached for the handles on the bright red metal doors, and walked inside. The front lobby was quiet. No bells rang. Nothing announced my arrival. The place was warm. To my right was a coat rack, and beside it a large board filled with neatly arranged pamphlets, each tucked into its own compartment. The church wasn't luxurious. It was simple. Purposeful. I walked up a few steps toward a wide archway and looked into the main room. Rows of pews filled the space. "Jessica?" I said. She was sitting toward the back on the left-hand side, still wearing a white dress. "Gary?" she replied, looking up as if she'd been quietly meditating before I interrupted her. I was relieved to see she was okay. After meeting her on the worst day of her life, after being stood up at the altar by Tom, I hadn't known what to expect. "No," I said calmly. "My name is George." "Right," she said. "George." Her eyes shifted toward the front of the room, toward the altar. "The pastor is in the back room if you're looking for him." I nodded and smiled, letting her return to whatever thoughts she'd been holding onto. I began walking toward the door directly behind the altar. That's when a man stepped out. He was holding a large, white plastic tub of blue ice cream. Solace, without question. No bowl. No spoon for himself. Just the tub, hugged against his chest like it belonged there. Jessica stood immediately. He set the tub down on the small table beside her pew and removed the lid. The smell of raspberries and cotton candy carried faintly through the room. She took the spoon from where it rested inside and began eating without looking at him. "Hello, stranger," the man said warmly. "Welcome," he smiled. "Would you like me to grab you a bowl?" he asked. "Are you here to talk about the Lord?" In that moment, I realized my assumptions might need some serious reevaluation. "Is your name Dan?" I asked, keeping my voice even. "I am Pastor Dan," he said, extending his hand in greeting. Not only did he think the title pastor meant something to me, I understood instantly that this man had absolutely no idea who I was, or why I was standing there. And that, more than anything else, unsettled me. The silence stretched on. I didn't shake his hand. I didn't even register that it was in front of me. Behind him, Jessica kept eating. Slow. Methodical. She didn't pause when we spoke. Didn't look up. The spoon dipped and rose with the same steady rhythm, scraping softly against plastic. "Beatrice has stated that you are harassing her, and I will take full legal action as an advocate in her defense if you do not immediately cease any and all interactions with her," I said with authority, the words flowing from my mouth before doubt had a chance to interrupt them. Dan's hand lowered as if on cue. "Am I making myself clear?" He took a few steps back. Dan mumbled. "I could pursue having you charged with slander," I continued, my voice steady. "Did you not think I would face my accuser?" Dan cleared his throat. Flustered now, he nodded and managed a quiet "Yes." Jessica said nothing. She continued eating. The tub was still nearly full. I turned away, hoping I would never have to press the matter further. I walked out the front door into the rain. Leaves fell around me, swirling in the autumn wind, and I couldn't help but think, damn, I sure could use a drink right now. Chapter 25. I wasn't halfway back to the top of the hill, where the Griffin pub sat before I had Samantha on the phone. "I dealt with the preacher," I said, still pumped full of adrenaline from the conversation. Of course, Sam wasn't satisfied with something that vague, so I gave her the dialogue as best I could. I told her what I said, what he said, or at least what I remembered him saying, before telling her I'd be a little late and then I'd have a couple of drinks at the neighborhood pub. She didn't protest. I think she was relieved that something had finally been done about the situation. She just told me to take my time and said she'd see me when I got home. I pulled out a cigarette, cupping it carefully beneath my hood to guard the flame from the rain. I smoked half of it before tossing the rest into the wet street and pushing through the front door of the Griffin. The place smelled faintly of Murphy's oil soap as I passed through the foyer and into the main room toward the bar. "Welcome to the Griffin," the man behind the bar said. "How may I help you?" "Surprise me," I said. He smiled. I could tell right away it was genuine. I'd given enough fake smiles in my life to know the difference. "My name's Pete," he said, as I watched him reach for a large green bottle. He spoke quietly, almost to himself, as he worked. "Pour 1 jigger of absinthe into a champagne glass," he said, "and ice champagne until it attains the proper opalescent milkiness." He set the drink in front of me. "Hemingway created it," he added with a low chuckle. "Fair warning. You don't want too many of these." I took a mouthful and swallowed. It was bittersweet, herbal, oddly dry. "Thank you," I said as I savored it. "My name is George." Pete reached behind the counter, pulled out a bowl of bar nuts, and set it in front of me. I didn't say much after that. I just sat there for a while, enjoying the quiet of the place as Pete kept busy organizing and cleaning behind the bar. There was no music playing. The soft patter of rain against the windows seemed to work wonders on my nerves. By the time I finished my drink, the rain had let up, and I decided not to stay. Even though it had been brief, it was exactly what I needed in that moment. Just sitting, letting someone else take care of things for a change. "Have a good night," I said to Pete as I left the pub and stepped back out into the night. By the time I got home, Samantha was already fast asleep on the couch in front of the television. She looked too peaceful to wake, so I tossed a blanket over her and turned off the TV. After that, I went into our bedroom, finally closing my eyes and putting an end to another long, eventful day. "Bastard," Sam said as she walked into the room just before I passed out. "You don't get to sleep alone on my watch." I smiled as Samantha curled up beside me, and I held her as I drifted off almost immediately. Chapter 26. The next morning began like any other Tuesday should. First, a delivery text telling me to open the back doors, and then the normal morning rush. "Welcome to Tasty Creams. May I take your order?" A middle-aged woman in tight jeans looks up at me. Her makeup is painted on thick, and she reeks of far too much perfume. Behind her stretches a steady line, a couple of college students, a man I recognize from the hardware store, and Pete, the guy I met at the tavern last night. "A large strawberry solace with extra strawberry syrup," she says. I grab a bowl and reach into the freezer, scooping out strawberry ice cream, then pass it to Sam to finish. Pete smiles from the back of the line as he holds up my wallet. My hand drifts instinctively toward my pocket, and I realize I must have left it at the tavern after paying for my drink the night before. "Frank is here," Sam whispers as she takes the woman's money and hands back her change. I look up and see Charles pushing past the other customers. It wasn't unusual to see Frank's kid by himself, but usually Frank would be close behind, never more than a corner away. "Solace," Charles says immediately, forcing his way past Pete. He bumps into the woman holding the strawberry ice cream, nearly knocking the bowl from her hands. "Solace," Charles repeats. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Where is your father?" Up close, I can see it clearly now, the shaking, the pallor, the sweat pouring off him like he'd just run a marathon. "Dad said no ice cream," he says. "I left." "Me? You? Now? Or—" The way he speaks isn't frantic so much as fragmented. Like language itself is failing him. Hysterical. Primal. Feral. Something unhinged. Then the boy screams. "Solace!" The sound makes me flinch. Before I can react, Charles smashes his face into the sharp corner of the counter with incredible force. "Solace!" He screams again as blood explodes from his nose, splattering the stainless steel. He draws back and does it again. "Solace!" I lunge forward, grabbing his head before he can strike the counter a third time. Pete is already there, arms locked tight around the boy's torso, restraining him as Charles thrashes violently, trying to break free. "Call the police!" I shout to Sam, then realize she already has the phone pressed to her ear. The line behind us stands frozen, stiff as the ice cream in the freezer. No one moves. No one speaks. From the radio behind the counter, a low, gravelly voice seeps into the room. John Fogerty, classic rock, playing at the exact wrong moment. "I put a spell on you." The words crawl through the air, slow and deliberate, as if the song itself is watching. I hear Sam giving our address to the 911 operator. "Because you're mine." Charles bucks violently in Pete's grip. "Mine." His body trembles harder. "Mine. Mine. Mine." It takes both my strength and Pete's just to keep Charles from hurting himself any further. His muscles stay locked, teeth clenched, eyes wild, no longer focused on us, or the counter, or anything in the room. It feels like an eternity before the police finally arrive and take the boy away. Afterward, Samantha and I close the shop for an hour. I scrub blood from the counter, the floor, the metal trim, trying not to think about how much there is. So let me ask you, what would you think? The boy lost his mother, his little brother, all his friends from school. He was taken out into the middle of nowhere to live with a father who addressed him only as boy. Those were the things I took into consideration. But later that afternoon, when I hear on the news that 3 cops were shot, 2 wounded in critical condition, 1 dead, and that the shooter did not survive, I realized Frank was far more dangerous than anyone could have predicted. Little did I know Charles was just the first in a chain of events that would escalate dramatically from there on. A causal nexus had just begun. Chapter 27. The afternoon hadn't even ended by the time first camera crews had set up and deemed my testimony high priority in lieu of the shooting at Hillcrest Cabin. At first, it was a single van, idling at the curb. Then another. Cables spilled onto the sidewalk like veins. Tripods snapped open. Floodlights bloomed white and hot, bleaching the front of my shop until it no longer looked real. It struck me then, watching the light wash the color out of everything, that this was what Solace did too. Not erase emotion. Just overexpose it until nothing human survived the glare. Outside my shop suddenly became a media circus, and for some reason Pastor Dan had walked down from Cornerstone Church and had taken the spotlight. The man that was previously dumbfounded by my confrontation the night before was suddenly preaching with a cold and calculated vengeance. And everyone was clinging to his every word. I remember thinking, absurdly, that this wasn't how villains were supposed to speak. There was no anger in him. No froth. No crack in the voice. Just certainty. The kind that doesn't need to raise itself to be heard. I never saw it coming. The weeks previously Solace was proven to effectively regulate emotional outbursts, reduce crime. It had become more than a fad. Solace had moved into the realm of necessity in the public's eyes. And this was the preacher's platform. Necessity was the word that kept repeating in my head. Not want. Not relief. Necessity carries obligations. It creates expectations. It demands compliance. Me and Samantha had no choice but close up shop for the night. The metal grate came down halfway before we stopped, caught between customers still inside and microphones already pushing forward. The last thing we were about to be doing in the barrage of questions was selling ice cream. It occurred to me then that the product no longer mattered. We could have been selling bread, water, air. The ice cream was just the delivery mechanism. What they wanted now was accountability. The media's questions were little about Frank and moved solely into a platform of what they have now termed as emotional regulation ethics. There was no pause between voices. Questions overlapped, shouted over one another, each reporter trying to be the one who drew blood. Blood. That word sat uncomfortably close to everything. Tell me, did you have any inclination that Charles was emotionally unregulated before he entered your shop? A microphone hovered inches from my mouth. I did my best to explain. Frank did indeed say he wouldn't be giving the boy any more ice cream when I made the delivery, but such things were a parent's right. Even as I said it, I heard how thin it sounded. A parent's right. Rights were becoming conditional now. Everything was. Did you know Francis Albert Wallace was well armed before the shooting? Another camera light snapped on. Of course I knew. Frank had a gun on him the whole time. But again, it was his right. Yes, I saw a gun and a well-stocked gun cabinet. I realized with a jolt that I was answering every question with the language of legality. Rights. Laws. Permissions. And none of it seemed to matter anymore. During your delivery, how much ice cream did you sell to the shooter? The word shooter landed heavier than it should have. I was honest. I mean, nothing I did was against the law, and certainly not ethical. So I told them stayed out 25 tubs. 25. I had said it casually at the time. Now it sounded like inventory for a siege. Do you consider such an order excessive? They had no idea my thoughts or the time, or why I sold him such a large amount. Peterson was beside me when we made the original plans for delivery. It was then I didn't know how to answer such an onslaught of questions that were now hitting me and am from multiple angles. What I didn't say, what I couldn't say, was that at the time it had felt responsible. Keeping him calm. Keeping the household stable. Preventing something worse. That logic sounded familiar now, echoing somewhere I didn't want to look. Were you aware of the warning labels on your products concerning overuse? Of course I was aware, but the responsibility was to the consumers, not the distributor. I wondered, dimly, when that had stopped being true. Considering the death of the 5-year-old boy in front of your business and the recent divorce in the Wallace family, did you consider any of this as warning signs? Well, I was concerned, but I never thought in a million years it would have ended T-dash. Another reporter speaks before I can answer, voice sharper, closer. Did you ever share your concerns with the authorities before the incident? I think you need to leave, I said to the camera crew. No one moved. Are you emotionally regulated, Mr. Angleson? Am I emotionally regulated? The question threw me off guard, like suddenly being unregulated was a crime. Like suddenly it was my duty as a citizen to make sure I dampened my ability to experience the harsh world around me. I realized then that this wasn't a question meant to be answered. It was a classification, a sorting mechanism. As all this was happening and Samantha was equally being closed in upon, Pastor Dan was outside on a portable microphone. I could hear him even from inside, his voice steady, amplified, cutting clean through the chaos. I felt something shift in me as I listened. Not anger. Recognition. He had painted himself as the cornerstone of a social responsible citizen pushing for community action to fund his efforts to give solace away for free. To have the city fund his efforts, emotional awareness and ethical regulation should be a right, he preached. And every single number the man threw down was in his favor. Crime rates have dropped drastically since solace became available. Nobody could argue against the man's statistics. I had used those same numbers once. I remembered now. Standing behind the counter, reassuring someone, convincing myself. Dan would come armed. Not vibes. Numbers. Charts. Percentages. The preacher's sermon was spoken as if he had given it 100 times, and of course it was. Don Solace theology hummed like a well-oiled machine. 92% of emotional outbursts occur in individuals not currently taking solace. He says this one slow. Let it land. This was fact. Since solace became widely available, violent crime has dropped between 38 to 46% depending on district. He continued. Domestic disturbance calls are down 51% citywide. Police response times are shorter because officers aren't breaking up emotionally charged conflicts all day. We're not safer because people are better. We're safer because people are calmer. The sentence landed in my chest like a confession I didn't remember making. By now 20 cameras were on Dan as I tried to get to Sam and do anything to retreat with her to the sanctuary of our apartment. Healthcare and emergency services. Dan pivots to. ER admissions for panic attacks and acute emotional distress dropped 63%. Psychiatric emergency holds reduced by 71%. Sedative prescriptions down 58%. Workplace stress-related medical leave down 44%. Solace didn't replace doctors, it replaced waiting rooms. The preacher's statistics were 100% true and came in extremely fast succession. Each one stacked neatly on the last. Each one airtight. I felt something close in on me. Not fear, but inevitability. Economic arguments, Dan calmly said, as a tidal wave of information was unleashed in favor of free distribution and regulation. Average household spends less than 0.3% of income on solace, but for low-income families, that jumps to 4 to 6%. Free distribution would cost less than 12% of the city's current emergency mental health budget. For every dollar spent on public solace distribution, the city saves $3.40 in policing, emergency response, and hospitalization. We already pay for the consequences. I'm just asking us to pay for the prevention. I had made that argument myself once. Different words. Same spine. After this was the oldest tactic in the book, the blood on your hands think of the child argument. Children and education, Dan calmly said, as he soaked up the attention using his 15 minutes of fame with every fiber of his being. School disciplinary actions down 67% in districts where solace access is highest. Teacher reports show classroom disruptions reduced by over half. Child Protective Services calls tied to emotional neglect down 29%. Dan raises one hand high up into the air, and his presence demands respect from all those around him. Ask any teacher if they want kids calmer. Ask any parent if they want their child to suffer first. The word suffer first twisted something deep in my gut. Alexander hadn't suffered first. He had suffered last. And under this logic, that distinction mattered. The next word sunk in deep and made my stomach turn. Dependence and access. He raised his voice even higher. No physical dependency markers identified. No overdose risk. Solace exits the body naturally within 48 hours. Users maintain cognitive autonomy and emotional awareness. Then he pivots. You don't call insulin addictive. You don't ration asthma inhalers. Why are we rationing calm? I felt sick. Because the comparison worked. Because I had nodded along to it before. Now let's talk about the Hillcrest shooting. Dan screams to a city, to a nation clinging on his every word. In 89% of violent Solace-related incidents, the individual had been denied access within the previous 72 hours. He pauses, looks at the camera. Withholding solace in this society is no longer neutral. It's a risk factor. Something inside me went quiet then. Not numb, clear. With terrifying clarity, I understood that under this framework, Alexander didn't die because of chaos or cruelty. He died because someone failed to regulate access. Became the worst of it all as I heard his last words, and with a vindictive spirit Dan showed teeth. George Angleson, you are that risk factor. In that moment, I understood that innocence no longer mattered. Context no longer mattered. Only deviation. Pastor Dan dropped the microphone as I finally got to Samantha and began to pull her out of the crowded room while simultaneously shouting for everyone to leave my shop. We had crossed the line, and it was suddenly clear that I had helped build a society that expects emotional regulation. I moved up the stairs, as the police now seemed to be honoring me demand and instructing everyone to leave my shop. Behind in front of us the questions just kept coming, and behind me the upstairs apartment's phone was ringing as I realized this wasn't about to stop anytime soon. Sam held me close as we turned around and walked up the stairs to our two-bedroom apartment. With every step up the stairs, the truth became harder to ignore. If grief was dangerous, if anger was negligence, if calm was the minimum requirement to belong, then being human was no longer acceptable. That was the real shift, not the statistics, not the sermons, not the cameras outside my door. Violence wasn't being prevented. It was being pre-explained, justified in advance by the absence of regulation. Calm wasn't the opposite of violence anymore. It was the excuse for everything done in its name. In other words, calm wasn't protecting people anymore. It was deciding who needed to be managed. And standing there with Samantha in my arms, I finally understood what I had helped build. A world where suffering wasn't tragic. It was evidence of failure. From the apartment window, I could still see the lights washing over the sidewalk, bleaching the color out of everything. Dan stood near the front of the crowd, calm as ever. Jessica was beside him. I hadn't even noticed her arrive. He handed her a small paper cup while answering a reporter's question, barely breaking eye contact with the cameras. She took it without hesitation and began eating as he spoke about responsibility. I stood behind Samantha and held her as we both looked out the apartment window from our living room. "What are we going to do, George?" she asked. I didn't answer, because the most terrifying part wasn't what they might do to me. It was how reasonable they would sound when they did. Chapter 28. Ignore the phone, I said to Sam as we walked upstairs. The phone kept ringing anyway. It had started while the police were still downstairs, voices muffled through the floor, radios crackling, someone laughing too loudly for the situation. I hadn't moved to answer it. Neither had Sam. We just stood there in the dim light of the apartment, the sound cutting through everything else. Ring. Ring. Finally, Sam crossed the room. "It's Grandma," she said, glancing at the call display on the house phone mounted to the kitchen wall. She picked it up quickly, like delaying it any longer would somehow make it worse. "Hello?" she said, already sounding tired. There was a pause. Her posture changed. Grandma? I watched her face soften, then tighten again, the way it does when you're trying to hold onto something that's already pulling away. Yes, we're okay, Sam said. I mean, no. It's been a lot, but we're okay. Another pause. Longer this time. Sam turned slightly away from me, adjusting the receiver so we could both hear. I know, she said quietly. I know what they're saying. Silence on our end. Words on the other. I could hear Beatrice's voice faintly through the receiver, measured, calm, distant. Not angry. Worse than angry. Sam swallowed. Grandma, that isn't what happened, she said. You don't understand. She stopped herself. Listened. I saw you on the news, Beatrice said, her voice clearer now, steady in a way that made my stomach drop. Pastor Dan explained it very well. Sam closed her eyes. He's wrong, she said. George didn't. This isn't his fault. Another pause. He said you were being emotional, Beatrice replied. And that worries me. Sam laughed once, a short, fractured sound. Emotional? She said. Grandma, a child died. People were shot. Yes, Beatrice said gently. And that's exactly why this kind of instability can't be allowed to spread. The words landed between them like a door closing. Are you taking your solace? Beatrice asked. Sam hesitated. Yes, she lied. I felt it immediately. The way the words slipped out too smoothly. Too practiced. That's good, Beatrice said. I was afraid you might be influenced by all of this. All of what? Sam asked. My life? The chaos, Beatrice said. The television says things are calmer now. Safer. People like Pastor Dan are trying to help. Sam looked at me then. Really looked. They're saying George is dangerous, she said quietly. You know that's not true. I don't know what's true anymore, Beatrice replied. But I know I don't feel afraid when I listen to him. Sam's voice cracked. So you're just, what? Cutting us off? Another pause. Careful. Deliberate. I think it would be best if we took some space, Beatrice said. For now. Until things settle. Things don't settle, Sam said. They just get quieter. Beatrice didn't answer that. You sound distressed, she said instead. And I can't be around this kind of unrest. It isn't healthy. The line went dead. Sam stood there, the phone still pressed to her ear, staring at nothing. I didn't say anything. There was nothing to say that wouldn't make it worse. After a moment, she placed the receiver back onto the hook, slower than necessary. She believes him, Sam said. She believes everything the media is saying. Unplug the phone, Samantha, I said. It rang again immediately. It's Dairy Mill Farms, Sam said, her voice flat. My stomach tightened. I answered. George, Peterson said. His voice was steady. Too steady. The kind of calm that comes from a decision already made. I'm going to need you to listen for a moment. I stayed standing near the window, watching the lights still flashing outside the shop below. I'm listening. There was a pause. Papers shifting. A breath taken, not for emotion, but for emphasis. I've been getting calls, he said. From the board. From distributors. From people who don't like surprises. Another pause. It's all over the news, he added. Not just local. National. I heard the strain then, not panic but pressure. The weight of optics. For public image reasons, Peterson continued, we can't have you representing Dairy Mill Farms anymore. The words landed clean. Rehearsed. You're cutting me off, I said. We're suspending the relationship, he corrected gently. Effective immediately. I almost laughed. Because of the ice cream? No, he said quickly. Not the product. The optics. Optics. The word felt heavier than blame. You're everywhere right now, George, Peterson went on. People want consistency. They're looking for something reassuring. And right now, fair or not, you're not that. Fair or not. So that's it? I asked. After everything? I'm protecting the company, he said. You'd do the same. I thought of Frank, of Charles, of Sam, with a child on the way and a future that had just evaporated. I don't think I would, I said. Peterson didn't respond. This doesn't mean we think you did anything illegal, he added, as if legality still mattered. But rules aren't really the issue anymore. Confidence is. There it was again. Not guilt. Avoidance. Take some time, he said. Let things cool down. Maybe we revisit this later. Later, when the story moved on. When someone else took the weight. And George, Peterson added, almost kindly, I'd strongly advise you not to sell any remaining stock. At least not publicly. So I can't sell ice cream, I said. Because people are uneasy, he said, then corrected himself. Because people want reassurance. There's a difference. I listened as my knuckles went white around the receiver. Goodbye, George. The line went dead. I stood there for a long moment, phone still in my hand. Behind me, Sam didn't speak. In one afternoon, we had lost. The shop. The supplier. Her grandmother. And our place in the system we helped build. Not because we broke the rules. Because we no longer fit the image of stability. I set the phone down carefully. They're done with us, I said. I unplugged the phone jack. For the first time since all of this started, the apartment went quiet. Sam sat down on the edge of the couch, her hands folded in her lap, not shaking, just held together like she was afraid of what might happen if she let go. Standing there, watching her, the pattern finally locked into place. No one had threatened us. No one had accused us of a crime. They had simply stepped back, politely, calmly, like you do from something considered unsafe. If grief was dangerous, if anger was negligence, if composure was the minimum requirement to belong, then being human wasn't acceptable anymore. That was the real shift, not the numbers, not the sermons, not the cameras outside our door. Violence wasn't being prevented. It was being explained in advance. Calm wasn't protecting people anymore. It was deciding who needed to be managed. And standing there with Samantha in that quiet apartment, I finally understood what I had helped build. A world where suffering wasn't tragic. It was evidence of failure. What are we going to do, George? She asked. I sat down on our couch as I could still hear all the reporters and commotion going on outside. In that moment, I truly wished I had something more reassuring to tell her. I just looked at the love of my life and answered her honestly. I don't know, Samantha, I don't know. Chapter 29. What else was there to say? I didn't do anything wrong. I followed the laws. And it was becoming painfully obvious this wasn't even about me, or Charles, Alexander, or even Frank. This was political, plain and simple. They needed an excuse to justify free solace legally, so they took it. And I was the perfect man to take the fall. They never plastered Peterson's name all over mainstream media. Just mine. I needed to think. I sat there all night, just raking my brain, trying to figure out a plan. I owned a business that was completely useless to me. I owned a truck with a giant ice cream cone on top in a world that was about to make solace free. I needed to start from scratch somehow, in a city where my name was mud and my face was being broadcast nationwide. I paced from one side of the living room to the other until the wee hours of the morning, until eventually I looked out the window and realized the crowds were gone. What unsettled me wasn't their absence, it was how easily it had happened. No chance. No threats. Just dispersal. Like a problem had been identified and filed away. The city hadn't rejected me. It had simply finished with me. I wondered how many other people had disappeared this way before solace, quietly edged out once they became inconvenient, and whether calm had always been the reward for forgetting them. Sit down, George. Watching you pace is stressful, Samantha said as she picked up the remote and started flicking through the channels. We could always move to Canada, she added. I turned around. What? She kept flipping through channels until she finally stopped on an old black and white film. Yes, George, the Flapjack Man. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? This was Samantha. Her jokes were always dry, delivered with a completely straight face. I sat down beside her and finally allowed myself to stop. Being a hospice volunteer was my life, George, she said suddenly, leaning in against me. And then my life was ice cream. She put her arm around me. And soon enough, it will be something else. I held her as she spoke in a calm, steady tone. We will adapt, George. I smelled the faint, sweet scent of her perfume, and in that moment, I believed her. Time has a funny way of working things out. After that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep on my lap. I wasn't about to fall asleep yet, but I had definitely calmed down enough to watch some television and momentarily lose myself in an old black and white movie. Whatever tomorrow brings, we will adapt. Chapter 30. I opened my eyes as early morning light crept in through the window. The television was still on, now playing some old show called Yen Can Cook, whatever the hell that was. My eyes burned as I rubbed them, still half asleep, before the smell in the air finally registered. Smoke. Samantha, I said, shaking her shoulder. I moved to the front living room window and stuck my head out, scanning the street in confusion. Fire, Sam said behind me. At the same time, I heard someone yell my name from below. George! I looked down and saw a man in an apron standing at the bottom of Englehearth Lane. Pete? I hollered. Where's the smoke coming from? He jogged up the street and stopped beneath my window. Up close, I could see it really was him. I don't know exactly, Pete said, already out of breath. But wherever it is, it's close. Sirens cut through the air as a fire truck barreled down the street and took the corner hard. George, Pete said, pointing urgently. I can see it. The old brewery. I grabbed my jacket and ran down the stairs, out the front door of Tasty Creams, and across the street to Pete. Down the block, a fire engine sat crooked at the curb, its lights flashing but dull by daylight. Two men stood beside it, arguing quietly, as they wrestled with a hose that refused to cooperate. They moved with purpose, but without coordination, like each of them had assumed someone else knew what they were doing. Where's the rest of them? I asked. Pete took a sip of coffee. That's the rest of them. I watched as one of the men climbed halfway into the truck, then climbed back out, shaking his head. Across the street, people gathered. No screaming. No running. Phones were already out. Someone narrated what was happening to no one in particular. The fire was visible now. Nothing cinematic. Just orange tongues licking through a second-story window a few buildings down. It moved slowly, confidently, like it had nowhere else to be. A firefighter stepped out from behind the engine, helmet tucked under his arm. He looked tired already. Any volunteers yet? One of the men asked him. The firefighter shook his head. Dispatch says they didn't acknowledge the call. Didn't acknowledge? The other man said. We should have at least 4 here. I watched the flames climb as they struggled to unravel the hose and drag it toward the hydrant. Can we help? I yelled toward the two firefighters. Civilians lack training and liability coverage, one of them shouted back. So unless you two random guys are off-duty firefighters, you'll just get in the way. Leave the area. I backed up beside Pete. Their efforts looked about as effective as trying to put out a house fire with a garden hose, but I did as instructed and stayed put. George! Samantha screamed from the window above. What's going on? They've got it under control, I yelled back. No, they don't, Pete said quietly beside me. We stood there and watched as the fire continued to spread, calm and methodical, completely taking control of the building. No one rushed. No one panicked. The crowd remained oddly composed, like they trusted the situation to resolve itself eventually. The firefighters were right, though. Neither Pete nor I had any idea how to operate a fire truck. And no one else seemed to be coming. Later that afternoon, the fire returned on every channel. The footage barely changed from angle to angle, smoke drifting lazily above the old brewery, flames contained within a neat perimeter, responders moving with deliberate restraint. Nothing frantic. Nothing chaotic. Just order, The kind of order that looked good on camera. There was no panic in the coverage. No outrage. Just analysis. A banner scroll beneath the anchor's composed face. Experts. Delayed response highlights need for emotional oversight. The anchor spoke evenly, her tone reassuring. While the fire was ultimately contained, she said, officials say the incident underscores the risks of decentralized emotional regulation during emergency situations. Witnesses described a calm but disengaged crowd, and responders reported unusually delayed escalation. The feed cut to a panel of experts. A man in a tailored suit nodded thoughtfully. Solace has proven incredibly effective, he said. But like any powerful tool, it requires proper administration. When used without professional oversight, it can reduce urgency perception, and in critical moments, that can have serious consequences. Another panelist leaned forward, hands folded. This isn't a failure of Solace, she said carefully. It's a failure of training. Emotional regulation needs to be handled by professionals, not informal distributors or unregulated access points. The words settled into the room like smoke, thin, invisible, impossible to ignore. The camera returned to the brewery. Blackened now. Hollowed out. Contained. The damage looked almost polite. And incidents like this, the anchor concluded, are exactly why officials are calling for tighter regulation, standardized distribution, and greater oversight, to ensure emotional stability doesn't come at the cost of public safety. The segment ended. The next program began. No names were mentioned. No accusations made. No voices raised. Just consensus. And somewhere beneath the calm narration, the city absorbed the lesson it was being taught. The fire hadn't been a warning. It hadn't been a failure. It had been proof. Proof that calm, without oversight, was a liability. And that this was the new normal. Chapter 31. I didn't have much to do except sit on my ass with a whole bunch of ice cream downstairs, freezers I kept running. I watched a lot of community television and tried my best to stay informed, but the idleness of it all was not me. I became a bingo player every Monday night with Sam. We would go grab our cards at the corner store down the street. It became our ritual. TV bingo became a reminder of what day it was. It helped me track time. And in between all the times we got into bingo dabber fights, we actually won the jackpot once. The couple $1,000 we won made life just a little bit easier. So the world was adjusting. Solace regulation programs and centers were approved, and everything was at the end of a transitional phase. Retailers had until the new year to sell their products before selling Solace was outlawed, and free Solace distribution became mandatory for whoever wished to participate. Things had definitely changed, though. The city was quiet. Many small businesses took a hit. People didn't want to go to the movie theater anymore, so it shut down. The art gallery closed. And Christmas had kind of become irrelevant to most people. Everyone was definitely calmer, but retail stores started selling mainly essentials. People bought what they needed, and other than that, they were basically content. "Do you need anything at the store?" I asked Samantha. Channel 10 had just ended bingo, and I needed to get some fresh air. "I want a lemon," she said as she turned off the television. She had been weird like that. Dill pickles, spicy foods. Sam was getting cravings, and I did my best to help. "Okay, hon," I said. "I'll head over to the Griffin and see if Pete would sell me a lemon. I'll have a drink while I'm there, though, but I won't be too long." Samantha walked into the bathroom and began pouring herself a hot bath. "Okay," she said. I finished getting dressed, bundled up for the weather, kissed her, and walked out the door onto the quiet, frigid street. The walk up the street was brisk, and walking was becoming a chore. The sidewalk guy needs to start doing his job, I thought to myself. As I got to the bottom of Inglehearth Lane, I was at least glad there was a metal hand railing bolted into the concrete, something solid to grab onto as I made my way up the ice-covered alleyway. Huge patches of packed snow helped me find my footing as I slowly worked my way upward toward the Griffin pub. The wind was harsh, cutting through my jacket, but the walk was short, and I was grateful I'd remembered a proper toque. I could hear the music coming from the pub as I got closer to the peak of the hill, right where the graffiti sat on the brick wall beside the alley. The familiar image of Jingdo was still there, but the words beneath it had changed. Solace killed God had been crossed out aggressively, the letter slashed through in thick black strokes. Above it, freshly painted and still a little glossy, the word Solace is God stared back at me in the moonlight, some commoner's masterpiece, bold and certain. I made it to the top and stopped for a moment, leaning against the railing, deciding to have a quick cigarette before going inside. I didn't know Pete that well. I'd met him once the last time I was here, and then again, briefly, while the brewery burned to the ground. Still, out of everyone in town, Pete seemed level-headed enough not to blindly believe everything that had been said about me on the news. At least, I hoped that was the case. I finished my last few drags, flicked the cigarette into the snow, opened the front door, and walked inside. Pete sets the towel down when I sit at the bar. "Can I get you a drink?" he asks. "Surprise me," I say. He nods once. No questions. Pete reaches for a tall glass and fills it to the top with ice. The cubes clatter loudly in the quiet room, sharp and uneven, like they're too big for the space they've been dropped into. He picks up a vodka bottle first and pours a measured ounce straight over the ice. "Start clean," he says, more to himself than to me. He sets the vodka down and reaches for a bottle of rum, darker, heavier. He pours just as much of it, letting it sink slowly through the ice. "Goes down easier if you don't think about it." From the fridge beneath the bar, he pulls out a carton of orange juice and tops the glass off carefully, the color rising, swallowing the clear liquor beneath it until nothing sharp remains visible. He stirs once with a long spoon, deliberate, controlled, careful not to disturb the ice too much. Then he slides the drink across the bar. No garnish. No smile. I take a sip. It's easier than it should be. Sweet enough to go down without resistance. Strong enough that I feel it immediately, spreading warm and falls through my chest. That's when the door opens. Dan walks in with Jessica at his side. He keeps a hand on her lower back as they stop near the bar. Not guiding her. Holding her in place. Not forceful. Just firm enough that she doesn't drift. She leans into it automatically, like her body already knows where it's supposed to rest. Her eyes are open, but unfocused. Her posture loose, compliant, waiting. Pete's jaw tightens. Just a fraction. "Evening," Dan says. Jessica doesn't speak. I look down at the glass in front of me. Orange juice. Ice. Two spirits pretending to be one thing. I lift a single finger and move it slowly back and forth in front of Jessica's face while Dan talks with Pete. Dan doesn't even recognize me in my red toque and parka. Jessica's eyes do not follow my finger. She doesn't blink. Doesn't flinch. Doesn't seem to register that anything is happening at all. "Are you okay, Jessica?" I ask. Dan turns immediately. She just stares blankly through me, as if I'm a window. Or worse, empty space. "George Angleson," Dan says, finally placing me. Pete watches from behind the bar, motionless. "I thought you would have left the city by now." His grin is small. Controlled. Satisfied. "How much solace do you have her on?" I ask, flat and clear. "The woman doesn't even talk." Dan tightens his hold at her side, not angry. Possessive. "I am a trained professional," he says calmly. "You are an unemployed joke." I feel my hands curl before I realize it. "I am allowed to make judgment calls on dosage. You aren't even allowed to sell ice cream anymore." He says it with no shame. As if what Jessica is right now, this hollowed-out version of herself, is not only acceptable, but correct. "Garar, Gary," Jessica says suddenly, her voice slow and thick, like it's moving through syrup. My breath catches. "I am George," I say quickly. "Remember?" Pete steps out from behind the bar, already moving, already calculating distance and angles like he's done this before. Dan lets go of her just long enough to square his shoulders, taking a defensive stance. Not threatened. Prepared. And in the low, ugly hum of a late Monday night just before Christmas, lights dim, music absent, The city quiet in a way that feels supervised. Jessica speaks again. Helping me. The word is broken. Fragmented. Like it had to fight its way past something to get out. Pete and I don't move. Not because we don't want to, but because suddenly we both understand the same thing at the same time. Whatever has been done to her wasn't violent, wasn't dramatic, hadn't appeared illegal. It was administered, and that made it worse. Dan reaches for her again. This time she doesn't resist. She turns toward him instead, forehead brushing his chest. Help me, she says. It's quieter now. Directed. Dan's hand settles at her back. I am, he says. Chapter 32. Well, that was awkward, Pete says as Dan and Jessica walk out of the pub. The door closes behind them, the bell giving a weak jingle that feels out of place. I'm left standing there, flooded with the aftermath of conflicting emotions, like the room hasn't quite caught up to what just happened. It's impossible to ignore the elephant in the room now that it's gone. Silence settles over the pub. Pete moves behind the bar, wiping down the counter, rinsing glasses, keeping his hands busy. I watch the muted headlines crawl across the mounted television in the corner behind him, anchors speaking calmly, the world continuing as if nothing important has just passed through the door. He's such a hypocrite, I finally say. I mean, Dan isn't even on Solace. I pause, trying to organize the mess in my head. I can tell. He's charismatic. Pete's mouth tightens slightly as he listens, his expression uncomfortable but guarded. And he pushes for emotional regulation. I continue. Responsible regulation. But Jessica, he's obviously overfeeding her. Intentionally. Pete cleans a glass as I finish my drink and slide it forward, asking for another without looking up. Well, that girl has been putting on some serious weight, Pete says calmly. But look, George, I just served drinks. I understand his position immediately. I don't want to drag him into my turmoil, don't want to make this his problem, when it clearly already isn't supposed to be. About that drink, Pete, surprise me again, I say. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out and see a text from Samantha. Lemon? I almost laugh. I'd nearly forgotten the entire reason I came here in the first place. I am on my way, I text back. A second buzz follows. And some maraschino cherries? I listen to people talk all the time, George. It's my job, Pete says, setting the clean glass aside. But things are becoming black and white. Polarized. His voice firms up. You need to keep our conversations between us. I nod and ask for a lemon and a cup of sweet cherries added to my bill. Pete chuckles. Somebody must be pregnant, he says as he sets up a care package for Sam. Then he starts preparing the drink. Glass first, he says, reaching under the bar. He sets down a wide glass and pours a small pool of simple syrup onto a saucer. You want the rim to stick. He dips the rim of the glass into the syrup, turning it slowly so it coats evenly, then presses it into a shallow tray of coconut flakes. He rotates the glass again, patient, making sure the flakes cling all the way around. Looks better if you don't rush it, he says. Like snow. He sets the glass aside and fills it with crushed ice, packing it down until it mounds slightly above the rim. Next, he grabs the shaker and fills it with solid ice cubes. Everything else goes in here. He picks up the vodka and measures out an ounce, pouring it cleanly over the ice. Then he reaches for the blue curacao and adds 3/4 of an ounce, the color bleeding through the ice almost immediately. Pineapple juice, he says, lifting the carton. He pours in 2 ounces, thicker and slower than the rest. He cuts a lime and squeezes half an ounce of juice straight into the shaker, seeds caught between his fingers. Just 1 dash, he says, tipping the bitters bottle until a single drop falls in. Then he adds 2 teaspoons of simple syrup, measured carefully this time. That's it. He seals the shaker and shakes it firmly, controlled, not showy, just long enough to chill everything through. After a few seconds, he cracks it open and strains the liquid into the prepared glass, letting it flow over the crushed ice until the glass is full. He slides it across the bar. There you go. he says. Drink it while it's cold. Thank you, I say, taking a sip. It tastes sweet and cold at first, like pineapple juice straight from the fridge. Then the lime cuts in and keeps it from being too much. The coconut on the rim sticks to my lips, soft and sugary. I don't really taste the alcohol until it's already going down, and then there's a warm burn in my chest a second later, quiet, heavy. George, you were all over the news, Pete says, watching me drink. They labeled you dangerous by association. His words sink in. Nothing he's saying is wrong, but I still can't help wondering where he's going with it. Look, George, Pete says, smiling as he stretches his arms out and points at an old wooden sign surrounded by black and white photos on the wall behind him. I smile as I read the words. A man with no friends always has a bartender. I stand, pull out my wallet, and pay him. Thanks, Pete, I say as I finish the last of my drink, grab Sam's care package, and step back outside into the heavy snowfall. Chapter 33. I hadn't realized it at the time, but while I was having a quiet chat with Pete, it must have started snowing something fierce. By the time I reached the top of Inglehearth Lane, the storm had thickened into something steady and deliberate. Snow swirled in tight circles under the streetlights, gathering fast along the edges of the alleyway. I nearly lost my footing before remembering to slow down, shifting my weight carefully and reaching for the metal hand railing bolted into the concrete. I held on and took a moment to steady myself, breath fogging in the cold air. I removed my gloves and unzipped the right-hand pocket of my parka, carefully placing the lemon inside. I fumbled with the zipper, making sure not to drop Sam's cherries, while adjusting the small styrofoam cup in my other hand. Once secure, I tucked the cherries into my inside pocket and zipped everything tight. The wind pushed against me as I stepped closer to the brick wall of the Griffin. I lit a cigarette for the walk home. This could be a good thing, I thought to myself as I took a drag in the quiet of the night, letting the smoke fill my lungs and settle me. I stood there for a moment beside the pub's side wall, the sound of faint saxophone drifting through from inside. Pete must have put something on, something soft. I looked down the long alleyway. The snowfall made it difficult to see the other end by Main Street. The world beyond the falling white felt distant, smaller. Snow is money in my books. Especially right now. I flicked the ash away and started down carefully. Sure, I thought to myself. I have a truck. I just need to buy a snow scoop, a few shovels, maybe a few bags of salt. I'll find work. Guaranteed. People always want their roofs cleared. Their driveways. Their walkways. I moved slowly, boots pressing into the fresh layer. The snow muffled everything. No traffic, no late-night laughter, no distant engines. Just the steady hiss of flakes landing and piling. I took it slow and made my way to the bottom of the alley, finally stepping onto level ground. Main Street had at least a foot of fresh snow already, smooth and untouched in places. Up ahead, I could see the back red lights of a plow truck glowing faintly through the storm. I could hear it idling, steady, mechanical, dependable. Relief flickered through me. At least someone was working. As I approached, I noticed the plow blade lowered at the front of the truck, buried halfway in accumulating snow. The vehicle hadn't moved. No cleared path trail behind it. Just a widening mound forming in front of the blade. The interior lights were on. I stepped up beside the driver's side door and looked in. A man sat there, leaning back, eyes closed, motionless. His hat was tilted slightly forward. The windshield was fogged faintly from inside. I paused and crushed the butt of my cigarette under my boot. I tapped lightly on the glass. He didn't move at first. Then his eyes opened slowly. He blinked at me, as if surfacing from something deeper than sleep. He turned his head and rolled down the window a few inches. Cold air rushed inside the cab. "I was just making sure you weren't dead," I said. "I was just checking you were okay." The plow remained lowered. The engine hummed steadily. "I'm taking a break," he said. "I don't get paid by the hour." His voice wasn't angry, just flat. I nodded. "Sorry to bother you," I said. He looked at me for another second, not irritated, not defensive, just mildly inconvenienced by the interruption. Then he rolled the window back up slowly. The glass sealed with a dull click. I stood there watching. Through the fogged windshield, I saw him lean back again. His shoulders settled into the seat. His eyelids lowered gradually, like someone easing into a nap they fully intended to take. Within seconds, his eyes were closed again. The truck kept idling. Behind it, thick exhaust smoke drifted out in heavy gray plumes, immediately swallowed by the snowfall. The fumes curled upward, blending with the storm until they were indistinguishable from the sky itself. The blade remained buried. The snow continued to gather around it. I stood there for a moment longer than I needed to. Then I turned and walked away, boots pressing into the fresh accumulation, heading toward the front doors of my permanently closed shop. The snow was already filling in my footprints behind me. As I made it to the top of the stairs, I shook a heavy amount of snow off my parka before hanging it up by the door. Melted flakes fell to the floor in clumps. I pulled the lemon and cherries from my pockets and stepped into the kitchen. Samantha was standing at the counter, phone pressed tightly to her ear. She wasn't sitting anymore. She was upright, tense. Her shoulders were stiff, and her free hand rested against the edge of the counter like she needed something solid to hold onto. I set Pete's care package down beside her quietly. "Is she okay?" Sam said into the phone, her voice controlled but strained. My curiosity spiked. Sam glanced at me briefly, eyes wide but steady, then turned back toward the wall, as if the person on the other end could see her posture. "What do you mean?" she said, sharper now. "I am calm. Just answer my question." I could hear the concern in her voice even though she was trying to keep it level. She pulled the phone slightly away from her ear and looked at me. "They just put me on hold again," she said. "Beatrice is in the hospital." The line shifted back to that mellow, looping music they play when they don't want to give you answers. Soft piano. A faint digital hum underneath. The kind of sound that's meant to relax you and does the exact opposite. Samantha tightened her grip on the phone and listened, waiting. I reach over and shut off the television as another warning about highway closures scrolls across the bottom of the screen, advising drivers to expect unsafe road conditions. The room feels quieter without the anchor's steady voice filling it. I grab Samantha's coat from the hook and bend down to pull her boots closer to her feet. She stands there on hold, chewing a cherry slowly, listening to the looping music like it might change if she waits long enough. "What happened?" I ask calmly, already bracing myself for a long drive and an even longer night at the hospital. Sam lowers the phone just enough to speak to me. "Her neighbor found her," she says. "She was on the floor. They don't know how long she'd been there." She swallows. "They said it wasn't an accident. They just don't know what it is yet." She lifts the phone back to her ear as the hold music continues, soft and indifferent. "Wasn't an accident?" I repeat. Samantha looks as confused as I feel. I don't know how long we stood there just waiting, but eventually I told her to hang up. "Get dressed, Sam," I say. "We could have been there by now." Chapter 34. It had been a rough time for Samantha. She and her grandmother hadn't been speaking since Beatrice told her to stay away after the media turned me into a spectacle. But regardless of that, Samantha was still Beatrice's closest family member. Everyone else in the family lived outside the city. And despite everything, the hospital records still had Samantha listed as the emergency contact. Samantha ends the call and pulls on her boots while I step back into my winter gear. I slide the lemon back into my coat pocket, just in case, and make sure the cherries are secure inside the paper bag Pete had packed up. By the time we head downstairs through the shop, the steady hum of the freezers greets us again. It's constant, mechanical, unbothered by anything happening upstairs. The sound fills the dark space in a way that almost feels alive. I pause for a second longer than I should. All that solace still sitting there. Cold. Packaged. Useless. Costing me money to keep frozen. The hum doesn't change. It doesn't rise or fall. It just continues indifferent. I shove the thought aside. Now isn't the time. I unlock and swing open the large gray metal door at the back of Tasty Creams and immediately get hit with whiteout conditions. Snow slams sideways across the alley, driven by wind that cuts straight through fabric. Within seconds, flakes collect along the shoulders of my coat again. I step out into it and start the old truck. The engine groans before catching, coughing once before settling into a rough idle. I let it warm up while I circle around to the driver's side. I open the door and lean down, reaching under the seat. My fingers brush against old receipts, a flattened coffee cup lid, and something sticky before I finally grab the snow brush. It's wedged awkwardly against the metal frame, half buried under junk I haven't cleaned out in months. I pull it free and slam the door shut against the wind. Samantha gets into the passenger side and pulls the door closed behind her. The interior light flickers briefly before shutting off. She doesn't speak. She just sits there, hands folded in her lap, waiting. I start with the windshield. Snow has piled nearly a foot and a half thick across the glass and hood. I drag the brush across it in long, heavy strokes, pushing the weight off the front of the truck in chunks. The snow slides down in thick sheets and collapses into the growing drifts below. I move to the side windows next, scraping ice from the edges where it's already started to harden. The scraper makes that high, brittle sound against the glass. That's when it starts. Turkey in the straw. Slow at first. Warped. The notes stretched and dragging like the battery is dying. Then it speeds up. Higher. Faster than normal. Too bright. I freeze mid-scrape. Sam! I call through the driver's side window. Shut off the ice cream music before we wake up the entire neighborhood. The music keeps going. It echoes strangely in the storm, bouncing off brick and metal. The alley amplifies it. Cheerful. Shrill. Completely wrong for the hour. Inside, Samantha is flipping the switch back and forth. I don't know, George, she yells. It won't stop. The melody stutters once, and then begins again, slightly faster. The tempo feels off. Artificial. Like it's been forced forward. I scrape the ice from the wipers carefully, lifting them up and knocking loose the buildup around the hinges. Snow continues collecting on my shoulders and hat as I move to the side mirrors, clearing each one by hand. The song keeps playing. Bright. Relentless. Samantha! I shout again. She leans toward the dashboard, pushing buttons, flipping the switch repeatedly. I'm trying, she says. Make it stop, George. I circle to the back of the truck and clear the license plate, brushing away the snow that's already covering the numbers. The backup lights glow faintly through the storm. The music doesn't pause. I climb back into the driver's seat, dragging Snow in with me. Buckle up, I say automatically, though I'm barely thinking about it. I reach for the switch myself and flip it down. Nothing. Flip it up. Nothing changes. The jingle continues at double speed, cheerful and sharp and grating against the wind howling outside. It must be a short, I say. In the wiring. Samantha stares at the dashboard, jaw tight. George, let's go! I shift the truck into reverse. The backup alarm begins to beat beneath the music, the two sounds tangling together into something unbearable, mechanical warning layered over forced happiness. As I ease off the brake and feel the tires fight for traction against the packed snow, the song keeps playing. Loud. Wrong. Out of place. The music keeps playing. Fast. Tinny. Relentless. I ease the truck forward out of the back lot behind Tasty Creams, tires grinding against packed snow as I turn carefully toward the main road. The alley behind the shop is barely cleared, just two narrow tracks where someone must have passed earlier in the evening. Snow presses in on either side like walls. The windshield wipers drag back and forth in a steady rhythm, struggling to keep up. Snow builds faster than they can clear it. Each swipe gives us maybe 3 seconds of visibility before the world blurs white again. Make it stop, George, Sam says again, pressing her hands over her ears. I can't. I snap, flipping the switch one more time just in case. The jingle warps higher, then lower, then settles back into its too-fast rhythm. Turkey in the straw. Through a blizzard. At 11 o'clock on a Monday night. The truck heater blows lukewarm air that smells faintly like old antifreeze. I lean forward, squinting, barely able to make out the edges of the road beneath the swirling snow. Streetlights glow like halos in fog. We crawl forward. 3 miles an hour. Maybe less. I probably could have walked faster, I think to myself. Every intersection is a guess. Every turn is deliberate. The tires slide once and my stomach tightens, but they catch again. The music keeps going. By the time the hospital comes into view, its emergency lights flashing dimly through the storm, my shoulders are locked tight from gripping the steering wheel. "I'll drop you at the front," I say. Sam nods, already unbuckling before we fully stop. I pull as close to the entrance as I can without blocking the lane. Snow has drifted in thick ridges along the curb. The automatic doors glow yellow under the awning lights. "Call me when you know something," I say. She opens the door, and the wind punches into the cab, carrying snow with it. The music spills out into the storm. "Make it stop," she says one more time before slamming the door and hurrying toward the entrance. I watch her boots struggle for traction as she climbs the shallow steps and disappears through the sliding glass doors. The music keeps playing. I pull away and head toward the parking lot. The entrance gate is ahead, a small booth long since abandoned, replaced by a machine mounted on a concrete post. I roll down my window halfway. Snow blows in immediately, stinging my face. The machine screen glows pale blue through the storm. It instructs me to take a ticket. I press the button. Nothing. I press it again, harder this time. The machine whirs reluctantly and finally spits out a thin paper ticket. I grab it before the wind can take it. The yellow gate arm rises slowly, mechanically, like it resents the effort. I pull forward into the lot. There are no empty spaces near the front. Headlights sweep across rows of parked vehicles half buried already. I circle once. Twice. The wipers squeal across glass. Still no spot. Finally, I steer toward the outer edge of the lot, near a snowbank that has started forming along the perimeter fence. There's a patch of unmarked space where the lines are invisible beneath accumulation. I park there. The music is still playing. I turn the truck off. Silence crashes in instantly. The absence of the jingle is almost violent. For a brief second, my ears ring from the sudden lack of noise, and the storm outside sounds louder than it did before, raw and unfiltered. The ticking of the cooling engine feels enormous in the quiet. For a moment, I almost expect the melody to restart on its own. It doesn't. Then I grab my wallet and step out into the storm. Snow hits my face sideways as I shut the door and lock it. My boots sink several inches with each step toward the payment machine near the pedestrian walkway. The machine glows under a small plastic hood crusted with ice. I pull the thin ticket from my pocket and feed it into the slot. The machine pulls it in halfway. Stops. Thinks. The screen updates. Amount due. I pull out a bill. A 10, flatten it against my glove before feeding it into the slot. The machine spits it back out. I try again. Rejected. I smooth it against my thigh and feed it in slower. Rejected. The wind pushes against me as if impatient. "Come on!" I mutter. I fold the bill the opposite way and try again. The machine whirs. Pauses. Rejects it again. I dig into my wallet and pull out another bill. This one is creased worse. I try anyway. The machine hesitates longer this time. The screen flickers slightly. Then finally, it takes it. A thin receipt prints slowly from the bottom slot. I tear it off and shove it into my pocket. This is taking too long. Everything tonight is taking too long. I pull my collar up higher and begin to walk toward the hospital entrance. Snow crunches under my boots. The wind howls between parked cars. Headlights glow and fade as more vehicles creep into the lot. The sliding glass doors ahead sense my approach. They open automatically with a quiet hydraulic sigh. Warm air spills out. Inside, the waiting area is far busier than I expect. People stand instead of sit. Chairs are filled. Some lean against walls. Some speak in hushed voices. Others stare at their phones. Wet coats hang heavy. Boots leave melting trails across the tile. The air smells faintly of disinfectant and damp wool. I step inside, and the doors close behind me. For a moment I just stand there, scanning the crowd, looking for Samantha. There are too many people. Way more than there should be for a Monday night in a snowstorm. And what unsettles me most isn't panic. It's the absence of it. No raised voices. No frantic pacing. No shouting. Just waiting. Calm. Tired. Composed. Too composed. A television mounted in the corner plays muted footage of highway cameras swallowed by white. Someone argues quietly at the admissions desk. A child cries somewhere deeper in the hallway. I turn slowly, searching for Sam's face among strangers. There are too many faces. Too many coats. Too many people standing perfectly still. Chapter 35. Did they say anything? I ask as I find Samantha by the information desk in the front lobby. They only said everything is fine, but we will have to wait to learn more, Sam says as she looks around the busy hospital. The lobby hums with a low mechanical buzz, fluorescent lights, ventilation systems, the soft sliding sigh of automatic doors opening and closing every few seconds as more people step in from the storm. Please go to the waiting room, the younger girl behind the glass window calmly says. We will have someone get you when we have more information. Her badge is clipped perfectly straight. Her hair is tied back so tightly it pulls at the corners of her eyes. I put my arm around Samantha as I try to comfort her. At least they said everything is fine, hun, I tell her. We just need to wait for her room number. The woman behind the glass watches us. Sir, we ask that you maintain appropriate emotional boundaries. Sam looks confused and instinctively moves a little closer to me. I blink at the receptionist. Emotional boundaries? I repeat. What are you talking about? I keep my arm around Sam's waist, not tighter, just there. Physical proximity and heightened vocal tone can indicate dysregulation, she says evenly. This is an emotionally regulated environment. Behind us, someone coughs softly. A man in a soaked winter coat stands perfectly still, water dripping from the hem onto the tile floor, forming a small reflective puddle that no one addresses. I stare at her through the glass. Are you being serious right now? I ask. Her expression does not change. We understand this is difficult, she continues. If you're feeling escalated, we can connect you with a regulation specialist. Samantha looks at me, eyes wide, not angry, not crying. Just stunned. Come on, I say quietly. Let's wait. We move across the lobby into the waiting area. The chairs are mostly full. People sit shoulder to shoulder, coats damp from snow, boots lined along the base of the walls. Melted snow has created long dark streaks across the tile floor. The air smells faintly of wet wool and antiseptic. A man in a business suit sits upright with his hands folded neatly in his lap, staring straight ahead at nothing. An older woman beside him scrolls slowly on her phone, her thumb moving in steady, controlled motions. A teenage boy sits with his hood up, eyes open but unfocused, as if listening to something only he can hear. No one is pacing. No one is arguing. No one is demanding anything. They are simply waiting. Calm. Too calm. A television mounted in the corner plays muted footage of highways buried in white. A red banner scrolls across the bottom of the screen. Outside the large windows, snow piles against the glass in uneven drifts. The automatic doors keep opening, letting in gusts of wind and more people shaking snow from their shoulders before stepping into line. We need to move again, Sam, I whisper as I stand behind her with my arms around her waist. Things are getting weird, I murmur to her so nobody else can hear. A baby screams on the other side of the room as a woman just holds it, staring blankly at the wall. The cry slices through the room, raw and piercing, bouncing off tile and glass. The woman's posture never changes. She rocks slightly. Back and forth. Back and forth. The rhythm is exact. A steady stream of people keep coming in through the sliding glass doors. They step around seated patients, filling the remaining wall space. Some stand so close their shoulders touch. No one complains. Move where? Sam says softly, as the waiting room keeps filling. Read the television, Samantha. This is not good. I didn't know exactly how to express my concerns, but Pete was right when he said earlier that night how things were becoming black and white. Sam watched as I held her close, and she read the headlines running across the bottom of the screen. We are in this together. Should emotional regulation be mandatory? The headline rolls in the red box at the bottom of the screen. The insane thing was I knew they formed the question as rhetorical. The headlines keep rolling across the bottom as the woman on the other side of the room just holds the screaming infant without saying a word. She appeared borderline catatonic. C-A-T-T-O-N-I-C. Her eyes are open. Unblinking. Not vacant, just distant. And despite this, nobody seemed concerned. Other than the child's pleas, people seemed lost in deep thought or simply lost inside themselves. A nurse passes through the waiting room doors, glances at the infant, then continues walking without breaking stride. Solace deliveries take top priority. Another headline moves from the right to the left-hand side of the screen. Unregulated city council members expected to take psychological evaluations. Sam holds my arms with a tight grip as the headlines continue. I look out the large glass windows in the waiting room lobby. Snow has buried the parking lot lines. Cars sit half-submerged. A plow creeps slowly along the far edge of the lot but makes little progress. The hours pass by as the child continues to scream until eventually it just seems to give up. Not soothed. Not comforted. Just exhausted. The crying weakens, then breaks into small gasps. Then silence. No one reacts to the silence either. I watch as the woman holding the child stands. She adjusts the baby carefully, supporting its head correctly, precisely. Most people are standing now, pressed close together, bodies inches apart, yet somehow emotionally miles away. She walks past us without saying a single word as she exits the hospital and carries the baby into the heavy snowfall outside. The automatic doors open. Cold air rushes in. No one comments. The worst thing? Throughout all these headlines, while the television showed a bird's-eye view of the now blocked highway, not one headline mentioned all those stranded. All those stuck motionless. Surely needing assistance. George, we need to find Grandma, Samantha says as she turns and looks at me. Her voice is controlled, but her eyes aren't. I could understand her concern. Okay, Sam. You wait and I will ask around, okay? I say. Sam nods her head. Thank you, George, she says. She grabs my arm before I leave. And please bring me back a coffee. I kiss her cheek. I will be back soon, I say as I move out of the overcrowded waiting room, bodies pressed close, breath fogging the windows, the television still rolling calm red headlines, to see if I can somehow locate Beatrice and get us both a much-needed cup of coffee. Chapter 36. I walk past the steady line at main reception as I decided to quietly peek in from room to room, and maybe I would somehow find Beatrice. This was my plan. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was better than doing nothing at all. It felt small. Childish even. Like searching for a lost grocery cart in a parking lot instead of preparing for something worse. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, not loudly, just enough to remind you they were there. The kind of hum you don't notice until everything else becomes too quiet. I had always associated hospitals with noise. Crying, machines, voices, movement. This quiet felt staged. Now it wasn't even a few minutes before I began to understand the severity of the situation. Every room was full, every bed was taken. And beyond this, the sides of the hallways were being used as many lay or just stood idle waiting to be seen. For poles stood like coat racks beside them. Some people leaned against walls, as if waiting for a bus. Others sat cross-legged on the tile floor. No one argued. No one cried. It didn't look like emergency. It looked like waiting. The waiting room was filling, and nobody was being admitted because obviously there was no place to take new arrivals unless it was the most extreme of emergencies. But why were they all coming en masse? And was this happening everywhere? If this was local, it was strange. If it was everywhere, it was something else entirely. My mind raced, trying to consider the implications. As I continued to not only look for Beatrice, but also piece together what was taking place, I realized whatever this incident was, it was happening en masse. Something was making all these people come in volatility. But there was no volatility. That was the part that didn't make sense. They weren't frantic. They weren't angry. They weren't even scared. They were compliant. That word lodged in my throat. Compliant. As if that were somehow worse than chaos. I started asking at random as I kept walking past the long lines of all those standing motionless in the hospital's hallways. "Why are you here?" I say to one of the college students I remember from my days serving ice cream outside of campus property. His hoodie hung off him, like it didn't belong to him anymore. I am not well," he says calmly in a slur. His pupils looked unfocused, like he was watching something just behind me. "How are you not well?" I say, as he stands looking blankly towards me, and my frustration begins to boil over. "How are you not well?" I grab his shoulders harder than I mean to. The intrusion of my presence seemed to make the man confused. He wasn't afraid, just confused. The same kind of confusion someone I could only relate to a dementia patient. His mouth opened slightly. "Hell help me," he said it gently. Not urgent. Not desperate. Almost polite. The softness unsettled me more than a scream would have. It was like I was talking to Jessica all over again. And as I continued walking through the crowded hallways, this reaction was disturbingly becoming commonplace. Variations of the same sentence. "I don't feel right. Something is off. I think I forgot something. I can't tell." Not one person could name a symptom. Not one. How do you treat something that has no name? And that was when I heard the sound of the squeaky wheels of a push cart and a man quietly whistling to himself as he walked around the corner and began handing out Solace cycles one by one to the lines on both sides of the hallways. The sound cut through the silence. It was almost cheerful. Almost human. It was like music to my ears, because music itself, whistling, humming, had all but become a rarity lately. Relief washed over me before I even understood why. He was a tall black man in hospital scrubs, broad shoulders, late 40s maybe. His skin caught the fluorescent light in a soft sheen. His eyes were alert, very alert, scanning the hallway while his hands moved automatically, passing out the frozen bars like communion wafers. "One at a time now," he murmured gently. People took them without hesitation, without asking, without gratitude. They didn't even look at him. I walk over to the orderly passing out cycles from the large metal cart. "Excuse me, what is happening here?" He stops what he is doing and turns towards me. His expression wasn't blank like the others. It wasn't animated either. It was tired. Deep tired. "Why are so many people being admitted?" I ask. "They say it's temporary," he says to me. "It is transitional, just a phase." Temporary. Transitional. Words designed to shrink fear. His voice was low and smooth, with the kind of cadence that usually calms children or patients in distress. Except nobody here was distressed. I look at him, trying to understand the implications to his words. "Transitional to what?" I asked. He looks around as if to check who else is around us. His eyes move quickly, intelligently. "Look, I am just trying to do my job. I am not a doctor." He leans in as he whispers in my ear. "You don't want to see what happens if—" He stops. My stomach tightens. A man in a white lab coat walks past. No rush. No concern. Just walking. He continues down the hall calmly and pushes open one of the many doors in the hallway, walking into a room that says MRI. The door closes softly behind him. "I can't just stop what I am doing or they become agitated," he continues quietly. Agitated? I look around. Nobody looks agitated. And yet something about the stillness feels fragile. "My name is Leroy. I am George," I said to him in appreciation of anything he could tell me. "They started coming in about a week ago," he said. A week. This wasn't sudden. This was growing. His hands kept moving as he spoke, unwrapping cardboard boxes, stacking cycles into the freezer compartment. The doctors call it EOAS, Leroy says, as he keeps handing out Solace cycles. The acronym sounded clinical. Neat. Contained. I just keep doing my rounds, George. I don't know what to tell you. EOAs? I say. What is that supposed to mean? He pauses, genuinely thinking. Exogenous oxytocin adaptation syndrome. The words felt heavier than the hallway. Exogenous. Oxytocin. Adaptation. Syndrome. Artificial bonding chemical. External source. The body adapting. To comfort. Adapting. To solace. But George, I don't even know what that means. I just hear staff keep talking about it. I look around at all the people standing against the walls in silence as I follow Leroy while he does his rounds. Thank you, I say to him. Nobody is giving me any answers around here. He nods his head as he pulls out another box of Solace cycles from his push cart. The cold vapor spills into the air between us. Cold. Clean. Controlled. So why are you here? Leroy asks me. The wheels to the push cart keep quietly squeaking as I follow him. I am looking for my wife's grandmother. I tell Leroy all the details as he stops pushing the cart and turns towards me once again. Another orderly in a blue uniform stops as he was walking. As I continue to explain, he cuts me off mid-sentence. Beatrice Gostick is in the morgue, he says calmly. The word morgue doesn't register at first. Not unkind. Just flat. Like he just told me visiting hours. What? I say to him abruptly. Sir, please check your emotional regulation. He replies automatically. Emotional regulation? Here. Now. It sounded rehearsed. Like something written on a laminated card. Beatrice Gostick forgot to refill her heart medicine prescription. Forgot. Beatrice never forgot anything. I just stop, speechless, as I listen to him continue with his grim and eerily calm news. Your wife's grandmother died yesterday afternoon, sir. No pause. No softening. No lowering of voice. The fluorescent lights hummed. Somewhere a monitor beeped. Nobody looked at us. The world did not shift. It did not acknowledge the sentence that had just been spoken. I am sorry for your loss. He says it like policy. Then he walks away. Just walks. I can't believe what I was hearing. Even before Samantha got the call in our apartment kitchen, after hearing so many times everything was okay, Beatrice was in the morgue. The cycles keep being handed out. Leroy stays. He doesn't speak for a moment. Then quietly, I am sorry for your loss. And with Leroy, I can hear genuine concern for what I just learned. Not dramatic. Not exaggerated. Just human. That almost makes it worse. Leroy continues down the hallway as both men leave me standing there momentarily speechless as I gather my thoughts. The hallway keeps moving around me. The cycles keep being handed out. The wheels keep squeaking. Life continues. Regulated. Controlled. Managed. How am I going to explain this to Samantha suddenly becomes the next question I need to immediately address. And beneath that question, something smaller and far more dangerous begins to form. If she forgot her heart medicine, what else are we forgetting? Chapter 37. I head to the coffee machine. I fumble through my pockets for loose change as one by one I place a handful of quarters into the machine. The coins slip from my fingers twice before I manage to guide them into the narrow slot. One rolls off the metal ledge and spins on the tile floor longer than it should. The thin metallic were echoing faintly in the cafeteria before it finally collapses flat. I bend to retrieve it, feeling strangely exposed while crouched there. The machine rejects one coin, spits it back at me with a sharp metallic clink, and I stare at it for a second longer than I should before trying again. The machine hums. Mechanical. Predictable. Functional. It doesn't forget what it was built to do. I know I need to tell Samantha about Beatrice, but honestly I need time to consider my words. I push a button for a large coffee and half-hot chocolate. My thoughts are this: Sam will take it hard, but if anything, chocolate might help slightly. The machine begins its slow ritual. A paper cup drops into place with a hollow thud. The nozzle lowers. A stream of dark liquid pours down in a steady, unwavering line. No hesitation. No confusion. The black and brown liquid swirl into my cup in perfect measured proportion, steam rising gently in soft coils. For a moment, I fixate on it, on the way the two colors fold into one another without resistance. Controlled, designed, balanced. Everything else today feels unbalanced. The smell rises up thicker than I expect. Sweet, bitter, dense. It hits the back of my throat, and I swallow against it. My chest feels tight. Not pain. Just pressure. Like I'm holding something and that refuses to settle. Even the cafeteria is full of random people either sitting or standing against the walls, as I realize this surplus has to be unmanageable. Some stare at nothing. Some sit with trays in front of them untouched. A man slowly stirs an empty cup with a plastic spoon, as if something might eventually appear in it. The spoon makes a soft circular scraping sound against dry cardboard. He does not look down at it. A child drops a packet of crackers onto the floor and simply looks at it. No crying. No bending down to retrieve it. The mother beside the child doesn't react either. She just watches the packet on the ground as if waiting for it to correct itself. The television mounted in the corner plays the news. A ticker scrolls along the bottom of the screen. Hospital capacity concerns, temporary adjustment period, public reassurances. A suited official speaks calmly about resource coordination. The volume is low. No one seems to be listening anyway. A graph flashes behind him showing rising numbers. Rising. The dead increase. The word appears briefly before the graphic changes. No one looks up. And even if all these people adapt to UAS, how will society adapt to a world where people couldn't care less as long as they were content with a box of Solace cycles in their freezers? I was being overloaded with everything all at once. The news on the television. The hospital swarmed with so many people. The dead increasing. And now Beatrice. My mind was racing. And for the first time ever since I heard of the flavor of comfort, the numbers had become irrelevant to me. Why? I ask myself. Because a mother who holds a baby without connection is no mother at all. A police officer who only does his job for the paycheck isn't really there to serve and protect. A doctor who couldn't care less if a patient lives or dies will only become ruthless for statistics' sake of a greater good irrelevant to the needs of those he vowed to do not harm. And what about a husband? What about a father? If I can calculate social impact percentages, but cannot prevent my own family from collapsing, what good are the numbers? What good are projections if people forget to refill prescriptions? What good is public stability if the dead keep quietly increasing and no one reacts? The scent of fresh chocolate and coffee accompany my thoughts as everything around me is nerve-wracking. It smells warm, safe, familiar. For a brief second I close my eyes and let the steam brush against my face. But even that small comfort feels temporary. The hum of the fluorescent lights above me grows louder in my awareness. Or maybe I'm just noticing it now. A tray crashes somewhere behind me, and I flinch hard enough to nearly spill the cup. No one else reacts. There was no middle ground anymore. The world had drawn a line in the sand, and whatever happens next, I knew I needed to get Samantha and my unborn child somewhere safe, somewhere outside of the city. Outside the reach of whatever this was becoming. Outside the slow forgetting. I take my 2 cups and walk back through the hallways towards the main lobby. The squeak of a distant cart echoes faintly somewhere behind me. The overhead lights flicker once, barely noticeable, but I notice it. I notice everything now. A nurse passes me and doesn't look at my face. A man leans against the wall with N4 taped to his arm, staring at the ceiling like he is waiting for instructions from it. I see Samantha just standing there surrounded by a line of new arrivals, and I know I need to break the bad news. I wish I could tell her to sit first, but unfortunately it was standing room only. She looks tired, but not dulled, stressed but realizing all she can do is wait. Her hand rests protectively over her stomach. Her jaw is tight. She is present. Fully present. I place the 2 large mochas on a table beside a bunch of old magazines. One slides slightly on the uneven surface, and I steady it with my palm. The cardboard feels too thin in my grip. "What is wrong, George?" Sam says, as she was one of the few people who has learned to read me like a book. Her voice isn't flat. It's worried. It's searching. That almost breaks me before the words do. I wrap my arms around her and pull her close as I brace her for the impact of what must come next. She stiffens slightly at first, sensing something heavy. I can feel her heart beating fast against my chest. "Samantha, I don't know how to break this to you." The words stick. My tongue feels thick. My throat dry. The smell of chocolate suddenly makes me nauseous. "Samantha, your grandmother is dead." The words leave me and hang between us. For half a second she doesn't move. Then she pulls back just enough to look at my face, searching it as if hoping she misheard me. "What?" Not flat. Not regulated. Raw. No. No, George. No. Her breathing changes first. Short. Sharp. Her hand grips the fabric of my jacket. "What do you mean she's dead? You said she was fine." "They said she was fine." Her voice cracks on the last word. A couple standing near us glance over briefly, then look away again. The world continues. A stretcher rolls past. Somewhere someone speaks softly to someone on their phone about picking up dry cleaning. "She forgot to refill her heart medication," I say quietly. Sam's face shifts from disbelief to something worse. "She told me to leave her alone," she says suddenly, the words tumbling out unevenly. "She said she didn't want visitors. She said she was fine, and that I should stop worrying." Her eyes fill. Not dramatically. Not theatrically. Just naturally. Human. "She wouldn't just forget," she continues, shaking her head. "She pushes people away when she thinks she's a burden, but she doesn't forget." There is not just grief, but realization. Around us, the hospital remains controlled, regulated, managed. Inside her, nothing is regulated at all. Tears spill down her face, and she presses her hand against her mouth, as if trying to contain the sound building in her chest. "I was supposed to call her yesterday," she whispers. "Even if she didn't want to talk. I should have called anyway." Her shoulders begin to shake. She doesn't wail. She doesn't collapse. She just folds inward slightly, like something inside her has given way. The dam doesn't break loudly. It cracks. And I stand there holding her as everything else in the world feels like it is balancing on something thin and ready to snap. How am I going to explain this to Samantha had been my question. Now a new one replaces it. If Beatrice forgot her medicine, what else are people forgetting? Appointments, shift changes, traffic signals, children in back seats, gas burners left on. And how many more are going to die quietly before anyone remembers how to care? Chapter 38. "Let's go home," I said to Sam once I realized, although she was a mess, that she had processed the news of Beatrice's death and was in no danger of passing out. I passed Samantha the hot mocha. "Please drink this. It will keep you warm for the drive home," I said. We were bumping shoulder to shoulder with all the new arrivals as we moved toward the two sliding glass doors at the hospital's front entrance in the reception area. The snow had thickened since we first went inside. It was bad before, but now it was coming down in sheets, heavy, sideways, wind-driven. The kind that erased edges and swallowed sound. The hospital lights glowed in a halo of white blur, sirens somewhere in the distance muffled by the storm. I held Samantha as we walked toward the old ice cream truck in the parking lot. The fresh snow was up to our knees now, whiteout conditions swirling around us as we made it to my truck. The parking lot was worse than I expected. Cars sat at every angle imaginable. Some half in spaces. Some sideways across lanes. Some simply stopped where the driver must have decided that was good enough. Headlights still on in a few. Exhaust curling up faintly into the storm. Doors left slightly ajar on two vehicles near the entrance. Snow already collecting on the seats. The ice cream truck was boxed in completely. A delivery van had pulled tight against the rear bumper. Two sedans angled across the front. A pickup truck sat abandoned diagonally across the only open lane that might have allowed maneuvering. No driver inside. No attempt at correction. Engines idled in random pockets of the lot as if people had stepped out meaning to move their cars and simply hadn't. Samantha stood beside me, her coat pulled tight, one arm wrapped around herself, the other resting protectively over her stomach. "Can you get it out?" she asked. I already knew the answer. "No," I said as I looked around at all the new arrivals since we first got here almost 9 hours earlier. The word felt heavier than it should have. A cab's headlights cut through the snow up ahead in the distance. We watched as it rolled up to the hospital entrance. It dropped off a man who stepped out slowly, stared at the building for a second as if confirming where he was, then walked toward the sliding doors without urgency. I pulled Sam's hand as we moved toward the cab driver, flagging him down with urgency before he could drive off. I stepped forward and raised my arm, shouting at his front window. The cab idled for a moment after the passenger closed the door. The window slid down halfway. The driver looked tired. He was an older man, probably mid-50s, with gray hair and thick glasses. I imagined he had been driving people around all night in the storm. The driver leaned slightly toward the passenger seat, but didn't fully turn. "Where to?" he said flatly. His response was routine, automatic. His voice had no irritation, no friendliness, just function. Sam and I opened the back door and got inside. I gave him our address. He nodded once. "Okay." Inside the city cab, it smelled of air freshener, and I was grateful he had the heater turned up. Samantha slid into the back seat first. I followed, pulling the door closed against the wind. Snow clung to the edges of the rubber seals. The meter clicked on. The cab pulled away from the curb slowly, tires struggling slightly before catching traction. Samantha was already crying again, though more quietly now. The shock had settled into something steadier, something deeper. The driver didn't seem to respond. "I should have called her," she whispered. "Even if she didn't answer. I should have tried." I put my arm around her shoulders. "You couldn't have known. She always said she was fine when she wasn't." Her breathing hitched. She pressed her face into my coat. Outside, the city blurred by in streaks of white and orange. Snow swallowed the road markings. Traffic moved strangely, not fast, not slow, just uncertain. A car ahead drifted slightly between lanes before correcting too late. The driver spoke again. "Busy night," he said. I looked up at the rearview mirror. His eyes met mine briefly. "Hospital's full." "Yeah," I replied. "Adjustment period," he continued. "They said that." "They?" I asked. He didn't answer. I continued trying to comfort Samantha as she sipped on the mocha I had bought her. I took a sip of my own as it warmed my core. The cab continued forward. After a few minutes passed, I realized something was wrong. The turn he should have taken came and went. I leaned forward slightly. "Hey, you Miss Cedar." Silence. A beat too long. "Oh." He didn't turn around. He kept driving straight. "Cedar," he repeated quietly, as if testing the word. Samantha shifted beside me, but didn't look up. The streetlights grew fewer. Buildings thinned. Snow thickened. I looked outside and felt my stomach tighten. We were heading away from the city center. "Excuse me," I said more firmly. "You need to turn around." The driver blinked slowly. He began. His hands remained on the wheel. "Where to? Okay. That's not the right way," I said. Another long pause. "Oh." But he didn't slow. Samantha finally lifted her head. "George." I glanced up the side window. Dark shapes rose beyond the roadside. Pine trees. Tall. Dense. Black against the white storm. We were heading toward the outskirts. "Where are you going?" Samantha asked sharply now, leaning forward. The driver said nothing. Snow hammered against the windshield. The wipers dragged back and forth in uneven rhythm. "Sir," I said louder, "you're going the wrong way." His grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. He tried again. "Where to? Okay." His sentence fractured mid-thought. You aren't making any sense, I said to him, as I did my best to rationalize with the man and explain his error. He blinked hard, like someone waking up. Stop the car, I said. He didn't respond. Stop the car, I shouted. The cab swerved slightly, as if the volume startled him. He hit the brakes too abruptly. The car fishtailed gently before correcting. Then it rolled to a slow, uneven stop along the shoulder. The storm roared around us. The driver stared forward through the windshield. Snow piled against the glass faster now, as the windshield wipers swished back and forth on high. He said again. He looked down at the dashboard, then at his hands. I don't know. Not defensive. Not angry. Just lost. Samantha's fingers dug into my arm. What is wrong with him? She whispered. I opened my door into the wind. Snow blasted into the cab immediately. Samantha followed quickly, clutching her coat tight. The driver didn't try to stop us. He didn't even look back. I shut the door and stepped away from the vehicle, pulling Samantha with me. For a moment, the cab remained there idling. Then, without signal, it pulled back onto the road and disappeared into the white. Just swallowed. Samantha turned slowly in a circle, looking at the trees, the dark road, the snow-choked sky. Where are we? She asked. The storm answered for me. I checked my phone. Weak signal. The map struggled to load, then froze. We're a few miles out, I said. A few miles out where? Her voice cracked. What is happening? Why were there so many people at the hospital tonight? What was wrong with that driver? Her questions came fast now, fear pushing them forward. The wind howled between the trees. I tried to explain EOS the best I could. But unlike Leroy, I couldn't even remember what the letters stood for. So I spoke in layman's terms as best I could. I spoke about the confusion. About cognitive decline. About people forgetting things they never used to forget. About how the numbers were climbing. About how it wasn't just dulling emotion anymore. It was dulling function. She stared at me like she was waiting for me to tell her it was temporary. That it would correct. That systems always corrected. I don't understand, she said. I know. It was at that moment I couldn't help but wonder, if cab drivers were forgetting directions, what would happen when surgeons forgot incisions? How far was this going to go? But I did my best, regardless, to stay level-headed for Sam's sake, at least, as I continued speaking. They say it's a phase, Sam, but I don't see how, I told her. Snow soaked through my coat at the shoulders. My boots were already filling at the seams. We need to move, I said. We'll freeze if we stand here. She nodded, though her hands trembled. We turned back toward the faint glow of the city in the distance, an orange haze beyond the storm. We began walking. The wind pushed against us hard enough to make each step deliberate. Snow clung to Samantha's hair and eyelashes. I took off my red toque and pulled it over Sam's head as I adjusted my hood to cover my face. She slipped once, and I caught her under the arm. I'm cold, George, she said quietly. We kept walking toward a metal sign with the words HEY 190 written on it. I pulled Sam in toward me as I kept her warm. She pressed closer to me as we walked, clinging to my side. I know, I said. The city lights flickered faintly ahead, blurred and unstable through the storm. Behind us, the road disappeared. Ahead of us, the storm thickened. The wind began to howl in long, sustained bursts, bending the tops of the pines until they groaned. Snow no longer fell in flakes, but in dense, horizontal sheets, stinging against exposed skin like thrown sand. Drifts formed and reformed in seconds, swallowing our footprints almost as soon as we made them. The sky was no longer gray but a suffocating white, the kind that erased horizon and direction alike. The world felt narrowed to 10 feet in every direction. Sound dulled. Distance collapsed. And for the first time, I wasn't sure whether we were walking toward safety, or deeper into whatever the world was slowly becoming. Chapter 39. I know where we are, I tell Samantha as we keep walking. Sam walks beside me as we keep moving forward. The storm seems to let up a little. But with the drifting snow, it makes little difference. Slush clings to the hems of our coats. Snow sticks to our eyelashes. Everything feels slow, dense, as if the air itself has weight. A light flashes against our backs suddenly, as I turn around and raise my thumb in the wee hours of the morning. An old quarter-ton pickup truck moves toward us slowly, and shows no signs of stopping as it just passes by, ignoring the situation altogether. "Do you have reception yet?" Sam asks as she looks at her phone. "And what difference would it make?" I say as we keep walking. "Would we just call another cab company?" Sam looks upset, but I know I am right. Calling another cab company would only prove worthless right now. The world had become filled with catchphrases and slogans, each as ridiculous as the first, I think to myself as I walk down the old stretch of highway. The sky is beginning to lighten in the approaching day, a dull iron gray that pulls the edges of the storm into sharper relief. This was our new normal. We are all in this together, as the television said, and surely it meant we are all in this alone. I don't even turn around or waste my energy as the next car approaches, and sure enough it just passes us by without a care or even a glance. "Sorry, George," Sam says as we keep walking. I pull her close to me as I keep her warm. "It's okay," I say softly. The wind bites through the seams of our coats as we keep moving. It nips at exposed cuffs and collars, cutting through layers until the cold sits right against the skin. The sky slowly shifts from charcoal to an even lighter iron gray, the first hints of morning barely pushing against the storm. Our boots crunch unevenly through the packed snow, each step heavy and deliberate, like carrying invisible weights with every footfall. It took us a good hour and a half to get home that day, and by the time we both made it upstairs we were frozen and exhausted. I turned on our shower as Sam and I stood beneath the hot water, letting feeling return slowly to our fingers and toes before drying off. Steam pooled on the tile floor. The hot water loosened muscles that felt like knots, and I stayed under it longer than I needed to, longer than Sam did, just to let the warmth settle into quiet spaces I didn't know were aching. Immediately after, we just crawled under the blankets and passed out on our queen-size bed. When I woke, the room was dim and quiet. The storm outside had dulled into a distant hush against the windows. Sam shifted closer to me under the covers, pressing her cold feet against my legs for warmth. "What are we going to do?" Sam says as she gets closer to me, enjoying being out of the cold. Her voice is small now. Not frantic. Just tired. I put my arms around her and pull her against my chest, feeling the slight tremble that hasn't fully left her yet. "I don't know, hun." I choose my next words carefully. "We will figure something out." Her head nuzzles into my chest. "We are in this together." I continue, almost on instinct, the words falling out softly, the phrase heavier now than ever, but familiar, a blanket of language meant to comfort. The words settle in the quiet room, soft and practiced. Sam nods faintly against me, accepting them without question. Outside, somewhere in the distance, a car engine revved too long before cutting out abruptly, the dying breath of a vehicle someone couldn't restart. Inside our bedroom, it was warm. For the moment, I held Sam closer beneath the blankets, her head resting against my chest, her hair still carrying the faint scent of her shampoo, something soft and familiar, something normal. Her breathing slowed gradually, evening out as sleep finally took her. I pressed my cheek lightly against the top of her head and closed my eyes, listening to the quiet hum of the freezers downstairs and the wind outside our bedroom window. For a little while, at least, we were warm. And with my arms wrapped around her, I let myself drift off too. Chapter 40. The next morning came Dan. It was just like that too, the startling buzz of my front door intercom before I even opened my eyes. "Who is that?" Jessica said as she lay there beside me. The buzzing continued. I get up naked as I move to the intercom box beside the front door in the living room as it buzzes again. "Hello?" I say as my finger presses in on the button to speak. I release it to wait as Sam walks out of the bedroom behind me. She hands me my pants and heads to the kitchen as she fills the back of the percolator with water and starts making coffee. "It's Dan," the voice says as I fumble putting on my jeans. "Just a minute." I say into the box. I head into the bedroom and find yesterday's shirt on the floor in front of my bed. Dan? Jessica says, being far more aware of our history. I grab my parka as I put it on and head down the stairs and over to the front doors of Tasty Creams. I open the front door as I close it behind me and walk outside. Good morning, Dan says the moment I walk out onto the main street sidewalk. Both he and Jessica are there as Jessica stands slightly behind him, staring blankly at the unshoveled path. Her boots are unlaced. Snow has already begun melting into the fabric near her ankles. She does not seem to notice. I reach into my pocket and pull out a fresh pack of cigarettes as I remove the plastic and the foil inside. My mind is still caught in the morning fog as we didn't even get home until dawn, and I have barely gotten a couple hours of sleep. You have my condolences, Dan says as I put a cigarette in my mouth and rifle through my pockets looking for a lighter. I say nothing as I light the cigarette and take a deep drag. Jessica shifts as I hear feet shuffling in the crisp snow as she clings close behind Dan almost as if unsure whether she is meant to stand beside him or behind him. Her hands grip the back of his coat too tightly, fingers pressing into the fabric as if anchoring herself to something solid. Her lips move slightly, whispering something to herself, a faint repetition, like she is trying to remember a word and cannot quite catch it. Beatrice attended our church for years, George, Dan continues. If the man had not awoken me from such a deep slumber, I probably would have appeared angrier, I am sure. This man standing before me had ruined my reputation, and was pivotal at one point rallying a media circus against me. Thank you, I say as I take another drag and look across to the other side of the street, trying to hold my tongue. Beatrice's service will be held on Saturday, George, Dan says calmly. His voice is soft and gentle, and well practiced as if he has done this 100 times before. In times like these we need to put our differences behind us. His words, I am sure, were intended to be comforting, but in that moment were anything but. You destroyed my livelihood, I say, as I finally turn around and look him in the eye. Dan hesitates. Just a flicker, barely visible, before he nods once, as if acknowledging a minor scheduling conflict rather than a collapse. About that, he says evenly. There is a shortage, and we need to work together. He reaches inside his coat. For half a second, I think of something heavier than paper. Instead, he pulls out a large stack of bills, thick enough to bend under its own weight. I am prepared to pay you for all your shop's inventory to help cover your losses. That was when it hit me. Dan wasn't here about Beatrice at all. Everything about this morning had to do with Solace. You have a lot of nerve, Dan, I say. You have campaigned as a champion on the platform that Solace should be free, and here you are trying to buy it from me? I ask him, not as a question but to shine a light on the hypocrisy going on in front of my bankrupt business. Jessica walks around from behind Dan and looks through the front windows at my freezers in the back humming. The low mechanical vibration seems to hold her attention completely. Her head tilts slightly, like a child listening to a distant lullaby. Her pupils look unfocused, drifting, then snapping back. She presses her palm lightly against the cold glass. She does not look at either of us. George! Dan continues to speak extremely calm as he lowers the money slightly, but does not put it away. There is a shortage, and we need to work together here. I take another drag and throw the butt of my cigarette onto the ground and crush it beneath my foot. Do we now? I ask him as I take a step closer and raise my voice a notch. When was the last time you were at the hospital, Dan? I ask him. Dan's eyes widen. The hospital? He says. I can hear Jessica walk back and forth behind me now. The pacing is uneven. She mutters again, words fractured, pieces of phrases that don't assemble into anything coherent. Her voice carries a soft urgency, like she is trying to solve something only she can see. I continue. Yes, the hospital, I say. I light another cigarette, doing my best to control my temper. The place is completely overwhelmed with EOS patients, so bad I can't even get my truck out of the parking lot. I say to him. It's called EOAS, exogenous oxytocin adaptation syndrome, George. Dan says, as he corrects me calmly. And the vast majority of patients are expected to make a full recovery. I listen to his words closely, as the morning sun pops out from behind the clouds and a plow truck passes. The blade is down, scraping loudly against already cleared pavement. There is almost nothing left to push. The metal grinds against asphalt, sparks briefly flashing beneath it before disappearing in a thin layer of powder. The truck continues anyway, methodical, committed to its route. You are repeating talking points from the news, Dan, I say, as I quickly become far more agitated by his presence. Have you ever met anyone who has recovered from EOS? I ask him. Dan doesn't answer my question. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly before smoothing again. You need to be rational, George, he says. You are sounding like a conspiracy theorist. Jessica keeps pacing back and forth behind me in front of the Tasty Creams window. Her breathing grows faster now. She presses both hands flat against the glass, then pulls them away quickly as if startled by the cold. Her mouth opens slightly. She never takes her eyes off the humming freezer. Daddy, she whispers faintly, though she is not looking at him. Then louder, almost pleading. Daddy, we're out. Dan's composure fractures. Not fully, just a hairline crack. We are out of solace, he says too quickly, the words landing harder than intended before his tone smooths again. Completely. The words hang in the air. Jessica's mumbling sharpens into a broken rhythm. No more, she says softly. No more, no more, no more. Her body sways slightly, knees trembling. Her eyes lose focus again, darting from the freezers to me, then back to the humming machines. Her breathing becomes shallow and rapid. For a moment she looks as though she might cry, but no tears come. The emotion seems trapped somewhere inside her, unable to find a proper exit. Dan lifts the stack of cash slightly. Look, George. I will pay you double market price. I take a long drag and think for a moment at his offer. Another plow truck passes slowly with its blade down, scraping against pavement already stripped clean. It pushes nothing but air and noise. The grinding echoes down the street longer than it should, hollow and unnecessary. I watch the truck pass as I toss my half-smoked cigarette out behind it into the street and move toward my front entrance. Go fuck yourself, Dan, I calmly say as I walk back inside and lock the glass door behind me. Before the latch clicks fully into place, I look up. Jessica is no longer pacing. She is standing still. Her face is pale against the snow, eyes wide, not blinking, not crying, just fixed on me through the glass. The freezer hum vibrates faintly against the pane between us. Her lips move once more, but no sound comes out this time. The glass fogs slightly where she breathes. Dan turns slightly, stepping into her line of sight, blocking her from view. The lock settles. I turn away. Chapter 41. As I walked up the old stairs to our apartment, I suddenly realized there was no possible way I was going to sleep anytime soon. It was frustrating not only turning down Dan's offer when I could use the money, but having him use Beatrice as an excuse for the visit. What did Dan want? Samantha asked as she brought me my morning cup of coffee. He wanted ice cream, I said as I turned on the television and tried to forget. The freezers below us hummed through the floorboards, a low mechanical reassurance that something in my life was still functioning. And this is what we call a happy accident, some weird guy with a goatee and an afro said as he smeared paint across a canvas, creating the effect of a sunset. At least his voice is calming, I thought to myself. Not like a facade, he actually seemed genuine. He continued speaking of titanium white while I watched the picture form before me. Thank you, Sam, I said as I raised my cup in appreciation. It felt good to have someone actually take care of me. And now we ever so gently swoosh our brushes, the man said. I kept watching the television as the painting continued to materialize in Technicolor. Swoosh, 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 and a tap, 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 he said. Are you hungry, George? Sam asked as she drank her own coffee and sat beside me, placing her hand on my lap. I am okay, hon, I said calmly. And now it is time for our browns, the painter said. I watched as he moved like a grandmaster with his brush, and suddenly it hit me like an epiphany. "Thank you, Bob," I suddenly said as Sam looked shocked at my outburst beside her. "Thank you, Grandpa." Sam just waited as I pointed toward the television screen at the winter scene of a cabin on a lake in a pinewood forest with a sunset behind it. "My grandfather had a cabin just like that, Sam," I said. "He gave it to my aunt in the will." Samantha kept listening closely as I continued to explain. I told her how my aunt never went there in the wintertime. I told her how it was a 3-hour drive away. And most of all, I explained how secluded it was. Secluded. Quiet. No phones. No humming freezers. No knocking. That was when Sam smacked me with a harsh reality check. "Yeah, okay, but what about the truck, George?" I stopped and pondered for a moment as I set the hot cup down on the coffee table. And that was when my phone began to ring. The phone started before noon and did not stop for the next 9 days. At first, it was familiar numbers. Regulars. Parents. College kids. People who had once complained about prices now speaking softly, politely. "George, just checking. You got anything left? I heard you might. I can pay cash. Pastor Dan said you." Their voices weren't angry. They were thin. Tight. Like something underneath the words was vibrating. I couldn't believe it. Here we were the day after Beatrice's death. Our boots hadn't even had time to properly dry, and Dan had been calling people, trying to pressure me to sell ice cream. The nerve of the man was staggering. I stopped answering after the second day. By the fourth, the calls came from numbers I didn't recognize. Then the same numbers just kept calling over and over again, 10 times in a row. I finally unplugged the shop line. Then somehow, they started calling my cell. Not only that, they were calling Sam's cell as well. Sometimes when I answered by mistake, there would be breathing. No greeting. Just breathing. Fast. Controlled. Like someone trying not to cry. Samantha sat at the small kitchen table with a legal pad and a pen. I stood by the window as the same plow truck continued to pass in loops, and I began to realize the severity of the situation. Across the street, the pharmacy had a handwritten sign taped to the door, closed until further notice. 2 days later, the sign was gone. The door remained locked. No one removed the snow from its steps. On the television, a news anchor smiled with professional calm. "Several cities have declared localized states of emergency in response to the temporary strain on hospital infrastructure. Officials emphasize that EOS patients are stabilizing and adapting." Behind the anchor, footage rolled. Hospital hallways. Stretchers. Blankets on tile floors. People sitting upright against walls, staring ahead, eyes unfocused. One woman in the footage rocked slightly. Back and forth. Back and forth. No one stopped her. "Exogenous oxytocin adaptation syndrome," the anchor continued, "is a transitional neurological recalibration process. Citizens are urged to remain patient." I muted the television. By day 3, Solace was declared a public wellness utility. Effective immediately, all retail sale of Solace products was suspended. Distribution would continue through registered emotional regulation centers to ensure equitable access. I remembered how this had always been planned for the first of the year. I had expected it. But I had not expected to be sitting on the last fully stocked private supply on Main Street. I kept watching the announcement. "Free," Samantha said softly. "Free," I repeated. "But controlled." Controlled meant lines. Controlled meant shortages. Controlled meant dependence with a gatekeeper. I went downstairs and checked the freezers humming in the back of the shop. The sound was constant. Mechanical. Loyal. They were full. I stood there longer than I meant to, staring at the frost lining the lids. By day 5, I noticed the garbage truck hadn't come. But the snowplow certainly had. Every hour or so I heard that constant scraping sound, steel screaming against asphalt. Nothing to push. Still scraping. Still moving. Eventually the plow ran out of gas, and I watched a confused-looking driver get out and just leave it there in the middle of Main Street. He didn't call anyone. He didn't look back. He just walked away down the sidewalk, hands in his pockets. After that, people started standing outside the shop window. At first one man, mid-40s, hands shoved in his pockets. He stared at the closed sign for a long time before walking away. The next day there were 2. By evening there were 5. They didn't knock. They just stood there, looking through the glass at the humming machines in the back. Not talking to each other. Just staring. Like animals watching a fire through a fence. I made sure the front lights of Tasty Creams were always off. Sometimes people would just stand outside for hours. Sometimes they pressed their foreheads to the glass. Sometimes they mouthed words I couldn't hear. By day 7, the government's New Year's address aired nationwide. Fireworks and archive footage. Smiling crowds from previous years. Hopeful music. This is a moment of national resilience, the President of the United States of America said calmly. EOS is temporary. Adaptation is already underway. We must remain strong and unified. Solace remains available to all citizens at designated centers. Behind him, the flag did not move. The camera did not shake. The speech did not falter. I watched the scrolling ticker beneath it. Emergency services experiencing delays in multiple urban areas. Supply chain disruptions expected to normalize within weeks. Hospitals operating at enhanced capacity. Enhanced capacity. Outside, the knocking began happening at the same time every night. 9:17 p.m. 3 firm taps. Pause. 2 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The same rhythm. Like someone practicing. Samantha turned off the television. That night the knocking started again. Not pounding. Not violent. Just firm. Measured. A rhythm. I did not answer. The phone vibrated on the counter beside me. Unknown number. Unknown number. Unknown number. I flipped it face down. By day 9, I began packing. Clothes first, I said to Samantha. Warm layers. Blankets. She nodded. I can get the truck, I said. Samantha looked up from the suitcase. The hospital? I nodded again. It's still in the parking lot. I just couldn't get it out. Too many cars. On the television, aerial footage showed rows of vehicles crammed bumper to bumper outside emergency entrances across the country. Some abandoned. Some idling. Some with people sitting inside, staring forward. Some with frost forming on the inside of the windows. I'll drive across the front lawn, I said flatly. There's no other way. I can cut through the landscaping, swing wide, and get onto the side road. Samantha didn't argue. When? She asked. Tomorrow morning. Silence sat between us in our upper floor apartment above my old shop. That evening, someone pressed their face to the glass. Not for long. Just long enough for me to notice the fog bloom outward from their breath. A woman. Hair unbrushed. Eyes red. Hands cupped against the window. But she didn't just stand there. Her fingers began tapping the glass rapidly, unevenly, like she couldn't stop them. She leaned too close. Her nose flattened against the pane. Her eyes were not just red, they were wet, unfocused, darting side to side, as if tracking something moving behind her. Please. Not breakfast blue, she murmured. Her jaw trembled. No, not that one. Not that one. The regular one. The good one. I don't even need a lot. She laughed once. A sharp, dry sound that didn't match her face. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep. I just didn't sleep. Her hand slid down the glass, leaving streaks. She pressed her forehead to it. I can pay you back. I will. I will. I won't tell anyone. I won't. Her voice shifted suddenly, flat, almost irritated. You can't just sit on it. Then softer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Her body rocked slightly. Back and forth. Back and forth. She began scratching lightly at the doorframe with her fingernails. Not hard. Just repetitive. I realized then that I was afraid. Not annoyed. Not angry. Afraid. She wasn't pleading like a customer. She was circling like something that had forgotten how to be embarrassed. For a moment, I thought she might try the handle. Her eyes met mine through the glass. They did not look fully human. Not wild. Not insane. Just stripped of whatever normally keeps a person contained. She stopped rocking. Stared. Then smiled. It wasn't right. Then she stepped back too quickly, almost slipping on the snow, catching herself with an awkward sideways motion that looked more reflex than balance. She didn't walk away normally. She moved in a jerking diagonal path toward the street lamp. Across the street, another person had taken her place. Inside, the freezers continued to hum. Steady. Faithful. And full of ice cream. I found myself listening to that hum differently now. Not comfort. Not reassurance. It sounded like bait. Samantha zipped the last suitcase. I stood by the door, keys in hand. "I'll go at first light," I said. "I'll go get the truck and come right back, Sam." Outside, 3 figures lingered beneath the street lamp, staring at the darkened shop. One of them was the woman. She was no longer tapping. Just standing. The phone began vibrating again on the counter. Neither of us reached for it. We knew exactly what the caller wanted. "Be careful," Samantha said, as I grabbed a hammer from the hallway closet and prepared for the long walk to the hospital parking lot. "I will, Samantha. I will come back for you." Sam just nodded as I hugged her and started putting on my boots. Below us, the freezers hummed. Outside, someone tapped the glass once. Just once. Then silence. Chapter 42. I played it smart and exited through the back door, making a quick dash toward the top of Englehearth Lane. The hospital wasn't a short walk at all, and I needed to get back to Samantha as soon as possible. The back alley smelled faintly of spoiled milk and wet cardboard. The dumpsters were overflowing, lids half open, as if no one had bothered to close them properly in days. I hesitated before stepping fully into the open, listening first. The silence felt staged, like something waiting for a cue. I pulled my hood over my head as I walked past the Griffin and looked down toward Main Street. The words "Solace is God's wrath" were still written on the old brick wall. The paint had begun to drip in long yellow tears, hardened now in the cold. For a moment, I wondered if the person who wrote it was still watching the street to see if it came true. The front door to the Griffin opened suddenly, and I turned sharply, startled. My grip tightened instinctively around the hammer before I even realized I was doing it. "George!" Something in the way he said my name made my shoulders lock. I looked up. He didn't look angry. Just steady. Assessing. "Did you kill Dan?" For a second, the words didn't register. They felt out of order. Like he'd skipped steps in a conversation I hadn't been part of. "What?" I said. My mouth had gone dry. "Dan was found dead this morning," Pete continued. "In the church." The church. My mind moved fast now, not to guilt, but to logistics. When had I last been there? Who saw me? Who knew? The thaw dripped steadily from the gutters behind him. "They say there was blood everywhere." He watched my face carefully. "On the altar. On the pews. On the walls." Blood. Not symbolic. Not spiritual. Physical. Violent. My stomach tightened. I became suddenly aware of the hammer in my hand. Of how it must look. Of how easy it would be to connect dots. "I didn't kill anyone," I said. The word sounded careful. Too careful. Pete nodded once. "You two didn't exactly see eye to eye." That was true. And truth was dangerous now. "That doesn't mean I killed him." I held his gaze. I forced myself not to glance at the hammer again. Not to shift my weight. Not to look defensive. I didn't want to look like a man calculating. He held my eyes another second. Then, "All right." Not convinced. Not unconvinced. Just processing. He adjusted the rifle against his shoulder. "Be careful out there." Be careful. As if caution could still outrun whatever this had become. I stood there in the open street, realizing something I hadn't fully admitted to myself before. In this town right now, murder didn't sound impossible. It sounded logical. Pete just stared at me for a moment, saying nothing. He didn't ask where I was going. He didn't offer to walk with me. He just stood guard. Then he nodded once and stepped back inside the safety of the Griffin. The door shut behind him. The click of the latch echoed louder than it should have. It was warmer outside than it had been all week. The sky was blue, washed clean by the January thaw. It felt wrong. Apocalypses shouldn't happen under blue skies. I continued on my way. With every step away from the shop, I felt a tightening in my chest, not from exertion, but from the realization that Samantha was alone above a building full of something people were starting to orbit like starving animals. No less than a block away, I see a man huddled near a fire barrel, seemingly enjoying its warmth. The smoke drifted sideways in the thaw, carrying the smell of burning trash and something chemical. I walk quietly as best I can, my feet crunching through the unshoveled snow. The sound feels too loud, too sharp, each step announcing me. The flames lick the top of the barrel as I try my best to stay close to the building walls, keeping my distance from him. My heart begins to thud before he even turns. "Who never drum?" he says, as he quickly turns around. His eyes are wide, not angry at first, just startled, like an animal interrupted mid-meal. "I'm no, you're pioneer." His words tumble out broken. His jaw clenches after each phrase, as if he is chewing something invisible. I don't raise my hammer. I just keep walking backward as I feel my adrenaline make my heart race in my chest while he slowly lets me walk away. The hammer handle is slick in my palm. For a second, I imagine what it would feel like to swing it. The thought makes me nauseous. After 100 feet or so, I turn my back to him and keep moving. I resist the urge to look over my shoulder. I don't want to see him watching me. How far have we fallen? I think to myself as I pick up the pace. My breathing is shallow now. Fast. The cold air burns slightly in my throat. The hostility and confusion of the man who was just guarding his fire is shocking. Fire is how we survived in the first place as a species. It pulled us out of the forests and into something resembling society. Fire did that. Fire took away the dark. But now the fire looked less like gathering and more like territory. More like warning. People gathered around it instinctively, in loose circles that slowly became families, tribes, cities. Numbers meant safety. Safety meant sleep. Sleep meant tomorrow. Now numbers meant threat. We were a herd species long before we gave it a name. Somewhere along the way, we started pretending we weren't. Before everything started collapsing, people were already neglecting that need. Touch. Presence. Shared silence. And I was no exception. Before I even met Samantha, I worked 7 days a week, sometimes 17 hours a day, convincing myself that exhaustion was a personality trait. If I'm being honest, I probably would have kept doing that forever. The irony isn't lost on me. I sold something that mimicked connection while ignoring the real thing. What am I even trying to say to myself? The apocalypse started long before the ice cream. It started when we stopped knocking on doors just to say hello. It started when we chose screens over faces. It started when we convinced ourselves independence was strength instead of isolation. I lived beside neighbors who had a fire every Friday night for years, and I never even bothered to try and learn their names. Now a man guards a barrel flame like it's the last sun on earth. The thaw drips steadily from rooftops. Water runs along the curb in thin streams, carrying cigarette butts and bits of paper toward the storm drains. No cars pass. No engines hum. No music plays from open windows. The town feels paused, but not resting. I hear the faint sound of a whistle blowing as I keep moving toward the hospital parking lot. It echoes down the street in short, authoritative bursts. One long blow. Two short. Pause. Again. I slow instinctively, scanning the cross street ahead. Who is directing traffic when there are no cars? The whistle continues, persistent and official. I imagine a uniform standing at an empty intersection, arm raised, eyes forward, following procedure like muscle memory. The sound travels strangely in the open air. Sharp. Lonely. Meaningless. I think about Sam, and how I need to get her as far away from this madness as possible. A cold thought slips in. If something happens to me out here, she is alone, above a building full of the one thing everyone wants. My pace quickens. The hammer feels heavier with every step. Behind me, somewhere in the distance, the whistle blows again. And for the first time since this started, I understand something clearly. No one is coming to fix this. Not the president. Not the hospital. Not the police. Not God. Just people with hammers. And people with rifles. And people guarding barrels of fire. I pull my hood tighter around my face and keep walking toward the hospital, trying not to look like prey. Chapter 43. As I keep moving through the city, the harsh reality of the situation becomes ever more dreadful. Children walk around aimlessly without supervision, and some are not walking at all, just lying motionless in the snow. A man smashes the front window of a convenience store and runs out with an armload of dish soap and a dozen boxes or more of toothpaste. And finally, as I get closer to the hospital parking lot, a cop stands in the middle of the street directing traffic that simply does not exist. His nose is black and his cheeks are blistered red from the cold as he remains stuck there, following some once-lived routine with no regard for his personal safety whatsoever. The world has broken, and simply there are not enough people who care or are capable of rational thought. And worse than the chaos is the obedience. No screaming. No organizing. No rebellion. Just hollow repetition. I keep my distance as I continue to move across the hospital's front lawn toward the parking lot. The yard is covered with about 1.5 feet of snow, but my truck is large, and I have no doubts I will be able to drive across the lawn. I don't expect it to be easy, but it is definitely achievable. My boots sink deep with every step. The snow muffles everything. Even disaster has a way of being quiet in winter. I see my truck covered in snow as I move closer toward it. Other than the whistle of the police officer, who is currently directing his own death, things are relatively silent. Too silent. The kind of silence that feels like it's waiting. I reach into my pocket and pull out my keys, unlocking the door. Inside, the truck is dark. All the windows are completely covered with ice and snow as I pull out my pack and light another cigarette. This is probably the last package of cigarettes I will have for a while, I think to myself as I breathe in deeply and savor it for all it's worth. The flame from the lighter flickers violently in the cold, and for a moment I watch it as if it is something alive, something still capable of choosing to burn. I grab the snow brush from underneath the front passenger seat and began cleaning off the truck, making sure not to make much noise. I look around the parking lot at all the cars scattered in disarray as I keep scraping. Some of them are still running. Doors open. Headlights on. No one inside. Thank God I parked near the edge of the lot, I think to myself. If I had found a space in the middle, I would be completely screwed, and Samantha and I would have had to walk out of the city. The thought of walking through this city with her makes my throat tighten. Across the way, I see a man shoveling the exact same spot repeatedly to no avail. He isn't even looking down at the ground anymore. His eyes are fixed somewhere far beyond it. The shovel rises and falls in perfect rhythm. Okay, I think to myself, and flick my lighter to read the diagram of the truck's fuse panel. Time to disconnect the truck's loudspeakers once and for all. My hands tremble slightly, not from fear, I tell myself. From cold. I remember the chaos the last time I was here, and how flooded the hallways and reception area of the hospital were. If there were a map of the damage Alais had done, this would most certainly be ground zero. And if there were a center of infection, it would not be a lab. It would be a place like this, where grief and hope already live side by side. I blow into my fingers as I remove the correct fuse labeled external music. The tiny metal prongs gleam in my palm like something surgical. Something final. I look out my side window at all the people moving around in the front foyer of the hospital as I consider the bigger picture. Are they just going to eventually starve to death? Or freeze first? Regardless, there is nothing I can do. The so-called emotionally unregulated are too few to save them all, and beyond that, it is extremely dangerous. Dangerous not because they are evil, but because they are empty. Okay, time to get back to Samantha. I say to myself as I hold my breath, and, with every fiber of my being, pray that this old truck will start. If it doesn't start, I don't let myself finish that thought. I snap the fuse panel shut and sit back in the driver's seat, taking another drag of my cigarette. Smoke fills the cab, thick and bitter. It feels honest. My hands are colder than I realized. I rub them together once, then wrap them around the steering wheel. The hospital rises in front of me, brick and glass, and too many cars packed into a space that was never meant to hold this many people. For a moment, I just sit there. The parking lot is still. Exhaust drifts from a few idling vehicles. Frost clings to windshields in delicate white veins. An ambulance sits crooked near the entrance ramp, its back doors slightly ajar. One of the rear tires spins slowly in place, carving a useless groove into ice. I turn the key. The engine groans. A grinding hesitation. Then it catches. The whole truck shudders once as it settles into a rough idle. The vibration runs up through the steering column and into my hands. I exhale. It worked. For half a second, there is nothing but the low vibration of the engine beneath me. Then, a bright metallic chime cuts through the cab. Too loud. Too familiar. And before I can even process it, the speakers explode at full volume. Musical note turkey in the straw musical note. The first notes blast into the cold air, sharp and cheerful, and completely unaware of where they are. The sound bounces off the hospital facade and spills across the frozen parking lot. My stomach drops. I reach for the dash. But the song keeps playing, louder than it ever has before. I look down at the fuse panel. It's gone. I pulled it. The music doesn't falter. Outside, heads begin to turn. Not together. One at a time. The man shoveling freezes mid-swing. The shovel slips from his hands and sinks into the snow. The police officer lowers his whistle slowly, like he has just remembered something important and forgotten what it was. Figures press against the hospital entrance glass. Not in unison, uneven. Some pounding. Some just leaning their foreheads against it. The melody skips once, then resumes. A woman stumbles out the front doors barefoot, nearly falling before catching herself on the railing. She starts laughing. It turns into a sob halfway through. Another man bolts toward the sound, then veers sideways into a parked car and begins clawing at the windshield. Someone else just stands there shaking. As the two sliding glass doors to the hospital keep opening, people spill into the snow in jagged bursts. Some run. Some crawl. Some walk in strange diagonal lines, as if pulled by something only they can feel. They aren't charging. They aren't organized. They are breaking apart. And somehow, all of it is moving in my direction. Chapter 44. I glance at the side mirrors on my doors in horror as I suddenly realize I didn't scrape them. I either need to back up to the main road by memory, or roll down my window and stick my head out. I hear a sudden thump on my hood as I see the man from across the street has dropped his shovel and is quickly climbing up toward my windshield. I begin to back up over the curb onto the hospital lawn through the thick snow as my front tires just spin uselessly on the parking lot pavement. The cursed song keeps playing. It sounds brighter now. Faster. Like it's pleased with itself. My side window suddenly smashes as a batten and shattered glass strike me across the side of my head, and the pain is intense. The glass doesn't just fall. It sprays inward in glittering fragments that stick to my coat and melt against my cheek. "License and registration, sir," I hear as I keep my foot pressed down on the accelerator and look toward the police officer, who has now gripped onto my arm as he attempts to pull me out through the shattered window. He says it calmly, patiently, as if he expects compliance. "License and registration, sir," he repeats, blinking slowly, frost clinging to his lashes. His face looks like raw meat left in the freezer too long, patchy blackened skin peeling away from swollen, waxy yellow patches where frostbite has gnawed through his cheeks. His breath rasps against me in wet, labored bursts, smelling like copper and old snow. His gloved fingers scrabble at the window frame, the leather creaking as he strains toward me. One of his nostrils is crusted shut with frozen blood. His left eyelid droops, the lash line a dark, crack seam where ice split the skin. I can smell the damp wool of his uniform, the sharp reek of frostbite clinging to him, and underneath it all, something sweetly rotten, like meat just starting to turn. Up close, I can see where the skin along his jaw has split open in thin white fissures. When he speaks, they widen slightly. "Sir," he says again, softer now, almost apologetic. "Don't!" I shout, but his chapped lips peel back from teeth covered with his own blood. He's not blinking. He's not stopping. And neither are the others. A woman appears at his shoulder and begins humming directly into the cab through the broken window. Not screaming. Not shouting. Just humming. Her tone wavers and slides in and out of key. I keep hearing the sound of bodies hitting the hood of my old truck and climbing one by one toward the window. The tires keep spinning to the rhythm of Turkey in the straw as my one arm is now fully out the side window, and I fight back with all my might. A face slams against the cracked windshield and stays there. A man's cheek pressed flat against the glass, skin whitening where it touches. His teeth drag slowly downward, leaving faint streaks in the frost as his eyes lock onto mine through the spiderweb fractures. The front windshield cracks as a chaotic blur of words, mostly partially spoken, surrounds me. "Turkey straw hay," I hear. "Deedly-dee-dum, diddle-um-day, deedly-dee-dum, diddle-um-day." Someone laughs. Someone cries. Someone politely says, "Thank you." It is off-key, out of time, and the worst possible way I would have ever wanted my life to end, as the front window shatters, and my arm feels as if it is about to be ripped from its socket. "Do-da-do-da-do-da-do, do-da-do-da-do-da-day. Sorry, Sam. I tried to make it home," I say, and in that moment she is my only thought, her and my unborn child. There is no heroism in the words. Just apology. Bodies keep hitting the front of the truck, and with a jolting release I am finally in motion as the policeman's grip slips from my arm. He doesn't lose his grip because I overpower him. He pauses. He tilts his head slightly, listening to the music. His fingers loosen. People fall from the front of my truck as I move across the yard backward with serious speed. I shove my head out the broken window. Icy air slashing across my face as I try to steer blind through the snow. For one split second I see her. A small child standing directly behind the truck. She isn't charging. She isn't singing. She is just standing there in a thin pink coat, mittens too big for her hands, staring straight at me. Snow has gathered on her eyelashes. Her mouth hangs slightly open, as if she is waiting for something. I slam the brake. The tires don't catch. There is a soft, sickening resistance beneath the rear wheels, not a thud. Not a scream. Just a yielding. Then nothing. The truck lurches free. I don't look back. I can't. The song keeps playing. As the truck rolls over the curb onto the main road, I slam it into drive and surge forward. My left arm feels useless. I can feel the blood running down my face, but I have no time to stop and assess the damage, especially while driving around in an ice cream truck playing a sped-up version of Turkey in the Straw. In the side mirror I never scraped, through frost and cracks and streaks of red, I see the yard behind me. Not a mob chasing. Not fury. People already wandering away. The police officer stands in the snow, raising his whistle slowly back toward his lips. The woman continues humming. And near the tracks in the snow behind my truck, several figures begin kneeling. Not to help. Just kneeling. As if something has been dropped. The song plays on. Chapter 45. I lean my body against the steering wheel as I reach under the dash and fumble at the fuses to turn off the blaring jingle. I finally pull the correct circuit with my good arm. My left arm hangs useless as I lean back against the driver's seat and do everything I can not to pass out from the pain. All I can hear are the tires rolling across the snow and the engine of the old truck as I pull into the back behind Tasty Creams. I pull my keys from the ignition and retrieve my hammer from between the seats on the truck floor. I open the driver's side door and step out of the truck as my momentum carries me down onto the cold, unshoveled gravel parking space. I lie there for a moment, considering how I just painted the virgin snow red as I struggle to get back up. I realize how slick my hands have become from the blood as I slip the key into the gray metal door behind the shop when suddenly the door opens and Samantha wraps her arms around me, crying. "You're here, oh God, you're here," she says into my shoulder. I thought you weren't coming back. I thought. Her hands slide down my coat. She freezes. Her fingers come away red. She pulls back just enough to look at me, eyes wide and wild. "George!" Her voice breaks. "You're bleeding. Oh my God, you're bleeding." She grips my face with both hands, like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. "Look at me! Look at me!" Her breathing turns ragged. "What happened? What did they do to you?" No, don't stand there, inside." "Now. We have to get you inside." She tries to pull me through the door, but I stumble, and she gasps like I'd been shot all over again. "Stay with me," she whispers urgently. "Stay with me. Don't you dare pass out on me." Her voice drops suddenly, desperate and small. You came back to me." Then the hysteria spikes again as she sees my arm hanging wrong. "Oh God, your arm, George. What happened to your arm?" She starts crying harder, half dragging, half holding me upright. "Don't leave me. Do you hear me? Don't you leave me. I survived," I say, as she leads me into the back door of the shop and to the stairs leading up to our apartment. Samantha pulls my ripped, blood-soaked parka off me, leaving it in the middle of the living room floor as she takes me to the bathroom. I stand and lean against the shower wall as the hot water sprays all over me while Samantha assesses the damage. "What happened?" Samantha says as she calms down a fraction, seeing nothing life-threatening. "My face is cut, one eye is swollen shut, and my left arm is just dangling there. But beyond the extreme pain of it all, at least nothing is life-threatening." I step out of the shower and look in the mirror as I reach for a bottle of extra-strength acetaminophen. It is better than nothing, I think to myself, as Samantha fetches a tall glass of water for me and immediately begins drying me off. "I made it home," I say as I try to bury everything that happened behind me as best I can. "We have enough gas to get to the cabin," I say. "We will be okay." Samantha stays busy applying gauze and bandages and using up the vast majority of the first aid kit that was on the shelf behind the toilet. She helps me change my clothes and then guides me to the couch to sit down. I hadn't even realized in the moment, but the power was off. Only the backup generator downstairs was running, keeping the freezers humming along. "I should shut off the generator, Sam," I say as I begin to get up. Sam gently stops me and then sits down on the couch. "Just let it run out of gas, George." I light one of my last remaining cigarettes, and a puff of smoke fills the room. "We are almost packed, George," Samantha says. "I just need to find some candles and double-check the bags." The afternoon sun floods through our upper-floor apartment as Samantha gets up again and lets me finish my cigarette. I watch her from across the room as the painkillers begin to do their job. Her hands tremble as she unzips a large suitcase and examines the contents. I finish my cigarette and crush it out in the spider plant pot beside me as I take a moment to close my eyes and gather my thoughts. The smoke thins out above me, and the hum of the generator turns into wind in the trees. I'm standing at Aunt Brenda's cabin. The screen door creaks the way it always has, complaining but never breaking. The place smells like pine sap and old wood and lake water that's been warming in the sun all afternoon. It's summer. Not just warm, full summer. The kind where the air hums with insects and everything feels alive and lazy at the same time. The forest behind the cabin stands thick and endless, dark green and protective. Birch and spruce packed tight like they're keeping secrets. The gravel path down to the water is warm under my bare feet. The lake is glass. Not a ripple on it. The old wooden dock stretches out into the water, boards sun-bleached and slightly warped. I can feel the splendor near the end that always catches your heel if you forget about it. Samantha is sitting cross-legged at the edge of the dock in one of my old t-shirt, her hair pulled back messy and loose. She looks younger here. Lighter. She's laughing at me. "You're not going to catch anything standing like that," she says. "I always catch something. That's because the fish feels sorry for you." I cast the line anyway. The bobber lands with a soft plop, and the rings widen across the surface until the lake smooths itself out again. It doesn't take long. The line tugs. I pull up a walleye, silver and gold, twisting in the sunlight. Perfect size. Keeper. "See?" I say. She rolls her eyes, but she's smiling. We clean it together at the little wooden table beside the cabin. The knife moves easily along the spine. The meat is clean and white and firm. Pickled cheeks. I slice them carefully from the head, just the way Uncle Marty showed me when I was a kid. Samantha makes a face every time I explain what they are. "That's disgusting," she says. "They're the best part." She pretends to gag. I heat butter in the old cast iron pan on the propane stove. It melts fast and foams at the edges. The cheeks hit the pan and sizzle immediately, curling slightly as they cook. Salt. Pepper. Nothing else. The smell fills the cabin, rich and simple and perfect. She takes the first bite. Her eyes close. "Okay," she admits. "That's incredible. I told you." We eat at the small wooden table by the window, the lake stretching wide and blue beyond the glass. A breeze moves the curtain gently. No generators. No engines. No music. Just wind and water. She rests her hand flat against her stomach absent-mindedly. "We could stay," she says. "Stay how long?" She shrugs. "Forever." The word hangs there easily. No panic. No fear. Just possibility. I look out at the dock again. It seems a little longer than I remember. The far end blurs slightly in the sunlight, like heat rising off water. There's a sound out there. Soft at first. Like a boat somewhere far across the lake. Or maybe just wind moving differently. I can't quite tell. Samantha doesn't seem to notice. She's talking about planting tomatoes in the little patch beside the cabin. About repainting the trim. About teaching our kid to swim off the end of the dock. The sound doesn't get louder. It just doesn't go away. I step onto the dock. It creaks under my weight, familiar and steady. The boards are warm beneath my feet. Halfway down I pause. The lake stretches out endlessly. Quiet. Still. Peaceful. "George!" The wind shifts. "George!" The lake softens into candlelight. The dock fades into the living room floor. I open my eyes to the flicker of candlelight and see everything ready to go by the upstairs front door as Samantha shakes me out of my slumber. "George, someone is downstairs," she whispers in my ear. Chapter 46. "People are outside, George," Samantha says as the noise downstairs demands my immediate attention. Deliberate fists pound against the front door below us. Thud. 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 Each one echoed through the shop, up the stairs, into my chest. I froze. "They know we're here," Sam said. "I know." The singing outside began as a soft mumble, then, louder, tangled with a pounding and a relentless jingle bleeding through the air. "Turkey straw, deedly-dee-dum, diddle-um-day." I heard the frantic mimic of what I can only assume was supposed to represent ice cream music. Thud. Thud. The glass door downstairs rattles. We move fast to the top of the front door, as I open the door and look down the long staircase to Tasty Creams. I picked up my hammer. Sam clutched blankets to her chest. The apartment felt smaller now, shrinking with every sound from below. Then the pounding stopped. For a moment, there was only the hum. The song. Breathing. Suddenly I heard shattering glass in the shop below, skittering across the floor as the night rushed in behind it, the window exploding inward. "Sam!" I said. I gripped her shoulder with one hand and raised the other, pressing my finger to my lips as if to say hush. We both sat there for a moment as we listened. "Wait," I said to Sam as I heard the flood of a dozen or so people pour into the Tasty Cream parlor below. "They just want the ice cream," I said to her. We sat there in the dark as the man stopped singing and tore into the freezer, finding a stockhold of blue solace in a city that would do anything for just another taste. "Grab the suitcase," I said to Samantha. "It's time to go." We moved slowly down the stairs as we listened to the gluttonous sounds as people feasted on the only comfort they could ever know. Glass was everywhere. The harsh winter air howled through the shop, snow creeping across the floor. As I got to the bottom of the stairs and looked around the corner, the people beside us paid no attention. They had come for one thing, and the flavor of comfort had calmed the hysteria, if only momentarily. "I love you, George," Samantha said as we moved quickly to the back metal door of the shop, and I held my hammer just in case we needed to defend ourselves. I opened the door out into the cool night air as we began to make our way to the old truck. I looked to the side as a woman wept as if in travail. She knelt on the cold concrete, shivering in a white dress, barefoot, lost like so many others. I pulled Sam's arm as we continued on our way. "It's Samantha," I said as I held Sam back. "Put the suitcase in the truck," I said. "Just ignore her," I told Samantha. I moved toward the driver's side door as I began to get in. I glanced over and immediately started moving toward Sam to pull her back. "I am here," Samantha said in a soft, gentle voice as she walked closer to Jessica. The weeping had settled and was now being replaced with heavy breathing. She placed her hand upon Jessica's shoulder. "Time will help," Samantha whispered. "I am here for you." It was a reflex, something she had done 1,000 times and felt incomplete without doing so. Sam was a comforter to the lost, to the widow, to the orphan. Such comfort was unexplainable in a world where blue solace now ruled. The heavy breathing became a low, almost gurgling sound, and then a deep growl as I raced toward Samantha with all my strength. Then, as if out of nowhere, an incredibly intense outburst. The sound hurt the ears as I raised my hammer and ran toward the chaos which had quickly unfolded. Jessica's shriek was sudden, extreme, and absolutely terrifying. It was then, in a swift and relentless moment, with no time to react, I heard the sound of the love of my life's neck snap and watched helplessly as she fell motionless and collapsed to the ground before me. Her body lay on the cold pavement, lifeless. I could feel a piece of me die along with her. My scream matched the intensity of Jessica's. I saw red as my rage met that of that woman, and I swung my hammer with a vengeance. Madness was all that was left. I wasn't defending her anymore. I was erasing what was left of myself. Like a furious animal, I grabbed her hair and slammed my hammer into her face again and again, droplets of blood bursting into the cold air, a fine red mist falling softly into the snow. By the time the madness ended, her head was cracked open before me, and nothing I could ever do would bring Samantha back. "Gee, goodbye, Samantha," I said, as the long dark of a cold world closed in around me, forever alone. "I love you." The light sound of the wind and the feasting near the back door of tasty creams were the only sounds I could hear as Sam's body lay beneath my feet. I turned and walked toward the back shop door and walked back inside. The mob was no longer angry. A stockpile of my life's work sat before them. I ignored them as I released my hammer and let it fall to the ground. Nothing will bring Samantha back, I thought to myself as snow flooded in through the broken shop windows. Samantha is gone. That is when I moved toward the back shelf, grabbed a spoon from the drawer, and a large unopened tub of Blue Solace ND, non-dairy, from the display case freezer. I walked over to a quiet table in the back and sat down on a snow-covered chair. I popped the cardboard lid and read the slogan I had seen 1,000 times before. The flavor of comfort. I built this so no one would ever feel alone again. I sat there as I grabbed myself a heaping spoonful of the blue, soulless escape and stared at it in front of my face. I don't want to care anymore. The wind moved through the shattered windows. Snow drifted across the floor. And I was alone. The end. Chapter Nerd. Confidential, internal review document. Unauthorized distribution prohibited. Subject: neurochemical and epigenetic mechanisms associated with chronic consumption of Blue Solace products. Prepared for Joint Committee on Food Safety and Behavioral Health Oversight. Status: unsealed post-event. Executive Summary. Public-facing communication described Blue Solace as an oxytocin-modulating comfort product designed to reduce stress and improve social bonding. Post-collapse analysis indicates the primary pharmacodynamic action was not oxytocin enhancement, but sustained exogenous opioid receptor stimulation resulting in large-scale dopaminergic suppression and downstream epigenetic modification. The following findings outline the biochemical cascade associated with the EOS crisis, endogenous opioid abundance syndrome, and the behavioral outcomes observed in affected populations. 1. Opioidergic priming, gilded cage phase. Compound class, engineered protease-resistant casomorphin analogs. Delivery vector, lipid-bound encapsulation with LDLR-mediated transport facilitation. Adjunct agents, calibrated vanilloid receptor, TRPV1, agonists. Mechanism. Blue Solace utilized synthetic derivatives of beta-casomorphins, modified for gastrointestinal stability, and enhanced blood-brain barrier permeability. Lipophilic encapsulation increased systemic absorption and allowed receptor-level interaction within the nucleus accumbens. Simultaneous activation of TRPV1 receptors produced mild thermogenic pleasure signaling, enhancing perceived reward without nociceptive response. Observed effect. Sustained mu-opioid receptor activation produced extended post-reward satiety, 6 to 8 hours. Flattened dopaminergic fluctuation curves. Reduction in stress hormone response. Decreased novelty-seeking behavior. Unlike short-acting opioids, the pharmacokinetic profile minimized acute euphoria spikes, reducing classical overdose markers while maintaining dependence liability. Internal marketing referred to this stage as emotional stabilization. Internal pharmacology notes referred to it as retention lock. 2. EOS, endogenous opioid abundance syndrome. Clinical classification. Chronic receptor downregulation syndrome secondary to sustained exogenous opioid exposure. Mechanism. Persistent mu-opioid stimulation triggered compensatory neuroadaptation. Downregulation of opioid receptor density. Suppression of endogenous endorphin production. Reduced dopamine synthesis in the ventral tegmental area, VTA. This neurochemical recalibration was consistent with homeostatic response models observed in long-term opioid exposure studies. Behavioral outcome. Upon withdrawal or interrupted supply, affected individuals exhibited profound anhedonia, motivational paralysis, emotional flattening, diminished pain perception. The condition differed from acute withdrawal syndromes. Rather than agitation or panic, subjects demonstrated subdued affect and passive behavioral collapse. Field reports describe this state as aggressive passivity. 3. Executive function suppression, minion state. Neuroimaging data collected during early investigations indicated reduced metabolic activity in the prefrontal cortex, attenuated signaling within limbic processing centers, preserved cerebellar and basal ganglia activity. Stage progression. Stage 1, apathy. Executive planning networks exhibited reduced activation due to dopaminergic depletion. Stage 2, limbic attenuation. Emotional salience mapping diminished. Threat recognition latency increased. Stage 3, procedural dominance. With higher-order cortical activity reduced, procedural memory circuits, basal ganglia and cerebellum dominated behavioral output. Implication. Repetitive behaviors, conditioned stimuli responses, and motor routines persisted even in the absence of executive intent. Observed phenomena included repetition of advertising jingles, persistent utensil-to-mouth motor loops, crowd convergence toward distribution vehicles. Behavioral analysis suggests these actions were not coordinated or hive-like. They were individual conditioned responses operating without higher cortical mediation. Each subject functioned independently within reward-seeking motor circuitry. 4. Epigenetic adaptation and affective dissociation. Longitudinal tissue analysis in animal models exposed to Blue Solace analogs revealed increased DNA methylation in oxytocin receptor, OXTR, promoter regions. Reduced oxytocin receptor expression in anterior cingulate cortex samples. Impaired effective bonding response markers. The delivery system did not require active gene editing in consumers. Chronic receptor overstimulation is sufficient to induce methylation shifts via endogenous epigenetic pathways. Functional result: subjects retained facial recognition, language, memory recall. Subjects demonstrated impairment in somatic emotional resonance, pair bond reinforcement, grief response intensity. This condition has been categorized as affective dissociation secondary to reward system collapse. Individuals did not lose cognitive awareness of attachment. They lost the physiological reinforcement of it. 5. Systemic outcome: hyper-individualized collapse. Contrary to early media framing, the collapse was not driven by coordinated violence or collective mania. Population modeling indicates 68% of affected individuals remained non-aggressive. 22% exhibited reflexive motor misfires during supply disruption. 10% displayed acute destabilization behaviors linked to deprivation shock. The majority entered a prolonged state of reward-seeking isolation. Infrastructure degradation occurred because executive planning diminished. Cooperative incentive structures dissolved. Long-term consequence evaluation ceased. The event has been described in committee language as a non-hostile extinction cascade driven by incentive saturation. No centralized command structure emerged. No ideological shift occurred. Each individual pursued personal chemical stabilization. Human systems dependent on shared future planning failed. 6. Plausibility assessment. All mechanisms described align with existing or near-future biotechnology. Precision fermentation platforms currently produce designer proteins and peptides at industrial scale. Lipid-based drug delivery systems capable of crossing the blood-brain barrier are in active pharmaceutical use. Chronic receptor stimulation is a documented driver of epigenetic methylation shifts. Reward pathway manipulation is a validated marketing objective in multiple consumer industries. No singular technological breakthrough was required. Only incremental optimization of mood stabilization, customer retention, consumption frequency. Regulatory review focused on toxicity thresholds and allergenicity. Long-term neuroadaptive modeling was not mandated. Final determination: Blue Solace did not induce rage, psychosis, or coordinated aggression. It induced contentment. The systemic failure emerged when large populations became neurologically indifferent to loss, risk, and collective consequence. Human civilization did not collapse under attack. It decayed under prolonged artificial satiety. Committee addendum: the product was legally classified as dessert. Causation not conclusively established. Pete's Griffin Pub recipes. Pete never warned anyone directly. He just mixed drinks prophetically. 1. Death in the afternoon. Appears in Chapter 25. Pour 1 jigger of absinthe into a champagne glass. Add iced champagne until it attains the proper opalescent milkiness. Ingredients: 1 jigger, 1.5 ounces absinthe. Chilled champagne. Method: pour absinthe into a chilled champagne flute. Slowly top with well-chilled champagne until the drink turns opalescent. Do not stir. Serve immediately. Notes: originally attributed to Ernest Hemingway. The milkiness comes from the louche effect of diluted absinthe. Elegant, dangerous, and deceptively smooth. Symbolically associated with quiet decline and the romanticization of destruction. 2. Slave driver. Vodka plus rum plus orange juice. Appears in Chapter 32. Described in the novel as 2 spirits pretending to be one thing. Ingredients: 1 ounce vodka, 1 ounce white rum, 3 to 4 ounce orange juice. Ice. Method: fill a tall glass with ice. Add vodka. Add rum. Top with orange juice. Stir once, not twice. Serve without garnish. Notes: sweet exterior masking dual strength. Clean, simple, efficient. Thematically reflective of blended identities and mass dependency. 3. Blue snowstorm. Appears in Chapter 39. A cold, electric blue cocktail reflecting the artificial comfort overtaking the city. Ingredients: 1 ounce vodka, 1 ounce blue curacao. 0.5 ounce white rum. Crushed ice. Splash of soda water. Method. Fill a glass with crushed ice. Add vodka. Add white rum. Add blue curacao. Stir briefly. Top lightly with soda for frost effect. Serve without garnish. Notes. Bright, visually seductive. Sweet surface, hidden strength beneath. A storm disguised as refreshment. Closing note. Pete never made speeches. He never shouted warnings. He simply placed the glass in front of you. And waited. And yes, the man loves to spray paint.